There we go. Okay. Had to wait to get my music down to the little mini player, before, and I had to hurry up because I was like, oh shit, the song's about to end. Okay, let me get to a window. Oh look, it's the what do they call it? The song that plays with that one Furret video that everybody just seems to love. Anyway, hi everybody. I need to turn the music down a little bit on my end. How have y'all been? It's been a couple weeks. I hope everyone's been doing well. I'm trying to think. Has I mean, I know stuff's still happening today, but I guess in terms of just personally what has happened, I don't think much. I mean, I will say I did go out of town last Tuesday to hang out with my brother and them. That was fun. It was tiring, but it was fun. And I did get some goodies, but I think because this stream is already going to be as long as it will be, probably like 6.5 hours. I'm probably not going to go super into detail about them this stream. Maybe in the Kalos streams, considering Kalos has like the shortest decks, the smallest decks, not shortest, smallest. But we'll see. But I do know that in Pokemon related news, I've been seeing a lot of stuff about Pokemon Champions. And it's actually really nice to see a lot of newcomers in the competitive scene. You know, playing the games and all that, and just having fun. I mean, obviously, as I said last stream, I'm probably never gonna get into the competitive scene as like an active participant, mainly because I'm way too much of a sore loser. Like, I am way too much of a sore loser, and it's also, and I think you would be expecting a little bit much of me to like remember, like, not only all of what my team could possibly do, but also all of what other teams could possibly do. And also trying to predict people, nah, that ain't for me. But listen, it's fun as a watcher, because it's like, oh, this is interesting. One thing before we get into it, I don't know if this is going to get worse later on, but I do have a bit of a slight headache. Thankfully, it's not a migraine. I had that last week, and that sucked. I was like, oh, this sucks so bad. But yeah, I have a bit of a slight headache, so I'm gonna probably be taking things a little bit easier tonight. But hopefully it just remains as like just a dull ache in the center of my head as opposed to the temples. But we'll see. Anyway, we're 10 minutes into this. I think that is enough time to get people in here and such. So let me head on over to the oh wait, that's the wrong screen. Whoops. That's what I wanted. Let me get into... Oh wait, is this no. Where the hell do I go to edit my thing? There it is. Alright, so if you'll please scroll down to the description below so I can explain the rules. Number 1, keep in mind that what I say in this is purely my opinion and should not be taken as fact. I know every Pokemon out there has its fans, but I may not be one of them, so please understand that there can and will be places where we'll have to agree to disagree. And the reverse is also true, where I'm probably going to be a fan of a Pokemon that you don't like. What matters is that we respect our opinions. Number 2, I'll only be covering Pokemon from games I have experience with, meaning this series of streams will only go up to Sword and Shield. This also means Pokemon that appear in games I never played, for example, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and the Sword and Shield DLC will not be covered. Apologies to fans of ScarVio in advance. However, that might end up changing in the following years to come. Who knows? And last but not least, most importantly, rule number 3. Please don't harass me because I may not like certain regions. I shit-talked Kanto, I shit-talked Sinnoh. I hyped up Johto, maybe thought Hoenn was a little bit mid. But regardless, I have different opinions, you'll have different opinions. What matters is that we respect them, and we can even have some discourse about them, so long as it's in a... What's a good term to use here? Healthy discourse, let's just say. Anyway. What song is this? Oh, Route 10. Okay. Alright, so let me get the tier list up so that we can have a quick recap over what happened last. So, last stream, we ranked the first half of the Unova decks, and these are our Pokemon that we have. I need to turn the music down a little bit more. As you can see here, we have in the S tier, Superior, Oshawott, Munna, Musharna, Audino, Lilligant, and Zoroark. In the A tier, we have Snivy, Servine, Duwat, Samurott, Lillipup, Blitzel, Roggenrola, Gigalith, Woobat, Swoobat, Excadrill, Leavanny, Scolipede, Whimsicott, Sandile, Krokorok, Crocodile, Cofagrigus, Garbodor, and Zorua. In the high B tier, we have Victini, Tepig, Herdier, Stoutland, Pidove, Tranquil, Umphezon, Zubstrika, Boldore, Drillbur, Timber, Sawaddle, Swadloon, Whirlipede, Cottonee, Petalil, Darumaka, Scrafty, Yamask, Tritoga, and Trubbish. In the lower B tier, Pignite, Purloin, Lipard, Simisage, Pansear, Simisear, Pampor, Girder, Timpole, Palpitoad, Seismitoad, Throw, Sock, Venipede, Basculin, Maractus, Dwebble, Crustle, Scraggy, Sigilif, Caracosta, Arcan, and Archeops. And in the C tier, we have Emboar, Patrat, Watchog, Pansage, Simipour, Conkeldurr, and Darmanitan. So as you can see here, C tier actually doesn't have that many Pokemon in it. And I think by this time, a lot of the Pokemon in A tier are actually... This is, I think, the most I've had in an A tier for the first half of a Dex ranking stream. So, who knows. But as you can see, B rank is still gonna have most of the Pokemon, probably, because I am a scrub. Alright. Let me get the tabs up and ready to go. I already have them loaded up onto the first Pokemon that we'll be going up to. Speaking of which... Oh yeah, that's something I forgot to mention, is that in between... And it's actually really funny. In between the time of the last tier list ranking stream to this one, Bulbapedia changed its whole look. And I actually really like it. It looks a little bit... It looks more sleek, more minimalist, but in a good way. Actually, I think if I remember right, this new look came about, I think, like, the day after the first half of the Unova deck, so what good timing. And speaking of Bulbapedia, if you're new to these tier list ranking streams, what I usually do is I will put a picture of the Pokemon that we will be looking at the bottom here. And then I go over the general info along with the biology and the stats of the Pokemon, and then finish it out with a personal experience or what I personally think about the Pokemon. And all of the general info and such is going to be read off of Bulbapedia, so, you know, go check it out. Alright, I believe that should be everything, so... Let me get our first Pokemon up here. By the way, I do know the Pokemon that we're going to be stopping at for the halfway point, and it is Haxorus. Okay, and my thing just fucking froze. Anyway, first Pokemon of tonight is Minccino. Minccino / Chirami is known as the Chinchilla Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that evolves into Cinccino when exposed to a shiny stone. It can have either Cute Charm or Technician as regular abilities, with Skill Link as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Minccino is a furry gray chinchilla-like Pokemon with scruffs of fur on its head and neck. It has large ears on the sides of its head, with red insides partly covered by tufts of fur. It has large brown eyes and a small dot-like nose. Its limbs are somewhat rounded and small, and its ears and tail have white tips. The tail is also long, particularly furry. This tail acts like a broom or mop, as Minccino uses it to clean its den. The way it uses the tail to clean can be helpful when cleaning, but this Pokemon's focus on a clean environment can make cleaning more of a hassle. Mincinel also uses the tail to brush others of its species as a form of greeting. In a parent greeting, the one with the fluffier tail will be more prideful. It has a fondness for shiny objects, and it is obsessed with cleaning dirty items. Mincinel always keeps its tail clean. When it gets dirty, Mincinel will wash it in clean spring water. It prefers clean habitats. How many times can we mention the word clean in one paragraph? And prior to Generation 8, Tail Slap was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. As for the stats... Okay, so base stat total is at 300, with speed at its highest at 75, with HP at 55, physical attack at 50, and physical defense, special attack, and special defense all at 40. Come on, music. I really hope we get to listen to different tracks, because I did notice last stream, a lot of the same, like, we basically heard a lot of the same track twice, so... Alright, so So I will say this, Mincinel is a cute Pokemon! And it definitely looks like a chinchilla. I will say, I think it is, I will say, it does make me, I don't know how to put it. I do like the design. I think it's very simple, but I love the coloring too. It's very cute. But I will say that I've never really had much experience with this Mincinel. I almost said Cincinel. Mincinel? So I can't really say for sure as to, like, you know, whether or not I would have this. Again, I think I've said this before, like, I really don't like the normal type because of the fact that, like, it's just... I understand the purpose of it. It's basically like a jack-of-all-trades type of Pokemon, you know? But I think because of that, it's like, I want specialist types, you know? Thing is, though, where would I put Mincinel? I'm feeling high B tier. Okay. I'm gonna have to remind myself, like, how do you spell this again? Okay. It's with 2 C's. But yeah, I think that's a pretty nice place. Okay. Next up, as my computer screams at me for doing this to it. Let's see. Okay, that scared the shit out of me because I was like, uh-oh. I checked the stream on YouTube and I was like, uh-oh. Alright. Next up is Mincinel's evolution, Cincinel. Also, is it just me or does this look drawn in a different style than, like, the rest of the Pokemon? Alright, Cincinel / Chirachino is known as the Scarf Pokemon, retaining its normal typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Cincinel is a furry gray chinchilla-like Pokemon. It has large ears located to the sides of its head, with red insides partly covered by tufts of fur. Its eyes are large and brown, with a small rounded nose. Its limbs are somewhat rounded and small, and its tail is long, fluffy, and incredibly white in color. Cincinel also has 2 large long fluffs on its head that wrap around its back. Cincinel uses its long fur as a scarf. Cincinel's fur is coated in a special oil that repels enemy attacks. Cincinel also uses this oil to coat its nest, protecting it from dust. The oil can also be used as a skin treatment and is sold for a high price. That sounds relatable. Real. Cincinel's fur feels amazing to touch, and it repels dust and prevents static electricity buildup. And prior to Generation 8, Tail Slap was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. As for the stats... Wow, 170 more points. With speed, it's as high as at 115, with physical attack at 95, HP at 75, special attack is at 65, while physical defense and special defense are both at 60. I will say, I do like this design, if only because it kind of reminds me of, oh gosh, what? how do I explain this? It kind of reminds me of, like, when you would see, women, and I'm talking, and I'm gonna mark this specifically as white women. You know how, white women back in, when was it? Like, it's not the 40s, is it? Where, like, they would put, like, scarves on their head, and, you know, and, like, does that make sense? Like, is what I'm saying making sense? Like, this is kind of what it reminds me of. But I honestly do like I do honestly like the little, like, all the fur here. I don't know, what is this song? Oh. I need to listen to this off stream. But yeah, I also think I've seen sprites of this from the back, and I think the back looks so fluffy. How big is this thing? 1 foot and 8 inches. That's crazy. Oh, I need to listen to this off stream. Anyway, but yeah, I think this is a really cute design. I guess my thing is like, where would I put it? Honestly, I'm thinking high B tier. Cincino. Is that how you spell it? Yes! Cool. I feel like that's gonna be another part of this, of how long this stream is gonna be, is me wondering, how do I spell this? Alright, we got the chinchillas covered. There we go. You know what's funny is that, I remember back when I was a kid, my family and I used to go to PetSmart pretty frequently because, you know, we had pets that needed, you know, food and whatnot. And I remember at the PetSmart that we used to visit, they actually used to sell, chinchillas. Now, granted, I don't know if they still do that nowadays, and to be fair, I don't know if it's even ethical to do that, considering. But, yeah, just a little bit of tidbits, I guess. Next up is the I think of this line of Pokemon to basically be like Unova's answer to the Ralts line, and that is Gothita. Man, I really like this remix of Nuvema Town. Anyway, Gothita, or Gothimu, is known as the Fixation Pokemon. It is a pure Psychic type that evolves in the Gothorita at level 32, which then evolves in the Gothitelle at level 41. It can have Frisk, or Competitive as of Generation 6 onward, as regular abilities, with Shadow Tag as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Gothita is a small humanoid Pokemon. A small tuft of hair sticks up from the top of its purple head, and it has 2 white bow-shaped feelers on each side of the head and a 3rd bow-shaped feeler on its neck. These ribbon-like feelers are used to amplify Gothita's psychic power, and will cause Gothita to cry if touched. Oh, same! It has 2 large blue eyes with 3 eyelashes on each and small red lips. Its torso is black with a white zigzagging line running horizontally through the middle. Its arms and legs are short and stubby with no visible digits. Gothita intently observes those around it, looking at something only it can see. It can become so focused that it ends up being unaware of attacks. Gothita are normally known to be innocent. It is usually quiet, but sometimes it makes muted cries, even when alone. This is believed to be Gothita communicating with invisible beings. As for these stats... Okay, so 290 base stat total, with special defense at 65, special attack at 55, physical defense at 50, both HP and speed at 45, and physical attack at 30. So I do know a little bit about the Gothita line. They're supposed to be more known as the more bulky Pokemon, not necessarily in terms of attacking. But, yeah. It's alright, I guess. I mean, I will say, I think because I'm trying to be a little bit more open to the Pokemon that I'm willing to use. I have used Gothita / Gothorita / Gothitelle. I will say, I don't know if they're necessarily Pokemon I would use all that much. Especially if you give me, like, you know, any of the Gardevoir line, it's like, listen, you know I'm always gonna pick Gardevoir over Gothitelle anytime. But, yeah, I will say, this design does not do it for me. Like, I get the purpose of it, but I don't know, I think it's alright, I guess. Honestly, I think I would put Gothita in the low B tier. I mean, I will say, again, it is interesting that they're all called Goth, and it's like, I guess this is Goth. This is basically like, this is how you would imagine a toddler Goth. You know, like a Goth toddler. Actually, I wonder if there have been, like, parents who have, like, Goth babies or something like that. I mean, obviously without the makeup, of course. But, like, you know, they dress their kid in black, and they have, like, little, like, plastic spikes, spiky jewelry, you know what I mean? Also, my computer is screaming, by the way. Alright, next up is its first evolution, Gothorita. Alright, Gothorita slash Gothimiru is known as the Manipulate Pokemon, retaining its pure psychic typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Gothorita is a black humanoid Pokemon with slim arms and legs. There are 2 round black buns on each side of its head, with a smaller drop-shaped piece hanging from each. Adorning its hair are 2 pairs of white bows on each bun. It has a pale purple face with cyan eyes and red lips. It has 2 white bows on its body, which flares at the bottom to form a skirt shape. Gothorita uses starlight as the source of its power, and is able to use its psychic powers to arrange rocks into the shapes of constellations. It can also use these powers to control people and Pokemon with hypnosis, leading people astray and putting children to sleep before kidnapping them! Oh, that's scary. Because of this, Gothorita is known as the Witch of Punishment. Some people believe Gothorita is from outer space, although this connection is yet to be confirmed. That's interesting. Why? Okay. As for the stats... Okay, 390 stat total. Special defense is still its highest at 85, with special attack at 75 and physical defense at 70. HP is actually higher a little bit at 60, with speed at 55 and physical attack at 45. Okay, I will say, I actually really like this design for Gothorita. It's a hell of a lot better than Gothita, honestly. But I also feel like, you know, how do I put this? It also kind of evokes in me, like, some of the shows I used to watch growing up of, like, you know, like when cartoons would show off what the goth kids looked like, except, like, they were in middle school or something. Like, this is what I imagine, like, a middle schooler, maybe even freshman and high school goth to look like. But I think it's, like, it also carries a bit of the old Joel-sama vibe. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, like a goth Ojol-sama. But, yeah. I don't remember if I've ever used a Gothorita. Music? But yeah, I think it can be good. Again, it's meant to be bulky. I'm honestly thinking A tier, honestly. Like, a very low A, but still that is how you spell it, right? Gothorita? Yes. But honestly, I'm thinking A tier for this. Like, I really like the design. And I do remember some of the sprites of this as well. And I think the sprites are really good. Alright. Next up. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, Gothitelle. Bitch so tall she can't even fit within the confines here. Alright, Gothitelle slash Gochiruseru is known as the Astral Body Pokemon, retaining its pure psychic typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Gothitelle is a humanoid Pokemon with a primarily black body. Its head is teardrop-shaped, with a white bow-like fixture attached to the base of its tip. The black skin on Gothitelle's head opens onto its purple face with a zigzag pattern resembling bangs. Gothitelle has large, heavy-lidded eyes with blue irises and white pupils, as well as a small mouth with red lips. 4 flat black discs flank each side of its head. Gothitelle's body is split into 4 progressively larger tiers, with its head and arms being attached to the smallest, uppermost tier, and with a pair of stubby pink feet being under them. Its arms are thin, ending in small purple hands with white discs at the wrists. Each tier of Gothitelle's body has a white bow-like fixture on its front. Gothitelle's immense psychic power can distort the space around it, showing visions of distant stars and past events, but it dislikes conflict. Okay. It can predict the future from the placement and movement of stars and weeps when it discovers the lifespan of its trainer. It has a detached nature due to seeing how all life will eventually end. A criminal that a Gothitelle had shown his fate to went missing that same day and was never seen again. The visions Gothitelle shares are said to be apparently ethereal and beautiful. And as for the stats... 490! Alright, so special defense is remaining to be its highest at 110, with actually both special attack and physical defense at 95, with HP at 70, speed at 65, and physical attack at 55. Okay, so, I will say, better than Gothita's, worse than Gothorita's. I mean, I get what they were trying to go for here, and I think it works, but I think it's just a little bit too, how do I put this? It's a little bit too, like... I mean, I will say, I don't like all the bows on the one side here, like... I don't know, I think, like, Gothorita had it best with the bows. But there's something about the way that, like, we have these cuffs here that makes this look like... How do I put this? Not a winter dress, but, like... I don't know, it's just, it gives me the vibe of, like... of an older woman, I guess. Like, an older woman who's trying to be goth, which, I mean, I know there are some goth senior citizens, and they are fucking awesome for doing that, but I don't know, I don't think it works here. But I will say, because I've been getting back into watching Pokemon VGC stuff again, I have been made aware that Gothitelle's actually not that bad. I mean, it is pretty bulky. It is pretty bulky. But, honestly, I think I would probably put, Gothitelle in the high B tier. Again, not bad, but I think it's just not personally for me. I think I like Gothorita more than, Gothitelle, which is insane to say, but hey, what can you do, right? Alright. Next up. Okay, next up is Solosis. Alright, Solosis / Uniron is known as the Cell Pokemon. It is a pure Psychic type that can evolve into Duosion at level 32, which then evolves into Reuniclus at level 41. It can have either Overcoat or Magic Guard as a regular ability, and Regenerator as a hidden ability. Biology is as follows. Solosis is a round green Pokemon surrounded by a darker green gel-like substance. This liquid covering allows Solosis to live under any conditions, even in the vacuum of space, but when taking heavy blows, its fluid covering may leak away. Oh, that's disturbing. Its inner body has dark oval eyes and a red diamond-shaped mouth. On the upper left side of its head is a curly yellow growth that resembles the endoplasmic reticulum of a cell. It uses psychic powers to communicate with telepathy, as well as to drive away potential threats. I'm not gonna lie, when they were describing that, I was like, it kind of looks like, it kind of reminds me of an umbilical cord a little bit. Like, basically, like, this whole, like, the whole Pokemon here is basically, like an undeveloped embryo, and this is the umbilical cord. And this whole thing right here is the sac. You know, the amniotic sac. Anyway. Stats. Holy shit. Okay, so special attack is its highest at 105, which I think is one of the highest I've ever seen on a first level Pokemon like this. Special defense is at 50, HP is at 45, physical defense is at 40, physical attack is at 30, and speed is at 20. Makes sense. I mean, yeah, that's it. I don't really have any strong feelings towards this thing. Like, I mean, it's there. It's definitely a sell. I mean, what else can you say about it? I mean, I don't think there's much. And I think, honestly, it would go into low B tier. Like, I don't hate it. But it's just there. It's just a Pokemon. What can you say? What can you say about it, right? Alright. Next up. I'm just like, it's there. Alright, next up is the first evolution of Solosis, Duosion. Alright, Duosion / Dubaron is known as the Mitosis Pokemon, retaining its pure psychic typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Duosion is a pale green Pokemon with a large head, stubby arms, and a body that tapers to a point at the bottom. It has oval black eyes and a red diamond-shaped mouth. It is encased in a darker green gelatinous substance that forms small round bumps on the lower sides and over Duosion's head. A small circular piece of matter floats inside the substance over this Pokemon's head. It has two brains, which think independently, causing it to attempt two different actions at once. However, when its brains think alike, it exhibits greater psychic powers, which are said to be able to travel half a mile away. And as for the stats... Okay, honestly, the stats, I mean... they're somewhat better. Special attack is still its highest at 125, with HP at 65, special defense at 60, physical defense at 50, physical attack at 40, and speed at 30. Basically, do not expect this thing to be quick. Which makes sense. It's basically like another embryo. It's like a baby. It's a babu. You know what's funny? I keep calling it a babu, and it's like, this basically looks like, if Solosis is the embryo, this is the fetus. This is the fetus. Now I'm thinking of that fucking meme, like, deletus fetus. But, yeah, much like Solosis, I don't really have any strong opinions about this. Like, it's there. Honestly, I think I probably have much stronger feelings towards the next Pokemon after this, but yeah. I don't know. It's just there, I guess. I think lower B tier. Lower B tier. That's all I have to say about it. Alright, next up is the last of this line, which I do have a bit of a nostalgia bias for, and that is Reuniclus, small PNG. Alright, Reuniclus / Rancorous is known as the multiplying Pokemon, still keeping its pure psychic typing along with its abilities, and the biology says, Reuniclus is a pale green Pokemon surrounded by a blob of translucent green gelatinous substance. It has a large round head with a thin stripe down the center. Its eyes are black and oval, while its mouth is red and triangular. Its body is small and with stubby arms and legs. However, there are several round objects floating next to its arms. These objects increase in size and darken in color the further they are from the body and form arm-like appendages. The gel around these appendages forms 3 fingered hands. Above its head, 2 rounded triangular objects are suspended in the gel, giving the impression of horns or ears. The gel forms a stubby, round tail at the base of Reuniclus's body. Reuniclus controls its powerful arms using psychic powers. It can form a network with the brains of other Reuniclus by clasping hands with them. It is said that the power of Reuniclus is so great it can crush boulders psychokinetically. Although capable of using its psychic powers in battle, Reuniclus prefers to use its large arms to pummel opponents. Drinking the liquid covering Reuniclus's body is said to grant wisdom. However, the liquid is extremely toxic. As for these stats... its special attack didn't actually go up that much. It's still at 125. However, its HP actually gets a massive boost to 110 with special defense at 85, physical defense at 75, physical attack at 65, but speed still remains the same at 30. Okay, so I said I had a bit of a nostalgia bias with this, so I don't know if I've ever mentioned it, but back when I was in high school, and we're talking like early days of high school, I actually was in the process of writing a Pokemon fanfic, and one of my original characters, Do Not Steal, blah 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 blah, had a Reuniclus as her partner. And the reason for that was because she was mute. She couldn't speak because of trauma. And I thought that giving her a Pokemon that is known to be telepathic, that could telepathically speak for her, was cool. So, and I remember that the name for her Reuniclus was Uni, because I thought it was cute and I was super weeaboo at the time. But yeah, so I have a bit of a nostalgia bias for Reuniclus, if only because it reminds me of my OC. To be fair though, there is another Pokemon that we're not gonna cover as of this half of the stream, but yeah, that I always name after that OC, which is Reika. Now, if you'll probably already know this, kids, because there's no fucking way I couldn't have spoken about it beforehand. But the Pokemon that I'm talking about is my 3rd favorite Pokemon of all time. And I know I've gone into detail about that, so you'll probably know what it is once we get there. But as for where I would rank Reuniclus, again, there is nostalgia bias. I think high B tier works. I've never used a Reuniclus, unfortunately. But again, I think I just have a lot of nostalgia for this little jelly thing. Actually, you know what's funny is I remember, because I had to describe what Reuniclus looked like in the fanfic, and I remember I used something along the lines of like a floating baby in like Jello or something. Like a floating Jello baby or something like that. It was so bad. But honestly, when you look at it, I mean, this is basically a baby in Jello, encased in Jello. And it's actually funny that it's described that, like, this whole thing, you can eat it, but it's considered to be toxic, and it's like, damn, if that ain't Jello right there. So... Alright. Okay, next up is a birdie. It's Ducklet, our ugly duckling itself. I thought I clicked it. Alright, Ducklet slash Kawaruhie is known as the Water Bird Pokemon. It is a dual water flying type that evolves into Swanna at level 35. It can have either Keen Eye or Big Pecs as regular abilities, and Hydration as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Ducklet is a light blue duckling-like Pokemon. It has 2 feathery tufts on its head that connect at the bottom, forming a V-shape. It has a darker blue feathery underside which makes it appear as if it were in mid-molt. It has yellow webbed feet and a small tail. Ducklet lives around ponds and rivers. Ducklet is not very good at flying yet, so it tends to watch its swana parents' movements in an effort to learn. It is better at swimming than flying. It is a talented diver and can spray water from its feathers for self-defense. The foe is distracted by the spray, allowing Ducklet to escape. Ducklet can train its body by diving into the depths of ponds. This increases its strength to help it search for its favorite food. Ducklet's diet consists of both peat and bog moss. Bog moss? Oh, it looks so stupid in the Kitakami Dex. Anyway, the stats. Oh, they're actually pretty, like, rounded? HP is its highest stat at 62, with speed at 55, physical defense at 50, physical defense and special defense at 50, and both physical attack and special attack at 44. Excuse me. Okay, so it's definitely a duck, and I think it's supposed to represent the ugly duckling, considering what it evolves into. And, yeah, I will say, if you've ever seen a ducklet, like, front-facing, it does look kind of dopey. Like, it does look a little doofy, you know? And I think that kind of adds to its charm. Like, I think I've talked before about how, like, there are some Pokemon where it's, like, they look so goofy or doofy that it's, like, it manages to kind of, like, make them endearing rather than, like, stupid, if that makes sense. And I think for Ducklet it works. I think And again, I think it conveys the purpose of it enough. Oh, hi, N. God, I do love this remix of his final battle theme. I always listen to it because it gives me inspiration for one of my stories. Where would I rate it? It's definitely somewhere in the B tier. I honestly think it's going to be able to squeak by on the high B tier. I think it's a very low high B, but hey, it manages to squeak by. So, there's that. Alright, next up. Alright, Swana. Look at this pompous bird. Sakya Label Shiragane. Sorry, Hataful Boyfriend just entered my head for a moment. Anyway, Swana, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the white bird Pokemon, retaining its dual water flying type along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Swana is a swan-like Pokemon with primarily white plumage. Its beak is long and yellow, topped with a black care, and has several white feathery features adorning its head. The more rounded of the features are to the sides of its head, and the more pointed feature is atop. Swana possesses a long, curving neck. With a fluid neck and a strong bill, Swana is capable of very accurate jabbing and thrusting attacks. Two light blue feathery features, similar to those on the sides of Swana's head, are present on Swana's underside, and Swana's large wings are positioned so that they curve away from its body. Swana's legs are small and its webbed feet are dark. Swana is known to fly for thousands of miles without rest, and it flies out when the sun rises. At dusk, flocks of Swana will dance, with the leader in the middle of the routine. Swana is quite physically powerful for its graceful appearance, as its beak can deliver forceful blows. Many artists have claimed to have taken inspiration from a Swana performing a beautiful dance during the light of dawn. And as for the stats, speed is its highest at 98, with both physical attack and special attack at 87, HP at 75, and physical defense and special defense both at 63. So, as I said for Ducklet, it's definitely supposed to be a Pokemon spin on the ugly duckling, and you can definitely tell with the whole Swan Queen here. Swan Queen. Swan Princess, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what is that movie called again? But yeah. It's very pompous, isn't it? Well, I say pompous, it's like, if you know anything about swans, you know they're supposed to be refined and elegant creatures, forgetting the fact that they can fucking honk at you and just jab, jab, jab. Like, they could probably kill you if they wanted. But yeah, I think this is a pretty neat Pokemon. I think I've used a Swanna before, but I don't remember using it much. I think it's just like, I'll get it because I do just want to have a Pokemon named Odette, since that is the Swan Princess's name. But other than that, it's nice, I guess. I mean, you know what's funny is that, like, I know I went into the hot awful boyfriend of this being, like, Sakuya, but I think if I remember right, Sakuya's not a swan. I mean, he's definitely not a swan. I'm trying, what bird is he? Is he, like, he's not a pigeon, that's Okosan. That's Okosan. Isn't he, like, a white-tail, he's not a pheasant. He's a white-tailed bird or something, I forget. Again, I don't, you know what's funny is, like, you know what's funny is that, like, you would think that with how I played Hot the Whole Boyfriend and loved that series, I would remember what the bird species are. I don't. I think it could go in the high B tier. I think it fits there. I mean, I think if anything, I think part of the reason I don't use Swanna is because of the fact that, like, it's it's quadruply weak to electricity, and it's like, why the fuck would I send this again? Like, well, actually, I guess, like, you could use Swanna, like, I mean, it's not good in terms of the stats a little bit. I mean, I guess, like, you could use it as against fire types, but because a lot of fire types do run ground type moves, but you gotta be careful, because there are some that run rock type. Anyway. Where's the song? More Driftvale. Oh boy. Okay. Next Pokemon. I know what these are, because this is another set of Pokemon that many people criticize Unova for. Because it's like, what do you mean it's just that? And it is Vanillite. Alright, Vanillite slash Bani Petchi is known as the Fresh Snow Pokemon. It is a pure ice type that evolves into Vanillish at level 35, which then evolves into Vanillux at level 47. It can have either Ice Body or Snow Cloak from Generation 7 onwards as regular abilities, and Weak Armor as a hidden ability. The biology states, Vanillite is a small Pokemon with a head covered in snow, overall resembling soft-serve vanilla ice cream in a cup or wafer cone. Beneath this lies its actual head, which is made of the same icy material as its body. It has dark blue eyes, a dark blue mouth, and light blue crystals on its cheeks. Its small body is adorned with specks of ice and has stubby arms. The snow on a Vanillite's head can melt with heat or repeated touching, leaving its head exposed. If seen in this state, Vanillite becomes embarrassed. Vanillite are born from icicles that are hit by morning sunlight and wish not to melt. It can blow minds with temperatures as low as negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 50 degrees Celsius, which causes it to create ice crystals and make it snow in nearby areas when it exhales. It sleeps buried under snow and gains energy from the morning sun. In hotter regions, it is treasured by households, though it shrinks little by little. Glalie is a natural predator of Vanillite. Also, me saying Glalie somehow caused spit to get on my PC monitor. Great. As for the stats, not good. Special attack is ties at 65 with special defense at 60, both physical attack and physical defense at 50, speed at 44, and HP at 36. So I will say, I do remember many people not liking the Vanillite line. Partly because of the fact that, I mean, it's basically because of the fact that it's basically an ice cream Pokemon, you know, and I think many fans at that time just did not like sentient objects Pokemon. I don't know. But as for my personal experience, I have used Vanillite, Vanillish, and Vanillux. It's not great. Like, I seem to have just problems with using them overall. But, speaking of Vanillite specifically, it's okay, I guess. Like, I mean, it's vanilla ice cream. What can you say? What can I say? Like, it's vanilla ice cream. I mean, I'm trying to remember. What does the shiny form look like? Actually, have I ever seen it shiny? I don't know. It's been a minute. But, yeah, I don't really have much to say about it. At least, it's something. It's there, I guess. I think it's gonna go into B tier. Low B tier, excuse me. How do you spell it again? It's with 2 L's, right? Yes. Vanillite. But yeah, this is the Pokemon that if you ever wanted your kid to teeth or anything like that, this is the Pokemon that you give to your toddler when it's teething. And it's probably just the perfect size for one too. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's a little big. But then again, who's to say you can't just give it? Alright, next up. Actually, Vanillite is the baby Pokemon. Whereas this Pokemon, Vanillite, is the regular Pokemon. Like, probably for regular adults. Alright, Vanillish / Banirichi is known as the Icy Snow Pokemon, retaining its pure... What the fuck? Okay, that's the music. I was like, what is that noise I'm hearing? Retaining its pure ice typing along with its abilities, and the biology is follows. Vanillish is a Pokemon with a large, white, rounded upper body with swirled snow on top, overall resembling a scoop of vanilla ice cream in a waffle cone. Its eyes are dark blue with light blue sclera and small ice crystals at the sides. Vanillish has a dark blue mouth, 2 ice crystals below its mouth, and stubby limbs that resemble icicles. It has a pointed lower body that resembles a large icicle. Vanillish lives in southern snowy mountains, which it migrated to during an ancient ice age. It creates ice inside its body by drinking water and then expels it to hide itself or freeze opponents, whose lives it spares after freezing because it is kind-natured. Its icy breath can reach temperatures of negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 100 degrees Celsius. It can shatter frozen opponents with powerful headbutts. Vanillish are smaller in hotter regions and elusive on warm, sunny days. And although it is possible to refreeze its body despite melting, this process can leave its appearance warped. As for the stats, special attack is its highest at 80, with special defense at 75, both physical attack and physical defense at 65, speed is at 59, and HP is at 51. So I will say this, I have spent a lot of time with my Vanillite, and I'm going to tell you right now, it was one of the most aggravating things ever. It cannot tank hits at all, and I hate that. When I'm trying to battle against Pokemon that are weak to ice, and I'm trying to level it up so I can get to Vanillux, oh my god. But yeah, I mean, I think the design is alright. Again, it's just ice cream, again, except this time it's in a waffle cone as opposed to like a kitty cup, as Vanillite was. But, yeah, I don't really have much to say about it. I don't hate it. But yeah, I think it's gonna join its companion here in the low B tier. Is that how you spell it? I always have to ask myself. Alright, next up. Okay. Now this is the banana split. Vanillux. Alright, Vanillux slash Baibanira is known as the Snowstorm Pokemon, retaining its ice typing along with its ability. Actually, wait. Was Snow Warning always a regular ability, or did that just come up? I'm gonna assume it's been an ability. Anyway, biology. Vanillux is a two-headed Pokemon covered in swirled white snow that resembles 2 scoops of ice cream in a waffle cone. It is the result of 2 Vanillish stuck together after a daylight melting and nighttime freezing process. Each head has 2 light purple eyes and a mouth. There are light blue ice crystals to the side of each eye and 2 under each mouth. It has 2 stubby arms and 3 spikes under its body, all of which resemble icicles. The middle spike under its body is the largest, and there is a hollow straw-like structure on the top of the left head. On the back of its 2 heads, there are many small ice crystals. Vanillux has a body temperature of about 21 degrees Fahrenheit / -6 degrees Celsius. It ingests large quantities of water, which it uses to create internal snow clouds. If it loses a head, it can still live problem-free. When its 2 heads are in agreement or simultaneously angered, it can expel powerful blizzards from its 2 mouths. It can create snow anywhere, which makes it popular among skiers and snowboarders. As for the stats, special attack is its highest at 110, with physical attack and special defense, both at 95, with physical defense at 85, speed at 79, and HP at 71. The stat total is that high? Man, I must just suck at using these Pokemon then, because, as I said, I mean, granted, Vanillux is definitely better than Vanillite, but I don't know if I would say it's as, it's definitely not as good as, Frostlass. Again, I use, I used both Yuki and, Vanilla, in ZA, but I find myself using my Frostlass more because Vanillux sucks! For me, personally. But yeah, I mean, you know what's funny? I called this a banana split, and it's like, I wish there was such a thing. I honestly kind of wonder if they could have gone a little bit further with the Vanillux thing, but then again, that would require changing the name. Because it's supposed to represent vanilla ice cream, and I don't like vanilla ice cream because it's too plain. But, yeah, I mean, that's just it, I guess, with Vanillux, excuse me. Honestly, I think the only reason I'll ever be able to remember Vanillux is because one of the, musical artists I discovered years ago when I was compiling the playlists for all the Pokemon tier list stuff, they, I don't know why I use she. I think it's listed on the YouTube channel, the she, her pronouns. But, yeah, they make a lot of the music I like. And their name is Vanillux Pavilion. Don't know where they went, though. They disappeared, like, a couple years ago. Hope life is doing them well. But anyway, honestly, I'm thinking low B tier. That's how you spell Vanillux, right? I always... I told y'all this is gonna happen. Yeah, it is. I told y'all this is gonna happen every time, because I'm not as confident in my spellings right now of these Pokemon as I am with the others. Let's see. Can I go one more before needing to refresh? I think I can. Okay. Next up. Is definitely an interesting one. And that is Deerling. By the way, I know that I'm only showing off one form of Deerling. Unfortunately, that's all I can get. Without breaking Bulbapedia. But anyway, Deerling / Shikijika is known as the season Pokemon. It is a dual normal grass type that evolves in the Sawsbuck at level 34. It has 4 forms, which are the spring, summer, autumn, and winter form. What we're seeing right now is the spring. It can have either chlorophyll or sap sipper as regular abilities, with serene grace as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Deerling is a Pokemon that resembles a deer fawn. The upper side of its body is pink in the spring, green in the summer, orange in the autumn, and brown in the winter. Deerling has a yellow pattern rim, and its underside is peach. It sports a yellow floral tuft on its head with small antlers hidden underneath, and similar yellow coloration on the insides of its tapering ears. The tips of its limbs are colored black and its pink tail is small. If Deerling senses animosity, it will hide in tall grass. It moves in herds, as it is timid around humans. Despite this, Deerling does whatever it wants, even around humans. Deerling will take a liking towards anyone who feeds it. It will playfully headbutt anyone it likes, even if headbutts are a little painful. It dwells in sparsely populated areas away from humans. It is herbivorous. Despite their innocent and adorable appearance, Deerling are considered pests by farmers, as they tend to eat all of their plant shoots. Because of this, and because Lycanroc is a natural enemy of Deerling, farmers often use Lycanroc to guard their fields from Deerling. As for the forms, aside from differing in coloration, Deerling also has different scents depending on the season. Oh, that's cool. During spring, its scent is delicate, sweet, and calming. During summer, it has a distinct grassy scent. During autumn, it has a softly sweet scent, and during winter, Deerling has no scent because all the leaves are dead. As for the stats, speed is its highest at 75, with HP and physical attack both at 60, physical defense and special defense at 50, and special attack at 40. Now, I will say this. I've never used a Deerling in my life. I want to, though, because I do like the gimmick. The fact that, like, this is a Pokemon that can change its form depending on the seasons. You know, I think that's I do think that's a really cool gimmick. If only because, like, you know, I think it's just because it's like, I often tend to use seasons as like a way of passage of time, you know? But, I don't know, and I think I am just a little bit biased to deer Pokemon. I don't know, I think it's, like, I will say this. Ever since I moved up here to Tennessee, like, over a decade ago now, I have actually been seeing a lot more deer. You know, because I live in a much more rural town/county. And that means there's a lot of deer that like to come up to my house. And they're just eating plants. You know, they're not here to do anything. Like, it's so funny because Layla has actually seen plenty of deer in her lifetime. And she never, like... Because the thing is, we never let her out in the front yard where she can just run around with deer. Like, we often just let her out into the backyard. And she'll spot them and she'll run up, right? And obviously that startles the deers and they run off. But, like, I think Layla's just curious about them because she's never seen animals like that before. And I think there is a part of her where it's like, she wants to, like, play with them. Like, you know. But, I find deer to be, like, beautiful creatures. Little freaky, but beautiful creatures. But anyway, back to Deerling. I would like to have one of these. It would be nice. But, I think, honestly, I'm feeling high B tier. Again, that gimmick really does help, and I love the fact, and I didn't even know that, like, oh, Deerling's scents can be different depending on the season. It's like, oh, that's cool. Oh, this is Team Plasma. I was like, wait, is this Colress? No, that's Black and White too. I wouldn't have put it on this playlist. Alright. Alright, I need to refresh the tabs real quick, so Choltamateo. Why did it not see? God, Gen 5 remakes, please come soon. I miss you so much. Alright, next up is Sawsbuck. Yes, I know there's only one form. Get used to it. Bulbapedia won't let me take it. And that's its spring form, too. Anyway, Sawsbuck slash Mebukichika is still known as the seasoned Pokemon, retaining its normal grass dual typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Oops. Sawsbuck is a brown and cream deer-like Pokemon with rhomboid ears and darker ear insides. Its eyes have light orange markings that curve down the sides of its face. It has a dark brown nose, and it sports cream fur on its chin and sides of its face. Light orange stripes rim its underbelly, and its back is decorated with spots. I almost said it's black. Yeah. Wait. I was gonna say, I know I've been going for over an hour. Its appearance changes depending on the season. During the spring, a tuft of cream fur appears on its chest, its antlers are adorned with pink flowers, and the spots on its back are pink. During the summer, its tail points up, it grows tufts of fur on the back of its head, its antlers sport green leaves, and its spots are green. During the fall, it sports a cream tuft of fur on its chest, the leaves on its antlers are red and brown, and its spots are orange. During the winter, the cream fur turns white, tufts of white fur appear on its chest and lower limbs, its antlers are coated in white, and its spots are white. Sawsbuck lives in herds led by the Sawsbuck with the most splendid antlers. In Generation 5, Horn Leech was its signature move. And in terms of the forms, Sawsbuck can live almost anywhere as they adapt to the season but prefer to live away from humans. It is herbivorous. Sawsbuck have been referred to as the harbingers of spring. There are many enthusiasts out there who love the different forms of Sawsbuck. However, the winter form is the least popular of them all. The flowers on spring form's antlers grow slower due to absorbing nutrients. The paler the spring form's flower is, the more beautiful Sawsbuck apparently becomes. The thicker and larger the brooch leaves are, the more majestic summer form Sawsbuck becomes. Summer form's leaves can be used to make black tea. Oh, that's disgusting. Sorry about that. Something off screen. Which has a different taste depending on the region. In Paldea, the tea has a more aromatic taste. The darker the autumn form's red foliage is, the more stylish it is considered. Autumn form Sawsbuck have short tempers, and the males notably fight each other incessantly. Oh, mating season! Winter form Sawsbuck are calmer and easier to tame during the winter. Hence, it is considered the perfect time to obtain winter form Sawsbuck as a partner. And as for the stats, physical attack actually is its highest stat at 100, with speed at 95, HP at 80, both physical defense and special defense at 70, and special attack at 60. So much like Deerling, I do like the gimmick of Sawsbuck. I will say though, because I was thinking that like spring form Deerling is probably my favorite, I honestly think autumn form Sawsbuck is my favorite out of the four. But yeah, as I said, I've never used a Sawsbuck, and I would like to use one. So I guess when I eventually get around to playing Violet, I'll have one, presumably, hopefully, if they're not version exclusive. They shouldn't be, right? Please, God, I'm so sick of getting version Pokemon of Pokemon I don't want. But yeah, I think it's actually. But yeah, I do like that that obviously like the different forms of Sawsbuck are like Deerling, where it's like, you know, there's different uses for each of them, and I like that. Nice little gimmick. Honestly, I think I would rate Sawsbuck as a high B tier. Also, I will say, it's just fun to kind of say the word Sawsbuck. Sawsbuck, Sawsbuck, Sawsbuck. I'm a little afraid that if I keep saying it, I'm gonna say a slur by accident. You'll find out why in a minute. Anyway, oh boy, Pikachu clone time. Alright, next up is Emolga, Alessa's ace. Alright, Alessa, wow, okay. Emolga, which is the same in Japanese, Imoruga, is known as the Sky Squirrel Pokemon. Excuse me. It is a dual electric flying type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It has Static as a regular ability with Motor Drive as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Emolga is a white rodent-like Pokemon resembling a flying squirrel. It has black eyes, a tiny nose, and yellow electric sacs on its cheeks. Its ears, positioned at the top of its head, are rounded in shape and black in coloration, with yellow and white sections in the inside. It sports a vaguely hood-like patterning of black around its head, with a spiky extension of the pattern above its face. It has yellow wing-like membrane flaps connected to its 3-fingered arms. Its feet are white and fairly small, and its black tail is in a jagged shape. Emolga lives in treetops, sometimes in holes gouged by Pikipek, and uses its flaps to glide from tree to tree. It generates electricity in the electric sacs on its cheeks, stores it in its membrane, and discharges it while gliding. What are you doing? I'm streaming, I can't do anything right now. Can you please lay down? No, don't rub your face everywhere, you don't need to do that. Emolga does this in order to be able to scare off bird Pokemon, giving it the capability to gather lots of food. It then grills its food, being berries or bug Pokemon, with electric shocks before eating. Due to its tendency to stuff its cheeks with food, Emolga sometimes has difficulties flying. While Emolga is cute, it tends to cause trouble. Oh, don't I fucking know it. With rodents. As for the stats. Obviously, much like every electric-type Pokemon, I say every, I think there's some that aren't, its speed is as high as at 103, with physical attack and special attack both at 75, physical defense and special defense at 60, and HP at 55. So, Emolga's a bit of a special case. I've never used one, but it's also that, like, again, it's a Pikachu clone. I don't really feel the need to use Pikachu clones, because it's like, why would I do that? Like, I am known as the Pikachu fanatic. I almost fucked up my mic cord there. That would have sucked. Am I still audible? Yes. Good. But I will say that Emolga is pretty unique in the fact that, it can fly. And obviously, as I talked before, as I was saying before with Swanna, ground type Pokemon can't hit flying types. So at the very least, the one weakness that Emolga would have, being an electric type, is removed. So long as it's not hit with a rock throw or smackdown. That's what I'm thinking of. The one move that rock type Pokemon have where they can hit a flying type and it brings them to the ground. But, yeah, and I know I said that this is Alessa's ace, but other than that, like, I don't really have any, like, special connections to it. Honestly, I don't really care for it. I mean, it's cute, but nothing is gonna beat Pikachu for me. And so I think it's gonna be in the low B tier. Hello, Meloetta. You gracing us with your presence again via song. Chotomate? Oh, I guess in a way it is. Oh boy. Okay. This is one of the more forgettable Pokemon that I forget exists. Carablast. Is my stream still going? My computer... Let's see. Hello, Chibi Nalia. I'm sorry if I'm not going to be answering your messages right away. I'm going to be switching in between tabs on my browser here, but hope you enjoy the stream. Currently ranking Pokemon right now. Speaking of which, Carablast / Kaburumo is known as the clamping Pokemon. It is a pure bug type that can evolve into Escavalier when traded for a Shelmet, a Pokemon that also evolves into Excelgor simultaneously. What? Neither evolves if at least one holds an Everstone during the trade. Why would you trade an Okay. Why would you trade a Pokemon with an Everstone? Anyway, it can have either Swarm or Shed Skin as regular abilities, with No Guard as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Carablast is a round bipedal Pokemon with a primarily blue carapace that comprises a horn at the tip. Its black face has a teal patch on its forehead, a fanged mouth, and eyes with orange pupils and yellow sclera. Its rigid underbelly, or plastron? What the fuck is a plastron? Is yellow, and its stubby arms and legs are black. When it senses danger, it spews an acidic liquid from its mouth. It targets its rival Shelmet so it can evolve through electrical-like energy. Shelmet is also the preferred prey of Carablast, as it eats the inside after melting the shell. It resides in forests and fields, and it often hides in trees or grass if threatened. As for the stats, physical attack is its highest at 75, with speed at 60, HP at 50, both physical defense and special defense at 45, and special attack at 40. So as I said, I forget this little guy exists, if only because... I think part of it is because it's bug typing, which I think is my least favorite type of all time. But it's also that, like... I feel like there's better bug Pokemon for me than this little thing. I will say, though... You want to know how forgettable this Pokemon is to me? I'm not convinced that this is a Gen 5 Pokemon. Like, I think this is, like, from Gen 7 or Gen 8. No, it's from Unova. I just don't care for it. Oh, man. I just find it so boring. Where would I place this? I'm honestly thinking C tier. Like, it's not good for me. Is that how you spell it? God, someone needs to run a counter on how many times, like, is that how it's spelled? But yeah, C tier is probably best. Like, I keep forgetting this Pokemon exists! But then again, there's another Pokemon that we're gonna be reviewing in the second half, I believe, of this stream, where it's so going into C tier, you're not even gonna believe it. What is this song? Oh, Sky Arrow Bridge. Okay. Oh, look, another Pokemon that I forget exists. Escavalier. Alright. Escavalier / Why the hell is it... Oh, wait, what? Chevarugo, or Chavargo, I guess, is known as the Cavalry Pokemon. Keeps its bug typing, but gains steel typing along with it. It can have either Swarm or Shell Armor as regular abilities, with Overcoat as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Escavalier is an insectoid Pokemon with a head sporting the red horsehair crest of a knight's helmet, with a visor underneath it. Its shoulders have large round metal ridges, from which its thin black arms extend. The arms are tipped with red striped protrusions resembling jousting lances. Its face and torso are bare of armor, but its lower body is concealed within a swirled gray within a swirled gray shell with a red spike on the underside, which was presumably the shell of a Shelmet. Oh, that's fucked up. Wow, let me use the body of my enemy as armor. Metal as fuck. Its tough armor protects its entire body. It flies around at high speed, jabbing foes with its lances. It is brave and will face any challenge even if in trouble. Escavalier is a popular Pokemon in the Galar region, with a famous painting showing it dueling Sirfetch'd. Oh, of course. Of course, the knight with a knight Pokemon in Galar? The UK? Anyway, stats. Physical attack is its highest at 135, with both physical defense and special defense at 105, with HP at 70, special attack at 60, and speed at a measly 20. Well, considering its name of Escavalier, I think the design definitely works in its favor. I mean, a cavalier is a knight. Like, I think if I remember, at least from my limited knowledge considering Fire Emblem, cavaliers are basically the mounted riders, you know, with the lances, the jousting lances. But, okay, I will give y'all this. I think it is a cool design. Bug Steel, though, that's an interesting dual type combo. But it does mean it does unfortunately mean it gets like a 4 times weakness to fire. But I will say, I did not think that this was like, so basically this is Shelmet, huh? After it's dead and eaten. That's metal as fuck. It's like some Dark Souls shit. It's like, let me take your armor. Mine now, yoink. I'll put it in the low B tier. I'll give you this. Escavalier. Is that how you spell it? There's gonna be a counter one of these days. Okay. What is this song? Ah. Okay. Ooh. I forget if Pokemon fans had a problem with this one. Next up is Fungus. Don't scare me like that. Fungus slash Tamagetake is known as the Mushroom Pokemon. It is a dual grass poison type that evolves into a Moongus at level 39. It has Effect Spore as a regular ability with Regenerator as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Fungus is a white mushroom-like Pokemon with a cap that looks quite similar to a Pokeball. It has stubby, digit-less arms, a tiny mouth with large pink lips, and pinprick-like dark eyes. A theory suggests that the developer of modern Pokeballs actually modeled it after Fungus's cap due to liking the Pokemon, although this is supposition, Fungus uses its Pokeball-like pattern to lure people and Pokemon in grassy areas, before releasing a cloud of dark, poisonous spores to defend itself. The spores can be used as a stomach medicine if thoroughly dried. Fungus moves by either hopping or turning on its side and rolling on its cap. It is one of the shortest grass-type Pokemon, which is true, it's like 8 centimeters. It prefers damp places, such as around trees. And as for the stats, so HP is its highest at 69, nice, with physical attack, special attack, and special defense all at 55, with physical defense at 45, and speed at a measly 15. So I have nothing to say about this thing. Listen, it can be cute, but I just imagine it as like, one of those stress toys. Like you wrap your hand around the body here and you squeeze that shit until it squeaks, you know? It's like But I guess the thing is like, well, what do you do with this thing? It's like, to be fair, this is meant to trick predators. This is meant to trick predators and prey and alike to consume it. But yeah, it's there. It's there. It's certainly a thing. You know, just because I'm compared it to a stress toy, I'm gonna put it in the low B tier. Fungus. Fungus. So stupid. Shit. Oh my gosh. Okay. Next up, this is a very popular Pokemon in VGC. And it is Amoonguss. By the way, I know about the Amogus jokes. Don't make them. Only I'm allowed to make them, damn it. Amoonguss slash Morobareru is still known as the mushroom Pokemon, retaining its dual grass poison typing along with its abilities, and the biology states, Amoonguss is a mushroom-like Pokemon. It has a huge gray stem-like body, fierce-looking eyes. Wait. Excuse. This is fierce? This is fierce? This is fierce? Does this look fierce? Ugh, okay. A tiny mouth with large pink lips and 2 arms. It has large caps on its head and arms that resemble Pokeballs. The caps on its head has a few warts. More Icarus City. Amoonguss is a carnivore? This is... We're learning all sorts of things today with Amoonguss. Amogus. Amoonguss is a carnivore and uses the Pokeball-like patterns on its arms to lure in prey, although it doesn't work too well in most cases. It also blows poisonous spores at its opponents. These spores can grow into mushrooms wherever they land if they are not washed off quickly. Amoonguss rarely moves, preferring to stand near any dropped Pokeballs. Amoonguss prefers damp places and can be found mainly in long grass with only their mushroom cap head protruding from it, generally close to water. As for the stats, HP is still its highest at 114, with physical attack and special attack both at 85, special defense at 80s, physical defense at 70, and speed at 30. So, okay, I've never used an Amoonguss before, but I do know that many Pokemon VGC competitors love this Pokemon, and I can understand why. I mean, it's supposed to be bulky. Not to mention it gets some good moves that can basically force opponents to focus on it instead of its partner, and I think that's good. But obviously for me, who's not a VGC player, instead is a VGC watcher, let's just say, I don't think I could ever really find myself using an Amoonguss. I will say though, the attack stats shocked me, because I genuinely thought that this was meant to be like a tank and nothing else. But nah, it can hit good if you want it to, which I guess is fine. But I also wonder if that's because the move pool is probably not super offensive. Anyway, I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna put it on the high B tier, but it's gonna be squeaking by Amoonguss. Is that how you spell it? Amoonguss. Wait. Is that how you spell it? Ah, okay. I was like, that doesn't sound right. There we go. It has 2 S's. Alright, goodbye, Amogus. I'll remember you back in the good old days of 2020 when everybody was indoors playing you. Alright. Next up, oh my god, again, is Frillish. I know there's another form, but unfortunately Bulbapedia will give me shit if I try to get it. So, sorry. Alright, so, sorry, my throat is starting to ache. Frillish, or Pururiru, is known as the floating Pokemon. It is a dual water ghost type that evolves in the Jellicent at level 40. It can have either water absorb or cursed body as regular abilities, with damp as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Frillish is a jellyfish-like Pokemon resembling young royalty. Actually, hold up, did I save? Oh, okay. You know what? I'm not gonna do it. Regardless of gender, it has a round head with a crown-like tuft and 5 tentacle-like appendages. 2 function as arms and 3 serve as the lower half of its body. It has oval eyes with white pupils and a collar around its neck, which is significantly larger on a male frillish. It has invisible poison spikes on its appendages. As a male, it is blue, with smooth appendages and a triangular crown. It has red eyes with blue sclera and a straight eyelash on each eye. Its collar is wavy and it typically appears to be frowning, but in the anime it is shown to smile occasionally. As a female, it is pink with wavy appendages and a round crown. It has blue eyes with red sclera and a curled eyelash on each eye. Its collar is frilled and it appears to be smiling. Ah yes, your typical genders. Boy and girl. Blue and pink. Frillish is a... What the hell is that word? Is a hadopelagic Pokemon which lives and dens about 5 miles or 8 kilometers under the sea surface. Because of this, it can cope with extremely dark and highly pressurized sea conditions. It is carnivorous. It gently floats around in waves until it can strike its prey. It makes its victim numb with the use of its poison spikes and takes it to its deep den. Its arms are filled with tens of thousands of poisonous stingers. There is a legend where Frillish are said to have been created from transformed residents of a sunken ancient city. Frillish preys on Magikarp and Lantern. Female Frillish are stated to have slightly longer stingers on their arms. And as for the stats, special defense is its highest at 85, with special attack at 65, HP at 55, physical defense at 50, and physical attack and speed both at 40. Okay, so I know I made a joke about it being like, oh, your typical gender babies, right? But I do like the design of both Frillish. Like, I think, like, honestly, it's supposed to be a jellyfish, you know? And jellyfish are known to be dangerous, and obviously we shouldn't be anywhere near them. But yeah, I think it's cute. I think it's fine. I will say, though, I do wonder why it's considered ghost typing. Like, water typing makes sense, but ghost? I mean, as far as I'm aware, like, not that many people die from jellyfish attacks. Like, I mean, you can get seriously fucked up from a jellyfish depending on the kind it is, and, you know, because jellyfish do some jellyfish do carry poison in them, and you can die from that, but I don't think that many people die. Unless, of course, this is supposed to be like a Cursula situation where, oh, it's actually a dead jellyfish. Woo! Where would I put this? This is actually tough. I don't know where in the B tier. I think in the low B tier. I will say it's a high low B. That probably doesn't make a lot of sense to people, but it's fine. Frillish. Frill, frill, frill. Okay. Next up is the evolution of Frillish, Jellicent. Again, I don't have the female form available, I'm sorry. What is this song? Oh, Lucky Nosa Town. Oh god, don't do that. Jellicent slash Bururengeru is still known as the floating Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of water and ghost along with its abilities, and its biology is as follows. Jellicent is a large jellyfish-like Pokemon whose appearance varies based on gender. Both genders have 5 tentacles, 2 of which are long with petal-shaped ends. The remaining 3 are short and tapered. A male is blue with a short white crown and a white collar whose front portion resembles a mustache. Its eyes are red with blue sclera, and there is one eyelash over each eye. Its long tentacles have white edges, while its short tentacles have white spots. A female is pink with a tall white crown and a puffy white collar. Its eyes are blue with red sclera and surrounded by 2 eyelashes. Just below its eyes is a red heart-shaped marking which resembles a mouth. The long tentacles have white edges like the male, but the short ones have white frills. Jellicent can absorb seawater and project it from its head, which lets it move forward in the sea. Jellicent's body composition is similar to seawater. Schools of Jellicent are known to gather for prey during a full moon. Any fancy cruise ships, tankers, or crew that wander into the oceans where it dwells are never found again, and it is rumored that it drags these ships or tankers into the sea and preys on its passengers. Oh, that's terrifying! It can create layers from sunken ships. It is known to feed on life energy, where the more it drains, the bigger its crown gets. Jellicent are highly feared by fishers. And as for the stats, special defense is as high as 105 with HP at 100, special attack at 85, physical defense at 70, and both physical attack and speed at 60. You know what's funny? Is that, not so much the male variant of Jellicent, but the female variant. If anybody's ever watched or read the manga of Hoseki no Kuni or Land of the Lustrous, the pink variant Jellicent reminds me of the, oh god, what was the species called? The Amaryllis? Basically the human-like creatures that live in the ocean and were able to save a phospholite from, getting taken and such. And we're like, here are your new legs, by the way. Y'all know what I'm talking... If you've watched the anime or read the manga, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. But, yeah, I think Jellicent is pretty neat, pretty cool. I will say, I think I like Frillish's design more than Jellicent's. But, I do think, I will say, it's obviously supposed to convey, king and queen, right? You know, especially with the male Jellicent here having, this, big, what looks to be a big bushy white mustache and all that. What you would probably see on a lot of older Disney king characters. I say king characters, basically any father that is considered a good guy that would have the big bushy white mustache. But yeah, it's fine, I guess. I don't have anything bad to say about it, so I'll put it in the low beat here. Whoops, there we are. Jellicent. Jello. You know, I was calling Reuniclus the Jello Pokemon. This could also be the Jello Pokemon. Just, you know, do you want blueberry or raspberry? It's you want some jellyfish? Oh, this Pokemon. Alright. Oh, I need to save. Next up is Alomomola, the Pokemon that everybody thinks should be an evolution to Love Disc, but what do I know? Alright. Alomomola slash Mamanbol is known as the Caring Pokemon. It is a pure water type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It can have either Healer or Hydration as regular abilities, with Regenerator as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Alomomola is a pink fish-like Pokemon with darker pink markings on its heart-shaped body and fins. It has large dorsal and ventral fins resembling hands, each divided into 4 sections and tipped with a paler pink. The shape of the Pokemon resembles an ocean sunfish, as it lacks a proper tail fin. Its eyes are round with golden irises and a mark that appears to be an eyelash extending up and back toward the rest of the body. Olomamola's entire body is enveloped in a special membrane that can heal wounds. Olomamola lives in the open seas. If it finds an injured Pokemon floating at sea, it will heal the Pokemon's wounds using its membrane and carry it back to the shore. Olomamola does this because any predators coming for the injured Pokemon could also come for Olomamola. Olomamola swims alongside smaller Pokemon to accompany them. Thus, many water Pokemon gather around it. Fishermen take Olomamola during long voyages, saving the need to have a doctor or medicine on ships. Man, cutting costs, huh? As for the stats, holy shit, okay. HP is its highest at 165, with physical defense at 80, physical attack at 75, speed at 65, special defense at 45, and special attack at 40. This thing is a healthy ox, let's just say. Just a healthy baby, huh? Interesting. But, yeah. As I said before, like, I mean, if you look at this thing, like, you cannot blame anybody for thinking that this was supposed to be an evolution to Luvdisc. Hell, it would probably make Luvdisc a little bit more viable as a Pokemon as opposed to not. But, yeah, I mean, it's okay, I guess. Like, I mean, I'm not sure about in battle, but design-wise, it's like, I mean, it's pink. Very pink. It's also very feminine. Actually, no, it's one of those Pokemon that has a split ratio. That's cool. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, I mean, I think this is one of those Pokemon where it's like, I would just catch it for the gimmick and then never use, because it's like, what would I use this for? I just don't know. I think this is meant to be more of a support Pokemon than an attacking Pokemon, which, I mean, for me, it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really change much. Probably low B tier. Alomamola. Alomamola. I couldn't figure it out. Oh, there's two M's, excuse me. Alomamola, Alomamola, Alomamola. Also, isn't this one of those Pokemon where it's like the name is a palindrome? Alomamola, Mola, Mola, Mola. I can't. I'm so stupid, man. Oh my god, yes. Baby. Baby, baby, baby. And I'm not trying to do Persona 3, babes. This is my baby. Joltik! I already know what tier this is gonna go into. Alright, so Joltik slash Bachuru is known as the attaching Pokemon. It is a dual bug electric type that evolves in the Galvantula at level 36. It can have either Compound Eyes or Unnerve as regular abilities, with Swarm as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Joltik is a tiny arachnid Pokemon. It has 4 legs tipped with blue conical feet. Its ovoid body is completely covered in yellow fur, with notable tufts sticking out on each side of its face, just over each eye and its lower back. Joltik has 4 blue eyes. The 2 larger eyes are set relatively far apart on its face, containing black pupils. The 2 smaller simple eyes are situated between the first pair, slightly higher up on its face. These eyes lack eyelids and pupils and stay open when Joltik blinks or sleeps. Joltik's mandibles point downward and reside at the bottom of its face, where they closely resemble tufts of hair. It is capable of producing silk from these mandibles, enabling it to hang from trees. At 4 inches or 0.1 meters tall, Joltik is one of the shortest Pokemon in existence. In fact, it is too small to generate its own electricity, so it attaches itself to larger Pokemon and feeds off their static electricity. More than often, it prefers sticking on Yamper's hindquarters. Oh, that's cute. It will also make its way into houses and feed off electricity in electrical sockets. All of the energy it absorbs it stores in an electric pouch on its body. As seen in the anime episode Oshawott Lost Scout Chop, Joltik is not especially aggressive, but will defend itself if bothered. In the anime episode Crisis at Chargestone Cave, it's shown that if Joltik is unable to find a source of energy, it will be unable to move and be put in serious danger. Joltik mainly lives in caves and cities with electricity. And as for the stats, pretty rounded. Speed is its highest at 65, with special attack at 57, HP, physical defense, and special defense all at 50, and physical attack at 47. So a little bit, so rounded, but with a little bit of thing in speed. But yeah, I love this thing so much. Like, I think it's just the fact that, like, this is probably one of the very few cases in which, like, I genuinely love a bug Pokemon. I don't know, I just find it so cute, and I always just imagine it going, Joltik! You know, like, the stupid anime way of going about. But yeah, I just find it so cute, like, and I always go out of my way to find a Joltik. Like, this is my baby, and I will kill you if you kill it. Like, I'm basically the Brooklyn Nine-Nine meme of, like, I've only had Joltik for a day, but if anybody harms it, I will kill everyone in this room and then myself. So yeah, honestly, this is our first S-tier Pokemon of the stream. It's just too cute. And God knows we needed an S tier. We've been going at this for almost 2 hours, and we have yet to add an S tier. Okay, next up is Joltik's evolution, known as Galvantula. Obviously a lot more of a tarantula than a Galvantula. Okay, that was a shit joke. What did I say? Anyway, Galvantula slash Denchura is known as the Ella Spider Pokemon. Yes, that's literally what it says on Bulbapedia. Ella Spider. Not Electric Spider, Ella Spider. Retaining its dual typing of Bug and Electric with its abilities as well, and the biology is as follows. Galvantula is a yellow arachnid Pokemon. Its body consists of a head and abdomen. Its head is yellow on top and light purple on the bottom. It has 2 large blue forward-facing eyes with black pupils, and 4 smaller simple eyes sitting in a 2x2 pattern on its forehead. Similarly to its pre-evolved form, the smaller eyes lack eyelids and pupils, and stay open when Galvantula blinks or sleeps. It has 2 long pedipalps connected from the underside of its head, which are blue and hairless on their lower front, and covered in thick yellow fur on the upper half. Galvantula's body is covered in yellow and light purple fur on top with blue fur under its abdomen. 4 tufts of hair sprout from under its abdomen and grow upward. 2 large tufts sprout from the left and right of the rear, while 2 smaller ones sprout from each side. The fur on its back is light purple and with 3 thick yellow stripes running up from its rear. Despite being based on a spider, Galvantula has only 4 legs. Each leg is connected to the head by a blue upper half. The lower half is covered in yellow fur and forms a bell shape over its blue conical feet. Galvantula likes to use electrically charged silk to ensnare prey. Galvantula preys on the chicks of bird Pokemon that cannot fly, by placing electrified threads near the nests. Galvantula attacks its foes with electricity by using the fur located on its abdomen. What is this song? Ah. Gotta move? Okay. Where am I? The electricity stuns the victim, which can last 3 days and 3 nights. This allows Galvantula to consume the target at its leisure. Its pedipalps are very strong, allowing Galvantula to hold down unruly prey. It also uses electric webs to defend itself from threats. As seen in the anime episode Scraggy Hatched to be Wild, okay. Galvantula is not particularly aggressive unless provoked. If bothered, it may attack in groups. In the anime episode Crisis at Chargestone Cave, it is shown to be extremely caring and protective of its pre-evolved form Joltik, and will aggressively find ways to help it. Aw, it's a mama spider. And as for the stats, speed is its highest at 108 with special attack at 97, Physical attack at 77, HP at 70, and both physical defense and special defense at 60. Excuse me. So for the spider, I do have a particular fondness for spiders because I know, because I will say this, I think it's not until I moved up here and I really became acquainted with spiders that I was like, you know what, they ain't bad. They're not half bad. I could honestly see myself owning a tarantula when I'm older, maybe. That's if my cat doesn't fucking kill it. Like she's wont to do with all the fucking spiders she sees. But, yeah, I think this is a nice Pokemon, and I think, I don't know, I'm biased for it. I'm biased. I'm a loser like that. But yeah, I really like Galvantula. I also think, if I remember correctly, this was the first Pokemon to do the Electro Web move, right? I'm surprised it didn't mention that in, the biology, but who knows? It is also interesting that it's saying, like, where's the purple fur? All I see is blue. Unless of course, we're talking, like, this little thing right here. Okay, yeah, I guess you could see purple there. It's just a very pale, light purple. But, yeah, I like Galvantula. I mean, listen, it evolves from Joltik. Of course I'm gonna like it. I'll probably put it in A tier, honestly. I also do like the name Galvantula when you think about Galvin, that's it. I was like, what's the electric part of the name? Galvin. I'm gonna accidentally say Gavin. And I'm like, do I name it Kristoff or Clavier? Eventually I'll get around to playing Apollo Justice. Eventually. Anyway, when do I need to refresh? Not yet. Oh boy, okay. One of my personal annoyances of Pokemon. Oh shit, I forgot to get the picture. Next up is Ferroseed. Alright, so Ferroseed / Tessidal is known as the Thorn Seed Pokemon. It is a dual grass steel type that evolves into Ferrothorn at level 40, and it has Iron Barbs as its ability. Biology states, Ferroseed is a cave-dwelling Pokemon resembling a durian. That's a durian?! You mean the smelly fucking fruits? I would never have guessed that. I would never have guessed that. I would have sooner guessed pineapple as opposed to durian. What does a durian even look like? It has many green thorns around its body that are used for protection. It has a metallic body with black stripes and polygonal spots, along with small yellow eyes with black pupils. Ferroseed prefer living in mossy caves. It can stick its spikes into cave walls to absorb the minerals from the rocks. If threatened, it can shoot a barrage of spikes so it can escape by rolling away. Ferroseed's aim at throwing spikes will not be good at first, requiring practice to improve it. As seen in the anime episode Crisis at Ferroseed Research, Ferroseed can absorb nutrients from rocks and use them to grow moss for oxygen. Different rocks create different types of moss with a variety of effects. Notably, its spikes can grow big and strong from consuming the moss. Absorbing nutrients from rocks that come from Chargestone Cave yields disastrous results. Prior to Generation 7, Ferroseed and its evolved form Ferrothorn were the only known Pokemon that could have Iron Barbs as an ability. And as for the stats, physical defense is its highest at 91, with special defense at 86, physical attack at 50, HP at 44, special attack at 24, and speed at 10. Makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I don't really care for this Pokemon. If anything, I kind of find them annoying to deal with. Because you can't really hit them with physical moves, because otherwise you'll get recoil damage, which requires you to use special moves, and the thing is that a lot of Fire-type Pokemon don't have special moves, at least not at the level that you're encountering these fuckers at. And I personally find them to be a nuisance. They're so annoying. I don't like them. So I think they're actually going to go in the C tier. Again, I will say this. I don't necessarily think that, like, I mean, I think they can be useful, but it's like, personally for me, I think they're just annoying. Speaking of which, we have its big brother, the big bitch, called Ferrothorn. I just called it the big bitch. Ferrothorn / Nutre is known as the Thorn Pod Pokemon. It retains its dual typing of grass and steel, along with Iron Barbs as a regular ability, but it gains anticipation from Generation 6 onward as a hidden ability. Biology states, Ferrothorn is a Pokemon resembling a flattened durian. Its metallic body is covered in thorns, with 3 black stripes circling its width. The middle stripe has triangular shapes just below its eyes, which have green rims, yellow sclera, and dark pupils. There is a green spike at the top of its body, and extending around it are its feelers, which are vine-like, long green appendages tipped with spiky metal discs. Ferrothorn can use these feelers to either cling onto the ceilings of a cave or walk around. Ferrothorn also uses the feelers to absorb nutrients from rocks. It attacks by shooting its spikes, which are harder than steel. Ferrothorn's steel spikes are strong enough to smash boulders and incapacitate opponents. And prior to Generation 7, Ferrothorn and its pre-evolved form Ferroseed were the only known Pokemon that could have Iron Barbs as an ability. As for the stats, so unsurprisingly, physical defense is as high as at 131, with special defense at 116, physical attack at 94, HP at 74, special attack at 54, and speed at 20. Again, unsurprising. So I will say that I think, like, obviously Ferrothorn is marginally better than Ferroseed, but I still find these to be really annoying to deal with. I know that I remember back in my day of VGC, meaning like back during X and Y and Oraz era, Ferrothorn was kind of popular. Kind of. Like, I know some people like to use it and all that, mainly as, like, again, a tank and such, but other than, you know, but I will say this, I also just find it boring to look at. Also, does this look flat to you? This is a flattened durian? Really? But yeah, like, overall, you're probably never gonna see me with this kind of Pokemon on my team, so... Ferrothorn, right? Oh my god, someone needs to come up with a counter. How many times am I like, is this spelled right? Okay. Next Pokemon. Oh, this was another set of Pokemon that people didn't like because it's more sentient objects. First one of this is Clink. Music. Excuse me. Sorry, my throat is starting to ache a little bit, so I'm hoping we're getting close to the halfway point soon. Anyway, Clink. So, Clink / Gyaru, it's not Gyaru, it's Gyaru, is known as the Gear Pokemon. It is a pure Steel type that evolves into Clang at level 38, which then evolves into Clang at level 49. It can have either plus or minus as regular abilities, with Clear Body as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Clink is a Pokemon resembling 2 interlocking gears with 6 teeth each. The teeth of the gears are light gray with a darker central region. Each gear has a white X in place of its left eye, while their right eyes have a black pupil and white sclera. They have round turquoise noses and small mouths. Clink can launch itself at opponents. Clink and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Gear Grind. Prior to Generation 7, Shift Gear was also one of its signature moves. Once 2 bodies have joined, they cannot combine with any others or they will become separated. Clink generates its life energy by spinning and is generally found in caves. According to Professor Juniper, the first recorded evidence of this Pokemon dates to around 100 years ago in the Chargestone Cave. She believes that it suddenly appeared in the cave at that time. However, it is also believed that Clink are the inspiration behind the first gears invented by ancient people. As for the stats, physical defense is highest at 70, with special defense at 60, physical attack at 55, special attack at 45, HP at 40, and speed at 30. So I will say this is a very simple design, and the name is pretty simple too. So here's the thing, I can understand to an extent why people did not like Kling and Clang and Kling Clang. Like, it's pretty simple stuff. It's simple. But I don't think that necessarily means it's bad. I mean, personally, like, Clink is not great, but I don't think it's bad either. Like, it's just, it is what it is. Like, it is just gears. Gears and gears upon more gears. If you get enough gears, you'll probably make it guilty to make it a guilty gear. Oh my god. Where would I put this? Probably in lower B tier, honestly. Clink. Oh, that's not with a space. I need to make that a space. There we go. Okay. We're getting man, the B tier is getting a lot of shit tonight. Hopefully we'll get to the S tier soon. Alright, Cholta Mateo. I gotta refresh my tabs real quick. How many Pokemon do we have left? Oh, cool, okay. We got, 12 or 13 left. So we're almost there. What? Hello? Alright, currently trying to get the Pokemon up on my tabs here. Okay. Next up is the first evolution of Clink, Clang. Clang slash Gigiata is continuing to be known as the Gear Pokemon, retaining its pure Steel typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Clang is a Pokemon resembling 3 interlocking gears, with 6 teeth on the smaller 2 gears and 8 teeth on the larger gear. The teeth of the smaller gears are a light gray, while their central regions are much darker. The teeth of the larger gear are a medium gray, and its central region is darker in color. The left eye of the smaller gear is a white X, while its right eye has a black pupil and a white sclera. It has a round green nose and a small mouth that is wide open. The large gear appears to have a face with a black square for its right eye, a black circle for its left eye, and a sharply angled white frown. Clang can fire tiny gears at high speeds. Clang and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Gear Grind. Before Generation 7, Shift Gear was also one of its signature moves. When it gets angry, its gears rotate faster. Clang communicate with each other by spinning their gears in different directions. Clang is often chosen as a logo for many companies in Galar. Clang is believed to be the symbol of industrial technology. And as for the stats, again, unsurprisingly, physical defense is its highest at 95, with special defense at 85, physical attack at 80, special attack at 70, HP at 60, and speed at 50. Pretty rounded, thank God. I mean, obviously in terms of the numbers, not just in, I don't know how to describe it. Much like Clink, pretty simple design. Pretty simple design. Now the second gear is bigger. Woo! But yeah, I think it's a simple design. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. You know, honestly, I do wonder what the what the developers were thinking when they made when they made the Unova decks, honestly. Like, I do wonder if it is because, like, I mean, I don't know, like, were some of the kids just like, we want, like, is it just to make more artists? Let's just say that. Like, are these meant to be more for arty kids? Like, simple designs. Does that make sense? I don't know. But, yeah, it's just there. It's cool, I guess. I mean, I think it's just gonna join Clink in the lower B tier, honestly. Again, just because a design is simple or minimalist does not mean it's bad. You know, sometimes simplicity is best. But again, I just know that a lot of people did not like these designs. Alright, next up. This one is the final one for Clink, and it is Clink Clang. Clink Clang is slash Geeky Gyaru is continuing to be known as the Gear Pokemon, retaining its steel typing along with its abilities. In the biology states, Clink Clang is a Pokemon resembling 4 interlocking gears with 6 teeth on the smaller 2 gears and 8 teeth on the larger gear. The 4th gear is on its lower side and is red topped with a thin spiked rim below it. The red core is used to store energy gained from the rotating gears. This energy can be released through the spike gear at the bottom. The teeth of the smaller gears are a light gray, while their central regions are much darker. The teeth of the larger gray are a medium gray, and its central region is darker. The left eye of the smaller gear is a white X, while its right eye has a black pupil and a white sclera. It has a round green nose and a small mouth. The largest gear appears to have a face with a black square for its right eye, a black circle for its left eye, and a sharply angled white frown. Dialogue between the two-faced gears in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series suggests that both gears are independently sentient from one another. However, the spike gear it gains after evolving is not actually alive. Clink Clang's red core is able to contain an enormous amount of energy, which it uses to launch gears as well as powerful blasts of electricity from its spikes. Clink Clang and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Gear Grind. Prior to Generation 7, Shift Gear was also one of its signature moves. Its red core gear can spin at high speeds to rapidly charge itself with energy. And as for the stats, once again, physical defense is its highest at 115 with physical attack at 100, speed at 90, special defense at 85, special attack at 70, and HP at 60. So here's so I'm gonna say this right the fuck now. I did not know it was a pure steel type. I thought it was part electric. And I was wondering, why the fuck am I not getting many good electric type moves? So dumbass me was getting frustrated at Clink Clang for being a useless electric type Pokemon, only for me now to realize that, oh no, that's because it's not electric type at all. You're just a dumbass. Okay, so I will say this, however. I do think Clink Clang's design is better than both Clink and Clang. Funny. And I have found some use for, this Pokemon. I forget what I nicknamed it. Because Polarity is Magneton. Or Magnezone. What did I name this thing? It's not Clockwork, is it? There's no way it's Clockwork. I don't remember, but I have found some use out of this, and I don't think it's bad. I think I just wish that I was a little bit more, perceptive of the typing for this, and stop degrading it as an electric type when it's not electric type at all. I'll put this honestly in the high B tier. Cling... Is it Clink Clang? Is it what... Yes. Okay, cool. Wait, is it spelled with 2 Ks like that? Nope! There we go. Cling Clang. Cling Clang, Cling Clang. Is that how you spell it? Yes. Me checking constantly. Alright. There's that. Ooh, we're on this other... We're on another electric type line. And this one is going to be Friends of Canary. So first up, we have Tynamo. Or Tynamo? Tynamo. I think it's supposed to be Tynamo. Alright. Tynamo slash Shibishirasu is known as the Elefish Pokemon. And yes, that's literally what it says is Elefish. It's not electric fish. It's pretty much like Galvantula. It is a pure electric type that evolves into electric at a level 39, which then evolves into Electros when exposed to a Thunderstone. It has Levitate as its ability, and the biology is as follows. Tynamo is a short, white, eel-like Pokemon with dark oval eyes and a red 4-point star-shaped mouth. A wavy yellow stripe runs along its body, which has a long, thin membrane, giving it a tapered shape. Tynamo has an organ that generates electricity, which it discharges when in danger. A single Tynamo does not generate much power, so groups of Tynamo move in schools and create a shock that is comparable to lightning. Merchandise, artwork, and several TCG illustrations depict Tynamo swimming in or leaping out of bodies of water. Makes sense, it's a fish. And as for these stats, they're honestly not going to be good. Speed is its highest at 60, with physical attack at 55, special attack at 45. Both physical defense and special defense are at 40, and HP is at 35. So much like how I was talking about with Clink, and Clang, and Kling Clang, very simple design. You can clearly tell it's an electric fish, although it is interesting that it's not considered water type, even though it's based off of an eel, but I digress. But, yeah, you know what's funny? It's I can honestly see this as a plushie. Granted, like, it's one of those dog toys where it's like you'd give it to your dog and they tear it to bits. Yeah. But, yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's okay, I guess. Where would I put this? Oh, excuse me. I'm feeling low B tier. Whoops. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. That's why I'm trying to get to the break as quick as I can. Okay, next up is Electric. Oh, sheesh. Okay, Electric, or Shibibiru, is continuing to be known as the Elefish Pokemon, retaining its pure electric typing along with its ability, and the biology is as follows. Electric is a blue-black, eel-like Pokemon with a beige underbelly. Its round, toothy, leech-like mouth has red lips, and its eyes have small pupils with yellow circle patterning around them. Beige fins extend from above and below its head, and its body has 3 yellow circular electricity-generating organs on either side. It has a red tail fin that resembles a fan. Electric is a vigorous carnivore and has a good appetite. Upon spotting prey, it immediately coils around it and shocks it using its electricity-generating organs to paralyze it before eating it. It dwells in caves and marine environments. As for the stats... Oh, these are actually pretty kind of rounded, maybe? In actuality, its highest stat is its physical attack at 85, with special attack at 75, both physical defense and special defense at 70, HP at 65, and speed at 40. So when it evolves, it actually loses its speedy stuff. Interesting. But yeah, Electros. It's alright. It's alright. Excuse me. It's alright. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know what's funny is like I'm looking at this mouth and it's like this looks more like a long leech than it does an eel. But you know what? A personal story is that For the longest time, I didn't know that you needed a Thunderstone in order to evolve Electric into Electros. So I had like a level 40-something Electric, and I'm just like, man, when the fuck is it gonna evolve when I was playing in ZA? And then I found out that it's like, oh, I need a Thunderstone. Shit. Like, as soon as I realized that that's when I evolved Lampy, which is short for Lamprey, into Electros, and yeah, again, another dumbass Irie moment. But But yeah, I mean, the design is simple and it conveys what it is. Honestly, I think I might place it in a lower B tier. Eel. Gotta... Is that how you spell it? Electric? Ah, there's a K there. Okay. Electric. Electric. Shit. Is that how you spell it? Yes. Okay, cool. Okay. Next up, by the way, this is our second to last Mega Evo for Unova before we move on to Kalos. And that is Electros. Let me get its Mega. Which looks a little stupid. Hey, you can see both of them clearly. Cool. But yeah, Canary. Alright, Electros slash Shibirudon is continuing to be known as the Elefish Pokemon. Retains its abilities. And as for the regular form, so Electros, biology, is an eel-like Pokemon that resembles a lamprey, having a prominent red, jawless sucker for a mouth with 4 equidistant fangs. Its body is mostly dark blue, with only its underside and fins being beige. From its head extends a long tentacle-like limb with a sail-like fin, which tapers into an oval-shaped point. A similar snail-like fin is also present on the upper portion of its tail, and it has a pair of smaller fins on its underside. Its eyes are red with black pupils, surrounded by yellow markings that resemble a large sclera. Its arms are long and rounded, ending with 3 claws surrounding a yellow and red target-like pattern on its palms, quote-unquote. Electros has a pair of yellow spots on its torso and on each of its arms, which are its electricity-generating organs. Electros lives in the ocean, but crawls ashore in order to hunt. It latches onto prey with its sucker mouth and shocks them with its fangs before returning to the water, dragging its victim with it. Despite lacking proper legs, it is able to walk on land with the fins on its underside. And as for Mega Electros, as a result of Mega Evolution, the electricity-generating organs on Mega Electros' torso and arms have become stronger and secrete electrified mucus which fully coats its rear end and arms, extending their length and changing their color to a milky white. Particularly, at the end of Mega Electros' arms have changed in shape, now morphologically resembling gelatinous electric. These have been referred to by scholars as false electric and comprise electric on the left arm and right trick. What the fuck? On the right arm. While mostly white, each of the false electric have a red eye-like spots surrounded by yellow markings and a similar disposition to those in the main body, and a thick circular red lips surrounding a bright yellow mouth. The false electric's mouth parts are constantly open and closed, alternating between a plus or minus symbol. Mega Electros has a more intricate yellow pattern around its eyes, even more yellow spots dotting its body, and yellow ridges on its fins. Its eyes also have a white semilunar fold and a black contour under them. Mega Electros generates 10 times the electricity it did before Mega Evolving, and directs most of it to the false electric, from where it can discharge it to stun even massive Pokemon such as Wailord. The false electric also grants it better stability while swimming, enabling it to move almost twice as fast than a regular Electros. The power of Mega Electros' charged up electricity allows it to levitate continuously above the ground. Once Mega Evolution wears off, the mucus on Mega Electros' body melts away, but can still be preserved through freezing. Some people use the preserved mucus for beauty regimens or strength training, although the extent of its benefits remains unknown. And as for the stats, so regular Electros' highest stat is its physical attack at 115 with special attack at 105, HP at 85, physical defense and special defense both at 80, and speed at 50. However, through the power of Mega Evolution, its physical attack jumps up to 145 along with its special attack from 105 to 135. Special defense actually goes up 10 points to 90. And I think that's it. Yep, that's it. So I will say that I do think Electros is a cool Pokemon on its own, but I do think the Mega Evolution, I think it's both cool and lame at the same time. Like, I actually saw someone say that Mega Electros resembles like a windsock. Like and I imagine it's one of those, what do they call it? It's one of those special things, I think it's in Japan, where it's like you have, I think it's supposed to be a kite, but it's shaped like this, like pretty much like a long cylindrical kite, and you fly it through the air, and the air is supposed to come into the kite, and then have it, fly in the air. Like, let me see. Bulbapedia, tell me, does it resemble what I'm saying? Yeah, windsocks, yes. So basically, for those who don't know, windsocks are, so it says, okay, so windsocks, but perhaps specifically koinobori, is a type of fish-shaped windsock thrown to celebrate Children's Day in Japan, meaning these, like, basically those are the kites I'm talking about. Now, admittedly, as I said, like, I do think the concept of Mega Electros is cool. And I do think, like, seeing it in action is cool. But now that I know that this is basically mucus, it's like, that's disgusting! I mean, granted, it does make sense considering it is an eel, and eels are known to be slimy, which makes sense. I mean, they gotta be slippery, while trying to get away from predators and all that. But, I will say I have also used a Mega Electros, pretty good, and I will always associate this Pokemon with Canary, who I actually did fall a lot in love with, despite how bratty she is and all that. But, yeah, I will say the Mega Electros, as I said, like, I think the design is neat, but I also think it's a little lacking. I don't know, I kind of feel like they could, I don't know, maybe it's just because of the fact that, like, we're looking at a still image of Mega Electros as opposed to it moving. I don't know. Where would I place this? This is End's Farewell, but what remix is this? Ah. I think I'll put it in A tier. Is that how you spell it? Electros? Yep. Okay, save just in case. Oh boy, okay. Now we have aliens. Yeah, there's a reason I said aliens. Next up we have Elegium? Elegium. Elegium. How do you spell it? Not spell it. How do you... Elegium. Elegium. Okay. Elgium. Elgium? You know what? I normally don't do this, but I have something that can help me with this. Let me go get it. handy-dandy book that has all the Pokemon from Kanto to Paldea in it. And it also has a handy-dandy pronunciation guide. So, let me find Elegum, however you pronounce it. There it is. LGM. LGM. Okay, I'm gonna keep that here just in case. LGM. Okay. Alright. Elgium slash Rigre is known as the Cerebral Pokemon. It is a pure psychic type that evolves into Beheeyem at level 42. It can have either telepathy or synchronize as regular abilities, with analytic as a hidden ability. Sorry, I recognize that melody. And the biology is as follows. Elgium is a cyan-colored extraterrestrial Pokemon with an oblong head and with depressions on either side. It has black symmetrical lines going down the front of its head. On the front of its head are shiny green button-like eyes. Its hands have 3 finger-like digits, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 yellow. It has short, stubby legs and a small tail. Elgium controls incredible psychic power, which it uses to squeeze its opponent's brains, causing them headaches. Its origin is said to be linked with a UFO crash site that appeared 50 years ago. Overall, Elgium has quite the welcoming and informative behavior. It is willing to help in stressful and otherwise difficult situations. However, Elgium can become fully involved in something it feels to be important and protect that with its life. If Elgium stands near a television, strange scenery will start appearing on the screen, which is said to be its home. As for the stats, rounded except for 2. Its highest stat is its special attack at 85, with HP, physical attack, physical defense, and special defense all at 55, and speed as its lowest at 30, excuse me. So, I will say, considering that this is supposed to be, like, canonically an alien, it definitely conveys that. And I think, you know, if we were to place it in certain situations, this could be considered creepy. But, never used one, and I've never really been, like, into alien Pokemon. And I don't really have any desire to use an LGM. So I think it just manages to get out of seats here, honestly. LGM. Whoops. That's a comma, Irie. Listen, I know you're wanting to go to break, but you can't be... Oh, I spelled it wrong! LGM. There we go. Okay. Alright. Next up is more, aliens. Oh god, I need to get that song out of my head. Is the evolution of LGM, Beheeyem. One that even looks freakier. Woo! Alright, Beheeyem, or Olbemu, is still known as the cerebral Pokemon, retaining its pure psychic typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Beheeyem is a brown extraterrestrial Pokemon with an oblong head that features depressions on both sides. It has black symmetrical lines going down the front of its head. Under the rim of its head, there lay 2 green eyes with small black pupils. It has a lighter brown collar and 4 dots on its chest of the same color. Beheeyem's arms have 3 finger-like digits, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 yellow. It has a rim underneath its main body, under which are 2 small legs. Beheeyem communicates by flashing its multicolored fingers in patterns. These patterns have yet to be decoded. Beheeyem can manipulate the memories of its opponents, being able to erase or even rewrite them. Beheeyem is believed to be responsible for the mysterious disappearance of Dubwool whenever it visits a farm. It is sometimes found hovering over wheat fields. In the anime episode Capacia Island UFO, Behem is shown to be capable of building and controlling spaceships. Said spaceships are powered up by amulet coins or koban. When humans and Pokemon fall under its hypnosis, they will wear Behem-shaped masks. Oh, that's creepy. Behem can use those under its control to speak to humans. However, this hypnotic power cannot work on beings who are not very smart. And as for the stats... Holy shit, okay. Special attack is its highest at 125, with special defense at 95, HP, physical attack, and physical defense all at 75, and speed at 40. Well, once again, it definitely conveys the idea of it being an alien. But more so of a, like, if you ever think about, like, aliens in terms of, like, not the little gray dudes, but, like the higher ranked dudes, like, these are probably the ones that would be studying you if they were to ever take you up on their spaceship. That's what I get. Especially with this lab coat looking thing. I will say though, reading that biology is kind of creepy. It's like, oh, it can fuck with your mind, huh? At least the little green dudes could, like, you know, they just cause you, like, a little bit of headaches, but this one can just, like, fuck with your mind. Where would I place this? Honestly, I'm thinking seeds here. Like, I just don't see myself using this. At least with Elgium, it's like, oh, well, it's fine, I guess. But I just can't really see myself using this. Behem. It's spelled with one there. I also feel like I'm saying Bimu. Bimu. Miku, Miku, ooh, Miku Beam. I think I need to take a break soon. I'm losing my mind. Alright, next up. Ooh! Oh man, I associate this Pokemon too much with a VTuber. But it's so cute. This one is Litwick! Wiki, or Calyx as I call it. Litwick slash Hitomoshi is known as the Candle Pokemon. It is a dual Ghost Fire type that can evolve into Lampet at level 41, which then evolves into Chandelure when exposed to a Duskstone, not Darkstone. It can have either Flash Fire or Flame Body as regular abilities, and it can have Infiltrator as a hidden ability from Generation 6 onward, but in Generation 5 only, it had Shadow Tag. Cool. Okay, biology states, Litwick is a small candle-like Pokemon with a purple flame atop its head, which is powered by life energy that it absorbs. Its body and two stubby arms are made primarily out of white wax. The folded melted wax lays over its right eye and leaves only the bright yellow left eye visible. It has a small smile under a protruding upper lip. Litwick pretends to guide people and Pokemon around by illuminating darkened areas. However, it is sucking away their life energy and leading them to the ghost world. In the anime episode Scare at the Litwick Mansion, the flame is shown to grow as it continually absorbs life energy and interferes with electronic devices such as Pokedexes. As for the stats, special attack is its highest at 65, with both physical defense and special defense at 55, HP at 50, physical attack at 30, and speed at 20. I will say, I think this is a cute Pokemon. Like, I know this is another one. God, Unova had a lot of Pokemon like this that people did not like because it's like, oh, it's just a fucking candle. Whatever. Fuck off, alright? I think this is cute. And I definitely understand why Calyx likes it so much. So much so to the point I actually got a shiny and named it after him. NZA. But yeah, honestly, I think this is cute. Like, it's so... Like, listen, I mean, I will say this. I know it's supposed to resemble... I think it's supposed to be, like, another variant of the Will-O-Wisp phenomena. But I also just think it's cute. I'm trying to remember, like, if you've ever, I will say this, these are so cute. These can be really adorable when you see them moving about, and they're just like, hello, 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 hello. It's a baby. It's a baby. Oh god, what am I thinking of? I know I caught the shiny form. The shiny form's adorable. What was it? What else about Litwick that I was gonna mention? It's like, there was something about it. I can't think. Where would I put this? You know what? I'm honestly thinking I might place it in, S tier. It is really cute. It is really cute. Where did I play Zorua? I just realized, where did I play Zorua at? Oh, it's in the A tier, okay. Honestly, I could see myself owning a plush of Litwick, honestly. Just so I can be like, look, it's your sister. It's your sister, Sushi. Alright. Next up. By the way, we're almost at the end. At least for now. I also feel like we're listening to a lot of fucking lo-fi tonight. Second up is Lampent. Alright, Lampent, or slash Rampura, is known as the Lamp Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Ghost and Fire along with its abilities, and the biology states. Lampent is a Pokemon which has a clear spherical head containing a bluish-purple flame and oval yellow eyes. On top of its head is a black covering, which resembles a lampshade, with a pointed spike on top. Underneath its head is a small black body with a pointed spike at the bottom. Extending from its body are two long wavy arms with no fingers. It floats through the air to move. Lampent can sense when someone is about to die, whom it visits and steals the spirit from the person's body. Though most often found in deep forests, it quietly wanders through cities and hangs around near hospitals to absorb the spirits of the fallen. Holy shit! It also pretends to be a lamp while in cities. Because of this, Lampent is feared as the emissary of death. It uses the spirits it has absorbed to fuel its fire. On occasion, it has been known to work with Litwick to lead people to the ghost world while stealing life energy. Why the fuck does it remind me of that one Genshin character that got released recently? The one that everybody's like, oh my god, it's a goth fae. Y'all know probably exactly what I'm talking about. As for the stats, special attack is still its highest at 95, with HP, physical defense, and special defense all at 60, speed at 55, and physical attack at 40. Okay, much like Litwick, this is supposed to be another variant of the Will-O-Wisp form. I do like the lamp, honestly. It reminds me of, for some reason it reminds me of, like, the lamps that you would see in, like, Victorian-era London. You know, the gas lamps and all that. And as I said, it does remind me of the fucking Genshin character. Which I think is literally a fae in a lantern, I believe, right? I don't know. I don't know much about Genshin nowadays. So many characters keep coming out, and I'm like, God, I remember I was stuck in Sumeru. Anyway, yeah, I think Lampent's pretty nice, pretty neat. Not as adorable as Litwick, but still just enough to where I would put it in the A tier. I'm not spelling that right. Yikes. Alright. Alright, next up is our final Mega Evo for Unova! And it's one of my favorites so much. Like, I genuinely love this Mega Evo. And it's Chandelure. Let me get the Mega. God, this Mega is so good. Thank you, Gwen, for introducing it. Look at that Mega! Tell me that doesn't actually look cool. Excuse me. Alright, Chandelure slash Chandera is known as the luring Pokemon. Chandera, huh? Chandera. Man, speaking of Calyx, fucking Romeo and Cinderella. Anyway, luring Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Ghost and Fire, along with its abilities. Oh, except Mega Chandelure gains Infiltrator as a regular ability as well. And the biology is as follows. Chandelure is a Pokemon that resembles a sentient chandelier. It has a striped round head with a large vertical stripe surrounding its main lantern and a horizontal stripe connecting its eyes akin to a mouth. Two smaller vertical stripes are placed in the midpoint between the stripe between its eyes and the stripes that frame its eyes. Okay, it has round pupilless yellow eyes. There is a ring of small black spikes on top of its head with a tall purple flame in the middle. From a black spike below its head, two black arms curl upward with two smaller arms extending laterally from their midpoints. These arms are tipped with purple fire. Chandelure generates flames that do not burn their victims physically. Rather, they burn the victim's spirit. I fucking roast you! After hypnotizing its opponent by waving these flames, it absorbs the victim's spirit. It is said that any spirits that get incinerated by Chandelure's flames end up losing their way and are forced to wander the mortal world forever. Chandelure is known to reside in rundown mansions. There is a rumor that some homes were illuminated by Chandelure instead of traditional lighting, which leads to the deaths of many unfortunate residents. And as for Mega Chandelure, as Mega Chandelure, it becomes a more ornate two-tiered chandelier. The flames atop of Mega Chandelure's head has expanded into a second lantern, ringed by vaguely S-shaped pieces that form the shape of a crown and topped by an enormous purple flame. One of Mega Chandelure's eyes turns a purple color, which is a window linking to the afterlife. Mega Chandelure gains 2 extra arms on its main body, and below its triangular tip extends a second ring of 8 S-shaped arms topped by more purple flames. At the very bottom of its body is a diamond-shaped tailpiece. The bottom half of Mega Chandelure's body fades to a faded golden coloration. This coloration can also be seen on the tips of its upper arms. Mega Chandelure can absorb the hatred from its surroundings and convert it into power for it to use. Mega Chandelure is known to spin its body around like a spinning chandelier before unleashing attacks. And as for the stats, so regular Chandelure's highest stat is its special attack at 145, with physical defense and special defense both at 90, speed at 80, HP at 60, and physical attack at 55. However, when it Mega Evolves, goddamn, that special attack goes way up to 175, with physical defense and special defense both getting upgraded to 110, and physical attack even gets a little bit of a boost up to 75, and its speed as well to 90. Huh, I could have sworn it was a lot quicker than that, because I swear to God, both my Chandelier that I named Wiki and Gwyn's Chandelier, I keep wanting to call it Chandelier, Chandelure, like, I'm pretty sure they're both pretty quick. But yeah, I will say that, I think before ZA came out, I would have ranked Chandelure as, like, a high B tier. But honestly, this fucking Mega Evo, this Mega Evo design, along with its cry, if you've ever heard Chandelure's cry, like, regularly, it's already pretty freaky. But then you listen to it when it Mega Evolves, and it's like, oh my god, it is, like, haunting, and I love it. I love it so much. But yeah, I've also used Wiki a lot. That's because, and I know people might be like, who the fuck is Wiki? And it's like, it's my Chandelure, I named it Wiki, because I'm deep into Campaign 4 Crit Roll, alright? But, yeah, like, I genuinely really like this Mega design. Like, it's so, like, it makes Chandelure, like, very, like, what's the word? Like, it gives it almost, like, a bit of an elegant twist if it was made creepy. Like, this is what you would imagine in a Victorian mansion that you probably explore when you're looking for ghosts. Honestly, I think because of the Mega Evo, I'll put it in S tier. That's not how you spell chandelure. Not to mention, you could also just make jokes about the chandelier song. I don't think I've ever listened to it. Wait a minute, isn't that song made by Sia, and that music video? And the music video for that song was hella controversial because, I mean, not only did it have Shia LaBeouf, and I think was it Maddie Ziegler? I think it was her. But the reason why it was so controversial is because both of them, they weren't naked, but they were wearing these flesh-colored skin suits, I think. And I think one of the more controversial things is the fact that Maddie Ziegler, I believe, was underage when that music video was filmed, and Shia LaBeouf was well into being an adult. I think I could be misremembering. Don't quote me. But yeah, I don't. Anyway, next up, and we're on the last. We're on the third to last Pokemon before we have to take a break, which is cool. We made it. And it's, of course, a little cutie patootie. And I think this is our first Dragon-type Pokemon. Axew. Axew/Keyboggle is known as the Tusk Pokemon. It is a pure Dragon-type that evolves into Fracture at level 38, which then evolves into Haxorus at level 48. It can have either Rivalry or Mold Breaker as regular abilities, with Unnerve as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Oh, Jesus. Axew is a bipedal grayish-green Pokemon with pale, straight tusks protruding from the sides of its mouth. These tusks can regenerate if broken and will regrow if they fall out. This repeated regrowth strengthens and sharpens its tusks. Axew's tusks serve numerous purposes, such as making territorial gashes in trees and boulders, playing with each other, and crushing berries for eating. In ancient times, people used Axew's discarded tusks as cooking knives. Cool. The back of Axew's head is dark grayish-green with a tall and slightly curved horn. Large, dark grayish-green ovals surround its red eyes, and it has a short, rounded snout with large nostrils. A forest green collar marking encircles its neck. Axew's limbs and tail are short, with its forelimbs having 3 digits and its feet having 2 digits. As shown in the anime episode The Dragon Master's Path, Axew is skilled at climbing walls and trees. Axew lives in nests made in the ground. And as for the stats, physical attack is its highest at 87, with physical defense at 60, speed at 57, HP at 46, special defense at 40, and special attack at 30. Oh, physical defense is at 60. Wait, did I say that? I don't know if I said that right. Okay, so Axew I think is pretty cute. I mean, look at it. It's like a little baby T-Rex. It's Chomper, if Chomper was not a tyrant. But, yeah, I think it's really cute. I will say, I always love the animation that comes out, whenever a trainer sends an Axew out. It does a front flip and then opens it up, ah! And then it gets ready to fight. It's cute. I like it. And I can definitely see why it was made into a plushie. Where would I place this? I think A is pretty good. I would not choose Axew as as my dragon type. That's later on. But it's cool. It's cute. It's fine. It's cool. Again, just imagine this as a plushie. Alright. Second to last Pokemon before we go into break. And that is the first evolution of Axew, Fracture. How are we doing? Okay. Alright, so Fracture / Onondo is known as the Axe-Jaw Pokemon, retaining its pure dragon typing along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. Fracture is a bipedal draconic Pokemon with long gray tusks with red tips protruding from the sides of its mouth. These tusks are capable of breaking boulders. It has dark eyes with red irises, a gray face, and a cowl-like feature of green segments on its head, neck, back, and chest. Its arms have 3 red fingers, and its lower body is gray, with red speckles on the underbelly. It has red toes and a red tip on its tail. Fracture is very violent and territorial. Fights over turf often break out between it and another Fracture. After a fight, it sharpens its tusks on river rocks, as they do not regenerate. It lives alongside rivers. Fracture engages in violent confrontations with B-Sharp for the locations of sharping stones. Fracture uses its tusks only when necessary. The reason is once its tusks break, Fracture will be unable to use it again. Fracture uses its tusks to cut the prey in 2 different food portions, one for eating now and the second portion for later. Oh wow, meat with Pop-Tarts. And as for the stats... Okay, physical attack is still its highest at 117, with physical defense at 70, speed at 67, HP only 1 point behind at 66, special defense at 50, and special attack at 40. So I will say, this loses the cuteness factor quick. But, I think in some ways it's still cool. I mean, I certainly wouldn't pick it, honestly. I also don't remember the lower half of Fracture being like that. I remember it being slightly rounder and more furrier for some reason. I don't know, maybe the 3D games have tricked me into thinking so otherwise. But, yeah, it's fine. I mean... I don't know, I mean, Axew, I think Axew and Haxorus are more memorable for their designs, whereas Fracture is kind of like that awkward middle child going through puberty, as I've seen some people suggest us first evolutions of three Pokemon being, if that makes sense. Honestly, I think it's gonna be squeaking by on high B tier here. Yeah, I think that fits. Fracture. Excuse me. Okay, last but not least for the first half of this, as soon as we can get it loaded, last Pokemon before we go on the break, which is Haxorus, Iris's ace. Alright, so Haxorus slash Ononokosu is continuing to be known as the Axe-Jaw Pokemon, retaining its pure dragon typing along with its abilities, and the biology states, Haxorus is a bipedal Pokemon with an olive green coloring on its back and most of the front. It has black skin covering its torso, tail tip, and thighs, as well as red talons and claws. Its large tusks, which resemble axe blades, are black and edged in red and are located on its upper jaw on the side of its mouth. Its medium-sized eyes are red with black pupils. Ridged plate-like skin travels from its back to its head region. It has solid armor and the legs and tail have a dividing line pattern. Its arms are quite small, with 3 digits, 2 elliptical triceps and biceps, and circular elbows. Its hands are small and circular with small red claws. Its legs are formidable and strong with 3-toed feet with a red talon on each toe. Haxorus takes great pride and joy in its prized unbreakable tusks, which are used on its enemies and can cut through steel beams and metal transmission towers with ease. Despite its austere appearance, it is generally friendly. However, Haxorus is known to be very territorial, and it will react violently should anyone touch its tusks. Haxorus is known to reside in caves and abandoned mines. Haxorus has a diet of eating the minerals in the dirt to keep its tusks sharp. And as for the stats... Okay, physical attack is still as high as at 147, with speed actually at 97, physical defense at 90, HP at 76, special defense at 70, and special attack at 60. Also, physical defense is at 90, I think I said that. Okay, so as I said before, I think Haxorus has a better design than Fracture. But I will say I also know this to be Iris's ace. You know, like this is probably the Pokemon that you get scared of. That isn't Ghetsis? Yeah, for some reason. I mean, Ghetsis isn't a Pokemon, he's an awful asshole, but, you get what I mean. But, I do think it's a cool Pokemon. It is interesting that it's considered a dragon type. Like, I don't know, like, it doesn't really give me, like, dragon vibes, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I mean, I guess then the question is like, well, what type do you see it as? And it's like, I mean, that's kind of hard to say, honestly, because it's like, I mean, it doesn't give me dragon vibes, but it's also like the only type I can imagine it as. I don't know, maybe it's just because it's been over 10 years since Haxorus was introduced, so... I guess the question is, where would I place it? It's gonna definitely be higher than... I think it's gonna be in the high B tier, but if I had to rate it, it would definitely be higher than Fracture. Definitely, like, probably, like, somewhere up here, if I could. Anyway, we did it! We got through the first half in just 3 hours, too! That's cool! Let's fucking go! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, so before we start heading off to break, let me commence a quick recap as to where we are in the tiers. So for the S tier, we have Superior, Oshawott, Muna, Musharna, Audina, Lilligant, Zoroark, Joltik, Litwick, and Chandelure. A tier, Snivy, Servine, Duat, Samurott, Lillipup, Blitzel, Roggenrola, Gigalith, Woobat, Swoobat, Excadrill, Leavanny, Scolipede, Whimsicott, Sandile, Krokorok, Crocodile, Cofagrigus, Garbodor, Zorua, Gothorita, Galvantula, Electros, Lampent, and Axew. High B tier, Victini, Tepig, Herdier, Stoutland, Pidove, Tranquil, Umfezon, Zebstrika, Boldor, Drillbur, Timber, Swaddle, Swadloon, Whirlipede, Cottonee, Petalil, Darumaka, Scrafty, Yamas, Turtoga, Trubbish, Mincino, Cincino, Gothitelle, Reuniclus, Ducklet, Swanna, Deerling, Sawsbuck, Amoongus, Klinklang, Fracture, and Haxorus. Lower B tier, Pignite, Purloin, Liepard, Simisage, Pansear, Simisear, Pampor, Girder, Timpole, Palpitoad, Seismitoad, Throw, Sock, Venipede, Basculin, Maractus, Dwebble, Crustle, Scraggy, Sigilif, Caracosta, Arcan, Archeops, Gothita, Solosis, Duosion, Vanillite, Vanillish, Vanillux, Emolguk, Escavalier, Fungus, Frillish, Jellicent, Alomomola, Kling, Clang, Tynamo, Electric, and LGM. And in the C tier, Emboar, Patrat, Watchhog, Pansage, Simipour, Conkeldurr, Darmanitan, Carablast, Pharisee, Ferrothorn, and Beheeyem. Okay. Three hours. And we managed to get through that. So we're doing pretty good timing. Alright, let me refresh every one of my tabs real quick. I will say, I need to rest my throat after this. Okay. Get the live streaming tab up. I will say we're doing pretty good time. I mean, we got through that, like, in 3 hours. We got through that in 3 hours, which is cool. Great, even. I mean, to be fair, I remember that last stream, we got through that within 3 hours and 15 minutes, I think. So, 15 minutes shorter, I'll take that. Okay. get the lo-fi set up. By the way, it's been about 2 weeks since I streamed the actual lo-fi music, and I haven't gotten in trouble for it, so maybe it is safe to stream. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. There it is. Do. Ah! Sushi! Go away! Shush! I'm just about ready to get off on break. Alright. So, we are currently going on break, which means you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're going to be taking at least a half-hour break. And during that time, I'm going to be resting. I'm going to have my mic muted so that I can rest my voice a little bit, so that way, you know, I'm not constantly coughing and having to take little breaks here and there to, you know, for drink breaks because my throat is aching. So, yeah. But I will be having chat up, so please behave. But other than that, y'all are free to go for a little bit. So I'll be seeing you in a little bit. See you on the other side. Okay, it has been a half hour-ish. Yeah, about half hour-ish since I went on break. Hopefully everybody was able to get stuff done. I was able to actually eat something. Get a drink, check some stuff. And, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Woke up early today so I could get my daily VOD watches in before the stream. So apologies for yawning, but, yeah. Okay, let me get on Twitter. And retweet the link. You know, something I discovered while I was on break was because, I remembered that apparently a lot of people mispronounce, Pharaoh Thorn and Pharaoh Seed wrong, and I was curious, excuse me, and I was curious, so I was like, what is it actually, like, pronounced as? And apparently it's Pharaoh-thorn and Pharaoh-seed and Pharaoh-thorn, as opposed to what I said earlier. And it's like, the fuck? Why is it said like that? But, yeah, I mean, but the proof is right. Like, let me find it. First of all, I'm not even in the right letters. Excuse me. Here we go. Yeah, Pharaoh-seed and Pharaoh-thorn. That's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know why they decided that was a good idea, but listen, we're not here to, you know, we're not here to do it. We're not here to, like, judge others on how they mispronounce things. I'm still gonna probably pronounce it as Pharaoh-thorn and Pharaoh-seed, so whatever. What do I want to, caption this as? You know what? Okay, that scared me. Cause, I went to go press shift. I saw something on my keyboard light up, and then the music stopped. I was like, how the fuck was I able to do that from the Twitter tab? Oh, this is a bad idea to be doing while I'm streaming, but I... Okay. Okay, thank God. I was like, please don't let me get angry. I don't want to get angry. Not when we're so close. Okay. God, I love listening to lo-fi music. It's so calming. Okay. Alright, I gotta quickly refresh my tabs before we do anything. Let me switch over to this. But yeah, I really am liking to listen to lo-fi music. It's so calming. And all that. I will say I've been listening to the winter mix lately. Like I've listened to the whole 3-hour VOD twice. 3-hour VOD, 3-hour video twice. And I'm probably gonna do it again soon. The third time when I'm writing stuff this week. Playlists. We just listened to this. Oh wait, no we haven't. Not this stream. Okay. Boop. Okay. You gotta turn the music down. Okay, let me get my tier list up. Switch the scenes over. There we are. What do you mean encoding overload? I literally just okay. Okay. Currently getting my Pokemon tabs up. Oh, this is not fair. Because the first Pokemon after Haxorus is, of course, an S tier. And I bet so many of you are not going to be able to know what it is. Alright. 613. Starting off the second half of this, we have Cubchoo, our Babu Bear. Alright, Cubchoo slash Kumashun is known as the Chill Pokemon. It is a pure Ice type that evolves into Beartic at level 37. It can have either Snow Cloak or Slush Rush from Generation 7 onward as regular abilities, with Rattled as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Cubchoo is a bipedal Earth sign Pokemon with a light blue head and neck. Its head is slightly pointed at the top and has large round ears, shiny dark oval eyes, and a darker blue muzzle. Cubchoo has a shiny dark nose, from which a considerable amount of light blue nasal mucus, the source of its attacks, constantly droops. The lower part of its body is white. It has rounded forepaws, digitless feet with black paw pads, and a small round tail. Cubchoo's mucus can cause frostbite, and is inhaled and used for its attacks, as well as smeared on anyone it dislikes. Cubchoo's mucus is also an indicator of its health. When it is healthy, its mucus is sticky and its ice-type moves become stronger. However, if it is in bad health, the mucus becomes watery or even non-existent, which weakens its ice-type techniques. Cubchoo inhabits cold regions along the shorelines. And as for the stats, oh my god, it's so cute. Sorry. Physical attack is its highest at 70, with special attack at 60. HP at 55, and physical defense, special defense, and speed are all at 40. I love this little thing. It's so cute. Listen, I don't care about the mucus trail, alright? This is like a baby to me. It's just so cute. And I even love the name, the Cubchoo. Cubchoo. Ah! They've probably made plushies of this. They probably have. But it also just reminds me of like teddy bears that you would have as a kid and all that. You know, it's actually funny, the fact that, like, you know, with all these plushies, I don't really have many bears. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, I only have, like, 4 actual bear plushies. The rest of them are either, like... Oh, wait. 5. I forgot about that bear. But, yeah, all the others are, like, either other animals or they're Pikachu, specifically. Looking at the shelf dedicated to Pikachu plushes. Anyway. As I said, this is an easy S tier for me. I'm always gonna have this thing on hand, no matter what. I'm so sorry. This better be this better be shuffled. YouTube. Arigato. I don't think it's shuffled. Son of a bitch. Why? I don't get that. Why does it do that when I switch to the mini player? It turns off the shuffle. Anyway, next up. Oh, I didn't scroll up back. Whoopsie. God, my PC is screaming. Alright, next up is obviously its evolutionary mama, Beartic. Alright. Beartic / Tunbea is known as the freezing Pokemon, retaining its pure ice typing along with its ability. Oh, along with its regular abilities, but it gains Swift Swim as a hidden ability. Huh. Anyway, biology states, Beartic is an Earth sign quadrupedal Pokemon capable of standing on its hind legs. It has bluish-white fur with a shaggy tuft at its rear. Its head has a stumpy protuberance on top, and its face consists of a long snout, beady black eyes, and rounded ears. Ice covers the lower part of its snout and around its mouth. 3 spikes of ice hang from its lower jaw, forming a beard. Its large forepaws have black claws and paw pads. Where am I? Beartic is capable of freezing its own breath and will create pathways across oceans using this technique. Should it get tired while swimming, Beartic will also use its breath to freeze the water. To freeze the water it is swimming in so that it can lay down and rest. Its ice breath can create fangs and claws of ice, the former being harder than steel. It inhabits northern areas where it catches prey in the cold waters. Once it captures its prey, it freezes them with its breath to preserve. It has a ferocious temperament, which has earned it the Snow White Demon moniker. What is that place? Oh, that's Pokemon Snap stuff. Despite its otherwise fierce demeanor, Beartic is known to be protective around Cubchoo. Of course, it's a polar bear for fuck's sake. It's got 2 stat blocks. The one from generations 5 and 6 state that its highest stat is its physical attack stat at 110 with HP at 95, both physical defense and special defense at 80, special attack at 70, and speed at 50. However, from generation 7 onward, its physical attack got actually a boost up to 130. Is that it? They thought the bear wasn't scary enough, so they're like, listen, we gotta make it attack more. Bam, bam, bam. I mean, to be fair, it makes sense. I mean, polar bears, from what I heard, are known to be one of the most, are known to be one of the more aggressive bears in nature. I mean, from what I know, that's why you usually don't fuck with them, because they will fuck you up. I mean, look at this thing. I believe it can fuck me up if I ever went near its babies. Where would I honestly think A tier is fine. I love how I put Cub Chew up here and then it's like, nah, Beartic goes in the A tier. I mean, hey, A tier is still good. A tier is still good. Okay. Oh boy, this Pokemon. The Pokemon, I swear to God, belongs to Bryce from Johto. Okay, next up is Cryogonal. Right? Cryogonal, yeah. Cryogonal slash Furigeo is known as the crystallizing Pokemon. It is another pure ice type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, with Levitate as its only ability, and the biology is as follows. Cryogonal is a Pokemon made of ice crystals, which resembles a shiny blue hexagonal snowflake. Its facial expression is frozen, which leaves Cryogonal with a still aggressive-looking face. 2 cracks run through its face. The upper opening contains its eyes, and the lower serves as a mouth. It has 2 glowing eyes, and its large mouth contains an extendable chain of ice, which is used for hunting. Cryogonal is born in snow clouds, although there are rumors stating that it is born from people and Pokemon that have died on snowy mountains. When its body heat rises, it will turn into steam and vanish, but it will revert to ice when the body temperature lowers. As a result, Cryogonal is rarely seen during the summer, and are commonly seen during winter seasons. Cryogonal uses its ice chain to capture its prey and freeze them at a temperature of negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit, negative 100 degrees Celsius, before taking them to unknown locations. And as for the stats, oh, it's also got 2 stat blocks. From generations 5 and 6, its highest stat was actually its special defense at 135, with speed at 105, special attack at 95, HP at 70, physical attack at 50, and defense at 30. However, from generation 7 onwards, oh, it looks like its HP, its physical attack, and defense all got boosted to, with HP at 80 and both physical attack and physical defense up to 50. Oh wait, no, it was only its physical defense. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I misread that. I am so sorry. I mean, even then it sucks. But, yeah. That's, I mean, again, I will say this, like, it is unique. But I also forget that this Pokemon exists. Because for some reason, I think this is a Pokemon that belongs to the Ice-type trainer from Johto named Bryce, even though I think the Ice-type trainer in Unova is Pryson, right? Price? Pryson? Is that its name? It's his name? Let me see. Yeah, Price. Bryce and Price. Or Bryce, no, okay, Bryce, fucking shit. Excuse me. But yeah, I forget that this Pokemon exists, honestly. I mean, and I get it's supposed to represent a snowflake, right? But I wonder but the funny thing is, I think about Spinda and how that at least was able to, like, have a unique gimmick to it, and that, like, no 2 Spindas are the same. But Cryogonal is supposed to be based off of a snowflake, and snowflakes I know are not supposed to look the same either. Like, no 2 snowflakes look the same, and yet Cryogonal doesn't get to have that gimmick. Where would I place this? I mean, it's definitely, like, low B tier or C tier. Honestly, I think it deserves to go in C tier. Sorry to all my Cryogonal fans. Save just in case. Oh my god, not this Pokemon. Not this Pokemon. Well, we were discussing, Carablast and Escavalier earlier. Here's the, counterpart to that. Shelmet. Music? Oh, Jesus. Alright, Shelmet slash Trobomaki is known as the snail Pokemon. It is a pure bug type that evolves into Excelgor when traded for a Carablast. It can have either Hydration or Shell Armor as regular abilities, with Overcoat as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Shelmet is a bivalve or snail-like Pokemon. Its gray shell resembles a knight's visor, with a coiling spiral as of a shell further back. The shell has protrusions on the underside, which it apparently uses as legs. Its inner body is pink with a long puckered mouth and green markings below its eyes. It closes the lid on its helmet-like shell as a defensive tactic and can spit a poisonous sticky fluid. However, this strategy doesn't work against its rival and natural predator Carablast, who can open Shelmet's shell. It can evolve around the same time as its rival through electrical-like energy. It thrives in moist habitats like bogs and swamps. And as for the stats, physical defense is as high as at 85, with special defense at 65, HP at 50, physical attack and special attack both at 40, and speed at 25. I don't like this Pokemon at all. Okay. I do agree with the whole knight thing, right? Like, I do think it does look like a knight, but I don't like this creature here. I don't like this creature here at all. I don't like the puckered lips. It's like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of like, not Smoochum. What was it? I swear there was another Pokemon where it was like, oh yeah, it's got puckered lips, and I was like, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But yeah, I mean, even though, yeah, I can see it being a knight, and of course Shelmet, it's also like, I don't care. Probably C tier. Yeah, that sounds right. Next up is, of course, another Pokemon I forget exists. And I don't like this Pokemon at all. And that is Excelgor. Alright, Excelgor slash Agiruda is known as the Shell-Out Pokemon, retaining its pure bug typing along with Hydration as a regular ability, but it does gain the ability Sticky Hold and Unburden as a hidden ability. Biology is as follows. Excelgor is a Pokemon which has a large pink head reminiscent of a helmet that is curled in the back. Green stripes run from its eyes to the top of its head, and there is a black star-like marking or hole on the front. Its eyes are hidden in a shadowed crevice in its head. The rest of its body is covered by a blue cloth-like membrane, which keeps Excelgor from dehydrating, with ribbon-like extensions at the top of its back. Its arms, when crossed, portray an aggressive mood. It is a very fast Pokemon and attacks in ways similar to ninjas. In Generation 8, Water Shuriken was its signature move. They took that away from Greninja? It lives in moist habitats like bogs and swamps. Excelgor is often featured as a main character in movies or comics to increase the popularity of these products. Excelgor's pouting expression and crossed arms are due to it being miserable over having lost its shell. What a pouty baby. As for its stats, well, much like what it was stated, speed is its highest at 145, with special attack at 100, HP at 80, special defense at 60, physical attack at 70, and physical defense at 40. I screwed up a little bit there. So as I said, this is another Pokemon that I tend to forget exists because I don't really care for it. It's like, I mean, I get that it's supposed to like look cool and all that, but it doesn't look cool to me. I don't know, I think it's just trying too hard to be cool, you know? Like, I'm not saying it's, like, edgy or anything, like, that's not what I'm saying. But it definitely doesn't, like... Oh, hi, N. Come on, man, we need to listen to some other music. But, yeah, like, I'm not saying it's edgy, I think it is just a little bit too try-hard, honestly. I think honestly it's gonna go in C tier. Okay, oh, I think this was another Pokemon that people didn't like at launch. And it's actually, and I think it's our first regional variant of the bunch here. And that is... Stunfisk. Hey, we can have both of these up at the same time. Coolio. Okay, so Stunfisk slash Magyol is known as the Trap Pokemon. The Unovan variant is a dual ground electric type, whereas in Galar, it is a ground steel type. However, neither of them are known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Regular Stunfisk can have either Static or Limber as regular abilities, and Sandveil as a hidden ability, whereas Galarian Stunfisk only has Mimicry as a regular ability. Alright, so for regular Stunfisk, Stunfisk is a flat fish-like Pokemon with a broad mud-brown body. At the base of its yellow tail is a yellow marking shaped like an exclamation mark when seen from behind. These markings can generate electricity. It has small horizontal oval-shaped eyes, white with a tiny black pupil and no irises. Almost exactly between these two eyes lies the two thick gray lips that form its mouth. It has two small flimsy fins at the sides of its body, each with two lobes. It has been seen to leap into the air and flap its fins as if they're wings to remain airborne. Stunfisk lives in mud flats and coastal areas, and thanks to the bacteria which lived alongside it, it developed the organs which it uses to generate electricity. Stunfisk's very tough skin keeps it unharmed if stepped on, even by sumo wrestlers. To exploit this, it buries itself in the mud of the seashore and waits for prey to pass by. Whenever unsuspecting prey touches its body, it is zapped. Stunfisk smiles when electrocuting its foes for a reason that is still not yet known. Oh, so it's a sadist. If it cannot paralyze its foe, it contorts itself with unexpected speed and flops away. Galarian Stunfisk, however, is grayish-brown with 3 green markings similar to footprints or leaves on its body. It cannot generate electricity, but the high iron content of the mud it lives in has strengthened its fins, which have been adapted into an apparatus akin to a bear trap. It leaves its red and white mouth along with visible sharp teeth, which looks similar to a Pokeball, visible to lure in prey, and then slams its fins shut on them so they cannot escape. Galarian Stunfisk is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Snap Trap. Okay, for some reason I was like, wait, Spring Trap? No, it's Snap Trap, you idiot. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have Mimicry as an ability. As for the stats, so, regular Stunfisk, its highest stat is actually its HP at 109, with special defense at 99, physical defense at 84, special attack at 81, physical attack at 66, and speed at 32. As for Galarian Stunfisk, much like its counterpart, HP is its highest at exactly 109, with physical defense at 99. With physical defense at 99, special defense at 84, physical attack at 81, special attack at 66, and speed at 32. So Galarian Stunfisk is more physically offensive/defensive, whereas regular Stunfisk is more specially offensive than defensive. Yeah. Anyway, So, this is a unique Pokemon. Because, again, you would think that this is a water type, considering it's a fucking fish. But instead, it's a ground... I mean, well, they're both ground types, but... But at least with this, it's like, oh... well, I guess then again, it kind of... I guess then again, this is kind of like, Quagsire, where it's like you're tricked into believing that Pokemon is a water type, when in reality, it's not. At least with this one, at least with Galarian Stunfisk, it's like, okay, I can see the bear trap stuff, right? And it's so angy. It's so angy. I want to snap your feet. I want to break it off, right? But, honestly, I think Stunfisk is going to be in the low B tier. If only, I will say, the Galarian variant definitely saved it, because at least it conveys the idea of it being like a bear trap, right? But if it weren't, oh boy. But if we weren't, counting Galarian Stunfisk, it would have definitely ended up in C tier, so... Stunfisk. Is this Route 10 again? Yeah. Alright. Ooh! Next up... is... Mienfoo. Alright, Mienfoo slash Kojofu is known as the martial arts Pokemon. It is a pure fighting type that can evolve into Mienshao at level 50. It can have either Inner Focus or Regenerator as regular abilities, with Reckless as a hidden ability, and the biology states, Mienfoo is a yellow bipedal mustelid-like Pokemon with round ears, red eyes, and a pink nose with a whisker on each side. Its red arms look similar to flared sleeves, and the paws are yellow. Mienfoo's chest has a small red band, and its pelt piles around its thighs resembling a tunic or a robe. Its legs are red, and its yellow tail is also tipped red. Mienfoo specializes in flowing, speedy, continuous attacks, becoming more precise as it concentrates. Though not very powerful, it can make this up with the number of hits it deals. It also has sharp claws it can use to cut foes. Packs of Mienfoo seclude themselves to mountains to focus on their training. Each pack differs in its kick and chop form. A well-trained Mienfoo is capable of 100 arm chops in just 1 minute. Mienfoo has a temperamental nature despite its small size. It attacks anyone that comes near it with a flurry of attacks. And as for the stats, unsurprisingly, since it's a pure fighting type, its highest stat is its physical attack stat at 85, with speed at 65, special attack at 55, physical defense and special defense both at 50, and HP at 45. So I will say, I do like the design of Mienfoo. It's very reminiscent of, like, the martial artist masters of old and all that. But I will say, using a Mienfoo, on the other hand, oh man, it can be annoying. Not always, but it can be. Because it's not super fast, and it also can't really tank hits that much. Like, I feel like I feel like I found myself, like, having Mienfoo faint on me more than staying alive when it takes super effective attacks. But, I do think it is a neat Pokemon. I think it's nice. My only question is, where would I put this? It's definitely B tier. I just don't know if it will be high B or low B. Excuse me. I'm feeling low B, honestly. But I will say, it's a high low B. It's a high low B. Let's see. Okay. Alright. Next up is its evolution, Mienshao. Alright, Mienshao slash Kojondo is continuing to be known as a martial arts Pokemon, retaining its pure fighting type along with its abilities and the biology states. Mienshao is a white, long-bodied, mustelid Pokemon with a small head and small triangular ears. Its forehead has a purple spot adorning it as well as a yellow one on its snout. It has purple eyebrows that resemble eyelashes above its narrow maroon eyes, and it possesses a pair of long yellow-tipped whiskers which have split ends. Its arms are almost completely covered by a large amount of fur that is tipped in purple and split at the end, resembling long sleeves. Its torso has one purple ring of fur around its midsection. It also has purple fur on the bottom section of the torso, which resembles pants, and its bottom paws are clawed. It has a long skinny tail that, like its paw fur, is tipped purple and split at its end. Mienshao is respectful and is usually seen training with its trainer. Excuse me. When facing a truly challenging opponent, Mienshao will bite off the fur from its arms to make itself lighter. Its arm fur is used as a weapon in battle and acts like a battle whip. Ends Castle Bridge. Before it attacks, it lets out a bizarre wail. It then creates combination attacks that are difficult to see and overwhelmingly unstoppable, and slowly stores up power for a finishing blow. When using its blinding speed, Mienshao can crush massive boulders into tiny pieces. In the anime episode, A New Perspective... Oh no, this is actually from the manga, excuse me. From the Pokemon Adventures manga, demonstrates that Mienshao can extend the fur on its arms at will and stretch it far enough to tie its opponents. And as for the stats... Okay. Physical attack is at 125, with speed at 105, special attack at 95, HP at 65, and both physical defense and special defense both at 60. I will say, I do like Mienshao's design. Like, I do like it. I think the only thing I don't is this. It's the fact that, like, the arm fur goes over the hands. Like, I get what it's trying to evoke. Excuse me. I get what it's trying to evoke, but I kind of wonder if it, like, I feel like it just would have been better if, like, the arm fur was, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't know how to explain this, but I think, like, I think if anything, if, like, maybe if the hand just wasn't visible at all and instead it was just the fur, I think it would work. But yeah, I do like Mienshao's design. And I actually think it is a pretty good Pokemon, at least from my experience, at least. Definitely better than Mienfoo. I guess my thing is, like, would I put it in the high B tier or A tier? I'm thinking high B tier. Okay. Oh dear, this is another Pokemon. I think this is a Pokemon that is gonna struggle to stay out of C tier. Alright, next up is Druddigon. Alright, Druddigon slash Kurimugan is known as the Cave Pokemon. It is a pure Dragon type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It can have either Rough Skin or Sheer Force as regular abilities, with Mold Breaker as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Druddigon is a large blue draconic Pokemon with medium-sized wings shaped like thistle leaves, although it is rarely seen flying. Its bright red head is harder than rock and is very rough. It has a set of glaring, ferocious pale yellow irises. Its arms are longer than its legs, giving it the appearance of a hunchback. It has a thick, moderately sized tail and sharp white claws on both hands and feet. It also has tall, conical red spikes. 3 on each arm, 1 on each shoulder, 2 on each leg, and 4 on its tail. It has a blunt, brutal snout, bearing a maw with no discernible teeth. Instead, small fang-like protrusions sprout from its jaws. It has a series of olive ellipsoid scoots running across its belly. Drotagon is known for its aggressive and cunning disposition. It warms its body by taking in sunlight with its wings. If its body temperature drops, it becomes immobile. It demonstrates notable physical strength and has been known to tackle opponents head first. It nimbly chases prey around its den, using its outstretched claws to catch them. Rather than creating its own nest, Drotagon inhabits caves and tunnels dug by other Pokemon, such as Diglett, Dugtrio, Onix, and Excadrill. And as for the stats, physical attack is ties at 120, with both physical defense and special defense at 90, HP at 77, special attack at 60, and speed at 48. So, this is another Pokemon I forget that exists. Like, just on the whole in general. And the reason for that is that, like, the vibe I get from this is that this is meant to be a storybook creature. You know what I mean? Like, this Drotagon is a dragon that you would see in a classic fairy tale book. Does that make sense? Like the simple colors, the way that it look, like, this is probably the most simplistic looking dragon I've ever seen. Granted, that's standing next to Dragonite, of course. But I don't know, but I will say this, not only do I see this from a fairy tale book, I also see this as like one of those, what do they call it? Like, the life-size dragon plushies that you would have in your child's bedroom. And such. Like, this looks like a fucking kid's toy. Which, I mean, if that's the point that it's going for, then it succeeds, right? But other than that, like, I don't think I've ever seen anybody use this Pokemon. Like, even across all the games I've played, I don't think I've ever seen Drotagon, like, actually become present. Which makes me wonder, like, is it even good? Like, do people not care for it? I mean, I know that Iris has a Drotagon, but that's only in her game, I think. I don't know. Oh man. Does it go in the C tier or the low B tier? I don't know. Honestly, I'm thinking C tier. Like, it's just not Drotagon. I mean, hell, even the fucking name is, like, not super inspiring. Drotagon. Like, it sounds like a wizard dragon. A dragon wizard, that's it. A wizard dragon. Wizard of Dragons. Okay. Next up. Oh, I think this is a bit of a fan favorite. Well, actually, I think its evolution is not. It's, whatever the fuck it's called. It's, oh my god. I thought that said Gobait. I was like, oh. Alright, next up is Golett. Alright, Golett / Gobito is known as the Automaton Pokemon. It is a dual ground ghost type that evolves into Golurk at level 43. It can have either Iron Fist or Klutz as regular abilities, with No Guard as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Golett is an artificial Pokemon that resembles a small bipedal automaton. Its body is made of a mixture of teal and blue clay, resulting in a rugged, lumpy appearance. It's lumpy. It's a big lump. Its head features 2 rectangular eyes, with the left one having the shape of an inverted L and a stubby cyan crest-like structure on top. Its arms are articulated and end in 3-fingered hands, while its legs are much more crude and short. 2 brown bands crisscross around its torso, resembling bandoliers, and meet at a blue rhombus right in the center of its chest, which features a geometric swirl. Its eyes, the swirl on its chest, and the inside of its body, visible by large gaps near its limbs, emit a pale yellow glow. Golett were molded from clay and brought to life thousands of years ago through ancient science, with the purpose of serving their makers as laborers for heavy-duty work. It runs on a mysterious, unidentified energy ever since the moment it was born, but this energy is speculated to run out soon. For unclear reasons, Golett have been reported to continually line up boulders. Oh, they're autistic. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. Anyway, the stats. Physical attack stat is its highest at 74, with HP at 59, both physical defense and special defense at 50, and both special attack and speed at 35. So these are obviously meant to be based off of golems, like actual golems, not like the Pokemon golem. And yeah, I mean, it's alright, I guess. It's cool. It's like, I mean, it's kind of like, I imagine this is like every child's first attempt at making an action figure. But listen, it works, okay? It works. And yeah, it's cool. It's alright, I guess. I think it'll go into low B tier, honestly. Don't really have much to say about it. God, this low B tier is actually getting really full. Like, jeez. Opelousas City. Next up. Oh, shit! Oh, I can't say that. That's a spoiler for me. Sorry, I just learned that Golurk has a Mega. I'm not going to describe it here because I haven't seen it. And I don't want to spoil myself. I say that even though Bulbapedia is going to do that for me anyway. But listen, it's fine. Anyway, I spoiled it. It's Golurk that's next. Golurk, or Gorurug. Wait, what? Gorug. There we go. Gorug. There we go. Fuck. Is also known as the automaton Pokemon, retaining its dual ground ghost typing, along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. This is a long one. What the fuck? Golurk is an artificial Pokemon that resembles a large bipedal automaton, there we go, wearing a suit of armor. Its body is mostly teal in color, with some blue spots on its head, torso, right shoulder, and right hand. Its head is small when compared to the rest of its body, featuring two rectangular eyes, with the left one being L-shaped, and a pointed blue crest-like structure on top. It has large rounded shoulders with a crystal-like formation jutting out, and 5-fingered hands with a blue rhombus on the back. A geometrical swirl is embedded on the rhombuses and on its shoulders. The underside of its waist is flat and connects directly to the midsection of its thighs. It has large circular brown bangles around its wrists and ankles. There is a crack running diagonally across its chest, patched by a brown bandage-like seal, screwed to its chest in 2 points. Its eyes, the crack on its chest, and the swirls on its arms emit a pale yellow glow. Ugh. By virtue of its mechanical nature, Golurk can change the conformation of its body in order to accomplish various purposes. Notably, it can retract its arms and legs into its body, creating openings at its wrists and waist from where it can blast off energy as if they were rocket thrusters, allowing Golurk to fly at Mach speeds, despite its large size. Never forget the fan art showing off the most unconventional flyers. Shiny Golurk's energy is blue instead of yellow. It can also turn into a cannon by retracting its legs, using its arms to anchor itself to the ground, and firing massive energy beams from the opening at its waist. In ancient times, Golurk even acted as sentries on artillery platforms built on the castle walls. Golurk were built by ancient people to serve as a laborer for heavy-duty work and protector of people and Pokemon alike. It is very loyal to its master and will follow its orders without question. Little is known about the energy that it runs on, but it has been theorized to be the product of a perpetual motion machine built inside of Golurk. However, it is unstable and needs to remain contained inside of its body by the seal on its chest. On the occasion the seal is removed, the energy will run wild, causing Golurk to enter enter an indiscriminate vicious rampage, capable of turning a whole town into a mountain of rubble. As seen in the anime episode... In the anime episode Panic at the Park, this also causes the energy to change from pale yellow to a reddish orange and shoot out toward the sky, summoning a heavy downpour in the process. As for its stats... Okay, physical attack is its highest at 124 with HP at 89 with both physical defense and special defense at 80, and both special attack and speed at 55. Okay, Golurk, huh? Don't really have much to say about this one either. I will say I do kind of get a little scared whenever I see one pop out, because it's like, oh yeah, these things are big. These things are big and can hit hard. Not to mention, I don't know how to deal with, like, ground ghost Pokemon yet. It's like, sure, you can have a grass type. Or a dark type, you just gotta be careful. Excuse me. But yeah. Basically just another, Golem Pokemon. I guess my thing is, where would I place this? Probably low B tier, honestly. I can't really think of anywhere else it would go. I mean, it's not bad to be in C, but still. Okay. Please don't have another Mega. Okay. Alright, next up is Poniard. Alright, Poniard slash Komatana is known as the Sharp Blade Pokemon. Oh, hi, N. It is a dual Dark Steel type Pokemon that can evolve into B-Sharp at level 52, which then evolves into King Gambit upon leveling up after defeating 3 B-Sharp that hold a Leader's Crest. That's probably Hisuian shit. It can have either Defiant or Inner Focus as regular abilities, with Pressure as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Poniard is a small bipedal Pokemon with a vaguely beetle-like appearance. It has a rounded red and black head with a silvery blade extending from the front. Its face is gray with yellow eyes. 2 pairs of steel blades protrude from either side of its black torso, connected by steel ribs. It has red arms that end with extendable knife-like blades instead of hands. It also has red legs with 2 white toes located on both sides of each feet. When hunting, Poniard immobilizes prey by repeated stabbing with its blades after clinging onto them. It then clings its arm blades together afterwards. Any chips in Poniard's blades would prove fatal for it. Thus, Poniard regularly sharpens its blades with its favorite sharpening stones found by rivers. Poniard is noted to be an especially courageous fighter. In the wild, Poniard lives in packs governed by B-Sharp. The Poniard will attack when commanded by B-Sharp and will continue to do so even if they are injured. Each member of the pack trains diligently, hoping to one day take the lead. Tinkatuff is a natural enemy of Poniard. As for the stats, physical attack is its highest at 85, with physical defense at 70, speed at 60, HP at 45, and both special attack and special defense at 40. Yeah. I think it's cool. But nothing I would write home about, honestly. I mean, it's I guess. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. Probably low B tier, honestly. Is that how you spell it? Poniard? Also, this song is bumming me out. You know what I just realized is I also have to give my opinion on Unova as a whole, and it's not gonna help if I'm listening to N's music all the time. Alright, next up... Alright, next up is B sharp. Alright, B sharp slash Kirikizan is known as the Sword Blade Pokemon, retaining its dual type of Dark and Steel along with its abilities, and the biology is as follows. B sharp is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon. It has a round red and black head, similar to a war helmet, topped with a golden double-headed axe blade with white edges. we just got done listening to a piano arrangement of this, and now we got an actual remix. Okay. Listen, I love N as much as the next person, but jeez. The helmet shrouds most of its yellow and black face, although its triangular eyes are visible. Resembling shoulder pads, B-Sharp's red shoulders project slightly over its arms and have a thin yellow line where they meet its black torso. It has white metallic hands that resemble gloves, with retractable sharp blades attached. Encircling its torso are two blades, which create the impression of a rib cage. Its thighs are red and become progressively thinner as they connect to the knee. Both of its feet are metallic and split down the middle, resembling cloven hooves. These hooves are also similar to steel war boots or possibly leggings. In the wild, B-Sharp rules over a pack of Pawniard, and fights other B-Sharp to become the alpha of the pack. The loser of these fights is cast out. It is notably pitiless, having no expression when finishing off prey, and is also said to use underhanded tactics during battles. When hunting, the Pawniard allow the leader B-Sharp to perform the finishing blow. Once a B-Sharp's head blade is chipped or damaged, it retires from its position as boss. B-Sharp keeps a close eye on members of its pack to ensure none of the Pawniard think about betraying it, and absorbs defeated packs into its own tribe during territorial disputes. The B-Sharp tribes are in turn spearheaded by King Gambit, which has been known to lead gangs of B-Sharp into battle. It is said that only the most outstanding members of the B-Sharp tribes can evolve into King Gambit. B-Sharp typically lives near forested areas. It has violent conflicts with Fracture over the locations of sharpening stones, and is often attacked by Tinkatuff for its metal. And as for its stats, of course, its highest stat is its physical attack stat at 125, with physical defense at 100, special defense and speed both at 70, HP at 65, and special attack at 60. I'm really coming across a lot of, physical attackers, huh? Sorry. What can I say? I love unwavering emotions. Anyway, I think it's cool. I've never used one, but I think it is cool. I think it is, it's actually interesting to think about it. We have, I'm assuming we're thinking about in chess terms, right? Because, Pawniard is supposed to be the pawn, or the rook, I imagine, whereas B-Sharp is probably the bishop, and then you have King Gambit, which is the king. And I imagine those are the defenders in chess. But yeah, nothing really to write home about. I think it's definitely better than Pawniard, honestly, but, yeah, there's not much I can say about it. It's probably gonna be another low B. Do I need to refresh? Not yet. This will probably be the last one then before. Next up is a bit of a weird one. Bit of a weirdo. And this one is Bouffalant. I almost never see this Pokemon, by the way. Bouffalant slash Bouffaron is known as the Bash Buffalo Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It can have either Reckless or Sap Sipper as regular abilities, with Soundproof as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Bouffalant is a bovine Pokemon with a large dark afro on its head. 2 large curving horns, each with 2 golden growths resembling rings, protrude from the afro. It has a shaggy brown hide that ends at its knees and does not cover its face. A large gray nose sits at the end of its short beige snout, and its yellow eyes are partly hidden by its hair. There are black tear markings directly below its eyes. It has a large hump on its back. Each of its beige legs has a single gray hoof, and its tail ends in a stubby tuft of fur. A territorial Pokemon, it will headbutt anyone that attempts to invade its territory. However, in the anime episode Baffling the Bouffalant, it is shown not to attack those with an afro hairstyle. Protected by its afro, which absorbs damage, its headbutts are strong enough to derail a train and send it flying. It can also destroy a car with just a headbutt. The more hair a Bouffalant has on its head, the higher positions it has in the herd. A herd of Bouffalant consists of 20 individuals. For unclear reasons, a Bouffalant loses its hair from its head should it ever betray its herd. And Bouffalant is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Head Charge. And as for the stats, another physical attacker. Its highest stat is its physical attack at 110, with special defense at 90. Oh, special defense and HP at 95. And physical defense at 95. Excuse me. Speed at 55 and special attack at 40. So this is a bit of a weirdo Pokemon for me. Because I have never encountered this, like, anywhere. Like, I feel like this is one of those Pokemon that Game Freak is just refusing to let out of the closet. I mean, to be fair, like, I'm very curious about it. Like, how is it? It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of Tauros, honestly. Just with, probably with a little bit more Ave. Is that racist to say? But I don't know. I think it's a pretty neat Pokemon. I mean, and I know it's supposed to represent a buffalo. Actually, I shouldn't say Tauros. I mean, to be fair, Tauros is a bull and Bouffalant is a buffalo. And I think we need more buffaloes. They're majestic creatures. What the hell was that? Honestly, I think I would put it in the high B tier. Because I do want to know what it's about. How do you spell it? Boof. 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 Alant? Alant. Bouffalant. It's definitely boof. A boofer. Alright, I gotta refresh my Pokemon tabs real quick. How far are we, actually? Let's see. We're at 626, and this ends at 649, so we're halfway there. Yeah, that sounds about right. Wait, does it? 627 to 649, so a little over 20 left. But we are getting close to the legendaries, so... Oh, we got version exclusive birds coming up. And this one's gonna be very funny. Alright, so... next up is... Rufflet. Rufflet slash Washibon is known as the Eaglet Pokemon. It is a dual normal flying type that evolves into Braviary at level 54. It can have either Keen Eye or Sheer Force as regular abilities, with Hustle as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Rufflet is a small avian Pokemon with a blue body. A large white plume of feathers covers its head, and 3 tail feathers extend from its lower back. The feathery puff extends down past its neck, covering the upper third of its body. Its face is blue with 5 pointed tips, resembling a mask and crown in contrast to the white feathers surrounding it. Extending from its forehead is a large feather, which is red on the lower half and white on the upper half. The split between the 2 colors on the feather resembles a zigzag pattern. Rufflet's beak is short and wide, with large eyes on either side. Each eye has a thick black iris with a small white pupil. Its yellow legs and feet are large in comparison to the body. Each foot has 4 digits, 1 backwards and 3 forwards. The thick black talons on its feet are strong enough to break even the hardest of berries and crack shelter to consume their insides. Rufflet also preys on Spupa. Rufflet is extremely aggressive from birth and knowingly provokes opponents larger and more powerful than itself, including its own parent, to gain acceptance. Oh, that's bad. It sees this as a means of quickly getting stronger. The more times Rufflet faints or gets injured, the stronger it becomes. Rufflet will start crying whenever it loses a battle. Rufflet is a male-only species. And as for the stats, it's, God, another physical attacker, Jesus Christ. Its physical attack stat is its highest at 83, with HP at 70, speed at 60, both physical defense and special defense at 50, and special attack at 37. Look at this little fucking thing. It very much reminds me of, like, this is very much like a hatchling. Not straight out of the egg, of course, but very much like a growing birdie, you know? It is cute, I will give you that. But, I don't know. I think it's just that. It's just a little hatchling. It's a little baby hatchling. Man, we're not getting a lot of A tiers, are we? I mean, hey. God, this low B tier is really getting a lot of Pokemon. It's also been 4.5 hours. Oh boy, okay. This is the American Pokemon. And I know there's the Hisuian variant, but we're not going to cover that today. Next up is Braviary. America! Braviary slash War... Oh, Christ. War Guru is known as the Valiant Pokemon. It is a dual normal flying... It retains its dual normal flying type. Along with its abilities. And the biology states, Braviary is a large avian Pokemon with dark red feathers on its back and dark blue feathers on its underside. Its tail feathers are red, turning to yellow, and then blue at the tips. Braviary's legs are long and thick with yellow feet that each have a digit facing backward, and 3 facing forward. Each digit is tipped by a short, thick black claw. Braviary has a long, thick beak with a blue keer, whatever. On either side of the sear are Braviary's eyes, which are grayish-blue with small black pupils and white reflections. Sprouting from above the eyes is a crest of 3 long white feathers. At the base of the feathers is a red W-shaped design that is spread across all 3 feathers. On each side of Braviary's face, sprouting out from behind the feathers on its forehead, are an additional 3 white feathers pointed horizontally and downward. Behind the 3 feathers on its head is a large mane of white feathers, draping over its neck. Combined, these features resemble a Native American war bonnet. Oh boy. What a good Pokemon. Braviary is extremely aggressive, but for noble reasons. Oh man, that's so hypocritical. That's so funny, in an irony way. It is known for its bravery and pride, and will fight fiercely to help and protect its friends. Even if it is injured or has its life threatened, it will still fight. The more scars it has on its front, the more respect it gets from its peers. Scars on its back will bring it ridicule, however. It has earned the nickname the Hero of the Skies due to its extreme dedication towards friends. Aiding its valiance, Braviary is extremely strong, capable of lifting a car and flying with it. However, due to its hot-headed and belligerent nature, it was rejected from being the flying taxi carrier in Galar in favor of Corviknight. Braviary is usually seen as a motif for different emblems, like America. And the stats. Holy shit, another physical attacker, oh my god. Highest stat is its physical attack at 123 with HP at 100, speed at 80, both physical defense and special defense at 75, and special attack at 57. I will say it is a cool bird. I just don't like the fact that a lot of people use Braviary to resemble America considering everything that's been going on lately. But I will say, the Hisuian variant does save it, because I actually think the Hisuian variant's like... I mean, it's not... I will say, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I think it is just a tad cooler, honestly, than regular Braviary. But in terms of where I would rank it, I mean... I'll be nice and rate it here, in the high B tier. God, there's so many Pokemon in this fucking B tier. Like, come on, man. Like, look at how big this low B tier is. Oh man, as you can see, my text can't even go here anymore because of how much shit is here. Alright, next up, more version exclusive birds. Alright, next up is Vullaby. Alright, Vullaby / Baruchai is known as the diapered Pokemon. No, I'm not joking. It's literally known as the diaper. It is a dual dark flying type Pokemon that evolves into Mandibuzz at level 54. It can have either Big Pecs or Overcoat as regular abilities, with Weak Armor as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Vullaby is a Pokemon that resembles a baby vulture. It has a plump, stout body covered in dark gray feathers, tiny wings with gray tips, and pink feet with 3 clawed toes. Vullaby's neck is short and supports a round pink head devoid of any feathers, except for a crest on the top. There is a collar of fluffy light gray feathers around its neck. It has a small gray beak and red eyes. Vullaby protect their rear by wearing a cracked upside-down skull as a diaper-like undergarment, hence its categorization. Vullaby either finds this bone itself or uses one found for it by Mandibuzz. Its large appetite results in large growth spurts, resulting in Vullaby having to replace their bones, and they often pass older bones down to smaller Vullaby. Vullaby often start petty chats with their own kind on which bones are the most comfortable. Vullaby is known to chase after weaker creatures. Vullaby is a female-only species. And as for the stats, its highest stat is, thank God, its physical defense at 75, with HP at 70, special defense at 65, speed at 60, physical attack at 55, and special attack at 45. Man, it just descends all the way down, huh? Alright, so Vullaby. It is cute in a way. It is cute in a way. I mean, look at this. It's so fat, too. Like, it's just, like, imagine this as like a ball, like a stress ball, and you just fucking throw it. It's like, and oh my god. But, you know, you want to know the funny part? So, when I was going through Ultra Moon for the first time, I obviously got to the part where you can catch a Vullaby. And the thing is, because I don't know if I was reading Harrow the Ninth back then, or if I was in the process of getting Harrow the Ninth, I named my Volibee after Harrowhark from the Locked Tomb series. And trust me, if you read that series, you'll know exactly why I named Volibee Harrow. Oh my god. But yeah, I think it's cute. Although I guess like the question is like, would I prefer Volibee over Rufflet? Probably. I don't know. I mean, again, vultures are pretty cool. They're scavengers of the desert. Not me thinking of the song from Ice Age, like, food, wonderful food. I think I'll probably put it in the high B tier. I think it deserves that, at least. It's just gonna be a low high B. Whoops. Alright, next up. Alright, next up is Mandibuzz, the cave woman. Alright, Mandibuzz slash... Oh, ooh, thank god I'm looking at the Japanese for this. Bogina is known as the Bone Vulture Pokemon, retaining its dark flying type along with its abilities. The biology states... Mandibuzz is a vulture-like Pokemon, particularly resembling a turkey vulture. It has a bare pink head and neck, along with a notched black beak and red eyes. There are black eyelashes or eyeliner-like markings above its eyes. A long brown tuft with a bone in the middle extends from the back of its head. It has a tan ruff at the base of its neck and shaggy darker brown wings with gray tips. Mandibuzz also has shaggy brown tail feathers. Its pink feet have black talons. It has decorated itself with bones, a jaw with sharp teeth, to form a skirt. When Mandibuzz sits on its Volibee chick within its nest, Mandibuzz's bony skirt combines with the bones around Volibee's lower body to form an upside-down skull with sharp teeth. Different types of bones fall in and out of use as if they were fashion trends among Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz lives in nests made from the bones it finds, though they've also been seen using more traditional nests, such as in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy, which we're not going to go over. Weakened prey such as Cubone is dragged back to this nest after Mandibuzz swoops down on it from the sky. Mandibuzz is a female-only species, although it dresses attractively in bones as a purported attempt to attract mates. That is crazy. And as for the stats... Oh, HP is actually its highest stat at 110, with physical defense at 105, special defense at 95, speed at 80, physical attack at 65, and special attack at 55. You know what's funny? It's like, I know this is supposed to resemble a vulture and all that, and I get the whole idea of the bones, right? But to me, it just looks like a cave woman. Like, it just reminds me of a cave woman, you know? Like Flintstones looking ass. Though I will say, I didn't think about this. Like, I knew about the bone and the hair here, but I did not think these were bones too. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was just like, you know, flat for one, and two, that these were feathers. Nope, they're here are your jaw bones, ma'am. But, honestly, I think this is gonna probably be an inverse of, the Rufflet Braviary line, where it's like, Volibee's gonna be in the high B tier, Mandibuzz is gonna be in the low B tier. I didn't spell Mandibuzz right. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, this Pokemon is a definite C tier. This next one is a definite C tier, and I don't need to go over it. Like, do I have to? Probably. Alright, this one is Heatmore. Ugliest Pokemon ever. Like, this is probably my least favorite Pokemon of all time. Which is saying something. Alright. Heatmore / Kuitaran is known as the Anteater Pokemon. It is a pure fire type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It can have either Gluttony or Flash Fire as regular abilities, with White Smoke as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Heatmore is a bipedal anteater-like Pokemon. It has a beige face while the rest of its fur is red with yellow stripes, sharing the appearance of molten lava. On its lower abdomen, back and underside are raised beige-colored bands that resemble pipes, leading to its tail. Heatmore's claws on both its feet and hands are a dull yellow, and on its wrists are raised dented bands. Both the wrists and feet are beige-colored. Its tail is dented upward and has a hole in it, similar in appearance to a muffler. It also seems to serve the same purpose as a muffler, being able to expel gases, although it is able to take in air as well. Durant are the preferred prey of Heatmore. Heatmore expels flames from its mouth and uses it like a tongue, allowing it to burn through Durant's steel bodies before consuming their insides. It uses the hole in its tail to absorb air in order to keep its fire burning. Should the hole get blocked, Heatmore will become ill. In Generation 7, Fire Lash was its signature move. And as for the stats... Oh, thank God, a special attacker. Its highest stat is its special attack at 105, with physical attack at 97, HP at 85, both physical defense and special defense at 66, and speed 1 point below at 65. I genuinely hate this thing. I think it is so ugly, I think it is so forgettable, and I could not give less of a fuck about it. I think it is one of the worst Pokemon ever. And just for the sin of existing, it's going to go in here. You know what's funny the thought just crossed my mind of like, what if I made a separate tier just for Heatmore, saying this is the worst of the worst. But no, I'm not going to be that mean and say that like, oh, it deserves a whole tier of its own. But trust me if I say if I was a more petty person, I would definitely do that. Oh my god, please give me some A or S tier Pokemon soon, please. Oh, yay, thank you for answering my prayers. Too bad it's not this upcoming one, but hey, we're getting there. Alright, next up is Durant. Alright, Durant / What is this name? Iant. Like, it literally says Ianto. I am an ant. Is known as the Iron Ant Pokemon. It is a dual bug steel type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It can have either Swarm or Hustle as regular abilities, with Truant as a hidden ability, and the biology follows. Durant is an insectoid Pokemon with a steel body that has 3 distinct sections. Its ovoid abdomen is dark gray with a light gray band wrapping around the middle, and 2 circles resembling rivets near a jagged seam on either side. Durant's thorax is slightly smaller, but identical in design with its abdomen. The only difference being 1 circle on either side instead of 2. Its head is spherical and similar in appearance to its body, being mostly light gray with dark gray sections on each side, and 2 circular rivet-like circles on the forehead. On each side of its head are large red eyes with hollow black pupils. Durant has 2 round mandibles that it uses to grab things and feed itself. Oh, I think Driftvale City is starting to make a resurgence tonight. The mandibles are attached below its eyes and are situated in front of its horizontally opening mouth. Atop its head are 2 long antennae, each tipped with small spheres. Durant has 6 black legs sprouting from its thorax. Each leg has 1 claw at its tip, except the front legs that each have 2. Durant are extremely territorial. They form colonies and use their mandibles, which can crush rocks, to dig underground nests through mountains. These nests are designed to be maze-like, with complicated interconnected tunnels. When a Durant colony is threatened, each individual performs their own different roles together in order to keep out and fight back intruders, such as their natural predator Heatmore or Sandaconda looking to eat the eggs in their nest. Durant protect themselves from Heatmore by covering their bodies in steel armor and using their mandibles to attack. As seen in the anime episode Battling the Leaf Thieves, Durant prefers to eat vegetation, namely leaves. It will attack swiftly and aggressively if bothered, but will not pursue intruders once outside of its colony. As for the stats, physical defense is its highest at 112, with both physical attack and speed at 109, HP at 58, and special attack and special defense both at 48. I don't really care for this Pokemon either. Granted, it's not as bad as Heatmore, I will say that. But they're not much better than Heatmore. I genuinely don't see why you would have this as a thing outside of the gimmick. I mean, at the very least, it is an ant, and it does behave like one. I mean, imagine stepping into its colony and you just get fucking your ankles bitten and probably torn to pieces by Durant. So I think it's still gonna be in the C tier, but it's still gonna be, you know, higher than Heatmore. I think Heatmore's gonna be the lowest rated Pokemon of all time. Okay. Alright, now for one of my favorites. Like, these are all probably gonna be S tier Pokemon. Alright, next up on the list is our first pseudo-legend. I say first, I think is it our only pseudo-legend of Unova? But regardless, it's Dino, or Dano until recently. Look at my baby! Alright, Dino / Monozu is known as the irate Pokemon. How can you think that's irate? How can you think that? It is a dual dark dragon type that can evolve into Zweilous at level 50, which then evolves into Hydreigon at level 64. It only has Hustle as an ability, and the biology states: Dino is a small blue quadrupedal Pokemon with black fur covering its head and neck, concealing everything but its mouth from view. Thinking of those pictures I've seen of people who have like Dino plushies, and they lift up the hair on the head. It does have eyes. They just look really dopey, and I love it for them. The fur around its neck also has 6 purple spots encircling it, which resemble bruises. Those are bruises? I would have figured they. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh, they look like berries. The hair on the top of its head takes the shape of a single small horn. It also has a short tail that appears to be bitten off. Dino's body is covered in wounds. Oh, I'm dumb. As Dino is blind, it figures out its surroundings by ramming and biting. It primarily lives in caves with abundant water sources but little food source, so it will eat anything that moves and memorizes the scent of its favorite things that it has tasted. It has the vigor and energy to bite constantly, making it dangerous to approach without taking precautions. As seen in the anime episode The Lonely Dino, it may rear up on its hind legs when happy. What do you mean it may rear up? I've seen it in 3D. It does do that when you give it a treat. Oh my god, look at the babies. Alright, stats. Physical attack is its highest at 65 with HP at 52. Both physical defense and special defense at 50, special attack at 45, and speed at 38. Do I really need to go into detail over, you know, my love for Dino? I love this thing. It's so cute. It's so cute, and it's stupid. Like, I think the way it's described is supposed to be stupid, but it's so cute. Look at this thing. Like, honestly, it makes the 2 hours I searched for it in Pokemon Sword worth it to get a female Dino specifically. Like, it took so long trying to find a female Dino because I wanted a female Dino so I can name it Reika after my fucking OC that I was talking about way earlier in the stream. You know, the one that I said that had the Reuniclus as a partner Pokemon? Oh, this is an N remix. Anyway, this is an S tier. I almost put down A tier. Here we go. This is S tier for me. Look at this fucker. It's so cute. It's so baby. That's the thing. It's baby. It is Babu to me. Alright, next up... Actually, this is kind of ironic that we're reviewing the Dino line, considering. And we're listening to End's music. Alright, next up is Zoilis. Alright. Not me thinking that the Japanese name for Zoilis was Dickhead. I was like, what? No, it says, Jihedo, or Dehead. It is known as the hostile Pokemon, retaining its dual Dark Dragon typing along with its ability of Hustle, and the biology states, Zoilis is a dark blue quadrupedal Pokemon with 2 heads and black fur covering its necks and back. Its front legs are muscular with 2 claws on each foot, but its rear legs are less defined and have 2 small, backward-pointing toes without claws. There are tufts of fur over its heads with rounded points at the top. It has 2 thin wings on its back, each ending in 2 points. The fur stops at the chest and opens up to fuchsia-striped bands on the sides of its legs. Though it appears to lack eyes, it is unknown if Zoilis is blind. Gotta take a sip real quick. Zoilis has the vigor and energy to eat and bite constantly without stopping. Its heads dislike each other and are very hostile. If neither head is given equal attention by someone, they will fight out of envy. Each head has their own likes and dislikes. As a result, the heads often turn eating into a competition, each head trying to claim leadership by eating more than the other. Because of this, Zoilis will always end up overeating and is covered in scars, even without opponents to fight. This allows Zoilis to become stronger without any allies helping it. It is a nomadic Pokemon. It migrates once it has eaten all the prey in an area, its 2 heads arguing over directions. However, Zoilis generally makes its habitat in caves. As for the stats... Oh, they're actually pretty rounded for the most part. Physical attack stat is still its highest at 85, with HP at 72, special defense at... physical defense and special defense both at 70, with special attack at 65, and speed at 58. This is still a cute Pokemon to me. I don't care if it's constantly fighting. It's like, listen, it's like having 2 dogs. That's the best way I can describe the Dino line up until Hydreigon, is it's basically like having dogs. Dino is the puppy, Zoilis is like the terrible 2's puppy, and Hydreigon is like the fully grown dog. But yeah, I mean, I think this is still cute, even if it's constantly fighting. It's like, yep. Yeah, I think this is another S tier for me. Am I listening to N's theme right now, or is this somebody else? No, this is N. Alright. Oh boy, here comes the girl. Here comes the Goyle. Here comes the Goyle. Here comes my baby girl Reika. Oh, I didn't even fucking take off the picture. Whoops. I'm hurrying. Hydreigon. There's our girl. There's the Goyle. Alright. Hydreigon / Sazandora is known as the brutal Pokemon. It retains its dual Dark Dragon typing. However, its ability is now replaced with Levitate. And it is considered a pseudo-legendary. So I was right. Hydreigon biology states, Hydreigon is a 3-headed draconic Pokemon with 6 thin black wings that each end in 2 points on its back. Its body is primarily dark blue, with black fur covering its neck and shoulders. Its secondary necks are also arms with elbow and shoulder joints. Despite its 3 heads, it is a singular entity, unlike its pre-evolved form Zoilis. Its secondary heads lack brains and do not move or think of their own accord, while its central head houses its brain. The inner fur surrounding its heads, it's fuchsia in color and resembles collars. Hydreigons' heads have black eyes. The main head additionally has fuchsia pupils and invisible pointed teeth, while the secondary head's eyes are simplistic and unable to blink. Its abdomen has 2 fuchsia stripes and its feet appear atrophied, having no claws or defined soles. Its tail also sports a fuchsia stripe and ends with a black tuft. Hydreigon is a violent, destructive Pokemon. It will attack anything that moves, determining it a foe. However, in the anime episode Cameron's Secret Weapon, Hydreigon is depicted as fairly obedient when around its trainer. The 3 heads take turns when attacking, not stopping until their target is defeated. Hydreigon can also use its 3 mouths to rapidly eat through anything. Hydreigon is said to be highly intelligent in spite of its constantly destructive thoughts. It is rarely encountered in the wild, but has occasionally been sighted dive-bombing passersby from the sky. Many stories described Hydreigon destroying entire villages. Due to its eyesight, Hydreigon is afraid of Wyvern during nighttime. It is said Hydreigon's reason for being ferocious is due to ancient people loathing it. The ancient people believed Hydreigon was evil incarnate, hence always attacking it. Poor thing. And as for the stats, special attack is its highest at 125, with physical attack at 105, speed at 98, HP at 92, and both physical defense and special defense at 90. I mean, to be fair, I think if you were a Ditto, you'd probably be having an identity crisis. Imagine if that was what Pokopia was about. Because I know it's about the Ditto. Imagine a side quest where it's like you have to help a Ditto having an identity crisis of like, who am I? Da-da-da! Anyway. Oh my god. Hydreigon. Again, I have a special connection with this thing. Because again, I know I keep calling it Reika, and again, you're not gonna know who the fuck she is unless, like, you knew me from when I was a teenager, which I highly doubt. But yeah, this was basically, the reason I fell in love with Hydreigon was because I just kept imagining, like, you know, I don't know, like, its trainer being, like, this girl that is completely opposite of what it is. You know what I mean? Like, this very soft, quiet girl, and then all of a sudden you have this monstrosity, you know, getting ready to snap at you. I don't, like, it's hard to explain without going into details, and I don't want to do that, because this stream is already long enough as it is. But I really love Hydreigon. What can I say? And I will say this, it also has to do a little bit with the story of Black and White. You know, if you know about Ghetsis, you know that this is his ace. This is his partner Pokemon, quote unquote. I probably won't get super into that until I am officially finished with all of the Pokemon. But just know that, yeah, there's a fun little tidbit, and I mean fun in quotation marks, between Ghetsis and his Hydreigon. But for now, Hydreigon's going in S tier. Like, no doubt about it. Another thing, too, and I don't know if y'all noticed, we have German letters here, or German words here, for Dino, Zweilous, and Hydreigon. Ein, zwei, drei. 1, 2, 3 in German. Just in case you weren't aware. But yeah, Hydreigon's great. Love him. Love it. Alright, anyway. I actually forget if this is a pseudo-legend. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think it is. But the next Pokemon is, of course, let me get them up, is Larvesta. Excuse me. Larvesta slash let me see. Merlarva is known as the Torch Pokemon. It is a dual bug fire type that evolves into Volcarona at level 59. It has Flame Body as a regular ability with Swarm as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Larvesta is a fuzzy moth larva-like Pokemon. It has blue eyes and a shadowed face. Its white mane of fuzz encompasses its head and the upper half of its body, while its lower half is brown. It has 3 pairs of small black legs. There are 5 red, slightly whorled horns on the sides of its head. Larvesta can shoot fire from its 5 horns as a defensive tactic to immediate predators or to scare prey. It has been seen using the fire that it shoots from these horns to fly. Excuse me? Damn. Let's fucking go. Larvesta's flames can reach up to almost 5,500 degrees Fahrenheit or 3,000 degrees Celsius in temperature. The horn's flames can cut through even sheets of iron. It lives at the feet of volcanoes, though people of ancient times once believed that Larvesta nested on and fell from the sun. Some people still say that it was born from the sun. In ancient times, it was known as the larva that stole the sun and emissary of the sun. It's Helios, basically! Despite this, Larvesta is considered a burden due to it causing constant forest fires. When it evolves into Volcarona, its body becomes enveloped in flames akin to a cocoon. And as for the stats, physical attack is its highest at 85, with speed at 60, HP, physical defense, and special defense all at 55, and special attack at 50. Alright, admittedly, I think this is cute. Yes, it's a little gross, but that's what baby bugs are. They're known to be gross. They're larvae. They're not, like, you know, fully formed and all that. But yeah, it's just a little moth baby. It's a little moth baby. I will say though, the fact that these horns can somehow shoot fire, like, at a force enough to, like, make it fly is fucking crazy. I'm gonna put this in high beats here. Is that how you spell it? Larvesta? Yeah, okay. Is this another pseudo? It's not. I feel like it should be, though, with how long you have to wait for it. Alright, next up. Oh, I just looked. This is our last regular Pokemon before we get into the legendaries. Cool. Next Pokemon is Volcarona. Alright, Volcarona / Urugamotsu is known as the Sun Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Bug and Fire along with its abilities. And the biology states, Volcarona is a large moth-like Pokemon with 4 small feet. It appears to have compound eyes that are 2 shades of blue, and there is a red horn-like structure on each side of its face. The fuzz on its upper body is smoky white and tangled. Its abdomen is black in the center and light blue with black dots on the outside. It has 6 leaf-like wings that are orange in color and have small black spots. Volcarona releases burning scales from its wings to engulf the battlefield in a sea of fire. Volcarona's flames are said to provide a replacement for the sun when the atmosphere is dark with volcanic ash, and some legends claim that it hatched from a cocoon of raging flames to save people and Pokemon in freezing climates. It was feared as the rage of the sun by ancient people, and it was even worshipped as a deity of fire in some places. They even referred to it as the embodiment of the sun. Volcarona's shrine in Relic Castle remains as a testament to the respect it commanded. Despite being worshipped in cold regions, it is unpopular in hot regions due to its burning body. Volcarona is also considered dangerous due to how it scatters hot burning scales, which can rob the surrounding air of its oxygen. Volcarona is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Fiery Dance. And as for the stats, special attack is its highest at 135, with special defense at 105, speed at 100, HP at 85, physical defense at 65, and physical attack at 60. So I think this is yet another rare instance of me actually really liking a bug-type Pokemon. And it's interesting because, like, I feel like I don't like moths that much. I don't like moths that much, honestly. I find them really fucking creepy at times. Especially with how big they can get. And actually, I think Volcarona is like, yeah, over 5 feet big. Like, that thing is near my height. That thing is nearly as big as I am. Like, it's a couple inches smaller than me. That is crazy. So yeah, this is a big-ass bug. But I don't know, like, I really like the design, and I think it's also the fact that, like, there's something about the name, Volcarona, Corona. Granted, I'm not referring to COVID, but I'm talking, like, you know, what, I think a synonym of the sun is Corona, right? I mean, it's actually really funny that my main story is called Corona Shadow, but yeah, I don't know, I think Volcarona is really cool. I wish I had one. I do know, I think there have been plushies of this. And I mean, obviously they're not nearly as big, but I think they look very fluffy. But I also really like the wings too. I don't know, like, I really like this Pokemon's design. I think it's cool, I think it's neat. And I will put it in A tier. Volcarona. Okay. Whew. Holy shit. That big-ass type sign. Alright. Alright, we're now on to our legendaries here. We have the first one that is known as part of the, what is it called? The Swords of Justice. Justice! And this one is, Cobalion. Is it pronounced like that, actually? Cobalion. Let me see. Gotta check our handy-dandy, book here. Let's see. Cobalion. Cobalion? What the hell? Not Cobalion? Cobalion. Well, y'all won't care if I pronounce the way I've been. Just know the official pronunciation is Cobalion, but I think it's Cobalion. Alright, Cobalion. Also known, slash Cobaron, is known as the Iron Will Pokemon. It is a dual steel fighting type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is considered a member of the Swords of Justice alongside Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo. It has Justified as an ability. And the biology states, Cobalion is a quadrupedal Pokemon that possesses traits of stags and goats. It is covered in aqua blue fur and has jagged yellow horns similar in shape to thunderbolts. Its snout is a lighter shade of blue than the rest of its fur, and there is a black blaze running from its nose to the back of its head. On its neck, long neck, and hind legs, there are small gray spots. It has a white tuft of fur under its neck, resembling a cravat. On its shoulder blades are yellow protrusions that resemble fins. Its tail resembles these protrusions, albeit in the same color as its snout. Cobalion's legs have black bands with lighter fur underneath and large black hooves. Cobalion's body is said to be made of steel. Huh. Interesting. Cobalion is said to have a heart of steel. According to legend, Cobalion, alongside the other Swords of Justice, had challenged the humans in order to protect other Pokemon from losing their homes to humanity's expansion. During the battle, Cobalion ushered the other Pokemon to safety. The three swords distrust humans because of a war that resulted in a forest fire in Moor of Icarus. Isurus, however you pronounce that. Its glare can make even an unruly Pokemon obey it. Cobalion is said to have possessed the air of a leader since its birth, and is capable of calming even the most vicious of foes. As seen in both the anime and the manga, it can create an energy blade out of its head. Cobalion loves Cobalion treats. Oh, this is Sword and Shield stuff. That's more ScarVio stuff. Oh, this is from ScarVio. Whoopsie! In Generation 5, Sacred Sword was his signature move. Ah! And as for the stats, physical defense is as high as at 129, with speed at 108, HP at 91 with both physical attack and special attack at 1 point below at 90, and special defense at 72. Alright, so this is where my, what is it called? This is where my, what the fuck's it called? This is where my personal opinions about legendaries end, because I don't have much experience with these. I really don't. Because Gen 4 was the last time I watched the Pokemon movies, so I have no clue what they're like in them. But, I will say, I think this is a pretty neat design. I mean, this is nice, and I can definitely get the whole leadership vibe from it. I mean, obviously poses matter when it comes to presenting characters and such. Well, I say characters, but you know what I mean. But yeah, and I also really like the coloring too. Like, I really like this shade of blue, and I actually really find it funny that this is considered a cravat. I mean, it kind of is, but every time I think of the word cravat, I think of Edgeworth from Ace Attorney, and it's like... And I guess, like, my thing is... oh my god, that's so funny. That is so funny. The Swords of Justice, and I just said Ace Attorney, oh my god. I mean, granted, I'm not gonna start assigning the Swords of Justice to, like, Phoenix Wright characters, but, oh man... It's actually so funny to think about this blue Pokemon being Edgeworth's Pokemon. You know what I mean? But yeah, with the cravat. But, I guess the thing is, where would I place this? I'm honestly thinking A. Like, I like the look of it, really. Cobalion. I like the look of it. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. It's just gonna be a low A. When do I need to refresh my tabs? Alright, next up is another Sword of Justice, but this one is a lot different. And that is Terrakion. Actually, is that how it's pronounced? Is it Terrakion? I gotta make sure, so that way, you know, it's not gonna be like a Cobalion situation. T-O-T-O-T-I. There it is. Terrakion. Okay. I was right, somewhat. Terrakion. And that's the same in Japanese. It is a dual rock fighting type that is not known to evolve into or form or from any other Pokemon. However, it is considered a member of justice. A Sword of Justice, excuse me. It also has Justified as its only ability. And the biology states, Terrakion is a bovine quadrupedal Pokemon. It has a black rounded forehead adorned with two brown axe-like horns that curve forward. Its face is beige with orange eyes and a short snout. On top of its head are several short spikes. Down its back are two brown ridges that join just past its humped shoulders. There are two orange protrusions on its shoulders. The bands around its legs are the same color as its face, and it has black hooves underneath these bands. Its striped underside is also beige. It has a short, stubby tail. Oh, it does. It's like a little dog. Anyway, according to legend, Terrakion, alongside the other Swords of Justice, had challenged the humans in order to protect other Pokemon from losing their homes to humanity's expansion. During the battle, Terrakion shaped the Earth and created a passage to escape. The three swords distrust humans because of a war that resulted in a forest fire and War of Icarus. It is said to possess phenomenal strength and can destroy a castle wall with a single blow. Should a small Pokemon be bullied by anyone or anything, Terrakion will crush them without mercy. As seen in the anime, like other legendary Pokemon, Terrakion can be found in the Pokemon Paradise Laqua? Laqua? What the hell? Pretty. As seen in both the anime and the manga, it can create an energy blade out of its head. And in Generation 5, Sacred Sword was its signature move. Where did I read that? Am I crazy? What the fuck is that? You know what? I'm not gonna question it. Anyway, stats. Physical attack is at 129 with speed at 108. HP at 91 with both physical defense and special defense 1 point below at 90 with special attack at 72. Alright, so Terrakion. Well, not as big of a fan of Terrakion as I am of Cobalion, but I still think it's cool. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, to be fair, I do have a little bit of nostalgia bias with Terrakion, but unfortunately the nostalgia bias is not good in this case because, let's just say that Terrakion I used to heavily associate with a PokeTuber back in the day that, oh man, I don't want to say anything that is, like, I doubt I'm gonna get sued, right? But let's just say that, the PokeTuber that I'm talking about eventually got outed for being inappropriate with minors. Allegedly, I gotta say that. And unfortunately, Terrakion was often associated with them, so... I mean, that's not the Pokemon's fault, and, like, I'm not gonna hold it against it, but I'm just saying, like, the nostalgia bias isn't good in this case. But, yeah, so... Although I will say, I remember doing, Wonder Trait stuff back in the day, and I actually got a Terrakion from that! I actually did get a Terrakion from that! It was like, oh, that's cool! So... I'll put it in the high beats here, though. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Oh, Verizon. You'll understand why I made that joke, because this always gets called Verizon. Virizion. Virizion, which is the same in Japanese. Let me see, am I pronouncing this right? I'm gonna lose my brain here. There it is. Virizion. Yes, I'm pronouncing it right. Let's go. Virizion, otherwise known as the Grassland Pokemon. It is a dual grass fighting type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but they are known as the Sword of Justice, with justified as a regular ability. And the biology states, Virizion is a stag or antelope-like quadrupedal Pokemon that is primarily green. On the sides of its head are long horns that end in dull, curled points. It has a pointed snout with a black blaze running from its nose to the back of its head. Its face, hind legs, and underside are white. There is a pink-tipped leaf on each side of its neck, and leafy tufts on its shoulders. On its back, there are pointed tufts of fur forming a medium-long tail. Its lower legs resemble knee-high boots with pink highlights at the knees, and it has black hooves. According to legend, Virizion, alongside the other Swords of Justice, had challenged the humans in order to protect the other Pokemon, blah, 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 blah. During the battle, Virizion used its speed to shield the other Pokemon from sparks and embers. The three swords distrust them. Virizion attacks its opponents by first darting around them with whirlwind-like speed before using its sharp sword-like horns to swiftly cut them down. In the movie Kyurem vs. the Sword of Justice, Virizion is depicted as the most intelligent member of the Swords of Justice. As seen in both the anime and the manga, it can create an energy blade out of its head. And in Generation 5, Sacred Sword was its signature move. As for the stats, Special Defense was its highest, is at 129, with speed at 108, HP at 91, Physical Attack and Special Attack 1 point below at 90, and Physical Defense at 72. Yeah. Okay. I will say, I think Virizion is probably my favorite out of the Swords of Justice. If only because of Gates to Infinity. Because Virizion was actually an NPC in Gates to Infinity, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, excuse me. And I actually really liked the character development Virizion went through in that, because because it was a she in that game, she originally had a friend that she was really close with, but then said friend, I think, like, I don't know if they, like, betrayed her or, like, just abandoned her or whatnot, but it ended up, but regardless, the pain of losing that friend made her lose value and friendship and connection and all of that. And there's a point in the game when you first meet her where a Pokemon is like, oh, I want to be your friend, Virizion, and Virizion is like, no. And like, then she's seen as a bitch, but then when she like tells you of her backstory, it's like, oh no, that's why you're like that. Oh, I'm so sorry, you know, listen, I get it, but you know, you gotta learn to trust again, Virizion, and she does, and blah 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 blah. But yeah, I also really like this design too. Like, I think it's like pretty neat. I think I have a fondness for grass types. It also just reminds me a little bit of Shaman. Granted, if Shaman were a much taller gazelle, I guess. Well, not gazelle, antelope instead of a deer or a hedgehog. Well, technically Shaman is both hedgehog and deer, so you know. I'll probably put this in the 8 here, honestly. Alright, so we got Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion. I think the only Sword of Justice left we have is the My Little Pony. Oh, no we don't! Not yet! Oh, I also have to refresh my, my Pokemon tabs real quick. By the way, we are almost done. We have less than 10 to go. Okay. Oh, this is a Pokemon I think is pretty good in VGC. Let me just get it up. Well, that and its counterpart. Oh, these has 2 forms. Alright, next... Oh, wait. Gonna save real quick. Alright, next up is Tornadus, or Tornadus, whatever the fuck you want to pronounce it. And they actually have 2 different forms, but I always... Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, shit. Oh, do I want? Sorry, I'm looking at Tornadus, right? And it has 2 forms. But the thing is that the second form doesn't exist until Black and White 2. And it's like, technically I've never played that game. I mean, hell, I don't even, like, even the playlist that I'm using to play the music it doesn't have any Black or White 2 music in it because it's like, I don't have any experience with that. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we're actually just gonna skip over the Therian form because I don't know what the... Well, anyway, Tornadus, or Toru Nerosu, is known as the Cyclone Pokemon. It is a pure flying type that is not known to evolve into or form or from any Pokemon. It has Prankster as a regular ability, with Defiant as a hidden ability. In its form that we see on screen, in an incarnate form, biology, Tornadus, whatever the fuck it's pronounced, is a green muscular humanoid Pokemon which resembles a genie. It is a male-only species with no female counterpart. On its forehead are 2 purple, long and sharp horns. Tornadus has white, wavy, and billowy styled hair, a spiky white mustache, and 2 pointed green ears on either side of its head. Its eyes are yellow with beady white irises and no visible pupils. The front of Tornadus' body is covered in various irregularly shaped purple spots. Its broad chest consists of 2 joined diamond-shaped pectorals. Its shoulders and elbows are adorned with Magatama shapes, and on top of its navel is a teardrop, all colored purple. It has 2 spotted muscular arms with 5 fingers on each hand. Its lower body consists of a trailing cloud, with a purple long curling tail tipped with a whorl. Spanning the length of its tail, Tornadus has several whorled structures. They are a light khaki color and follow the same direction as the tip of its tail. Tornadus can travel at speeds of 200 miles per hour / 320 kilometers. It can whip up frigid storms with its tail, which are strong enough to blow away houses and change the seasons. Tornadus is feared and despised by people and farmers for the destruction it causes with its ferocious gales when unleashed. It often comes into conflict with Thundurus, having fought each other since the beginning of time. Tornadus can unleash many icy whirlwinds along with surrounding itself with a wind shield to protect itself from harm. It attacks with savagely cold winds that cause both body and spirit to tremble. It lives in the sky, usually around snowy areas. It remains in its incarnate form while residing in a region. Tornadus is the only known Pokemon that's capable of learning the move Bleak Wind Storm. And as for the stats, again in incarnate form, special attack is its highest at 125, with physical attack only 10 points below at 115. Speed is at 111, with special defense at 80, HP at 79, and physical defense at 70. So I know that Tornadus is a good Pokemon in VGC. You see this in a lot of teams too, mainly because of its ability and its moveset. And it's usually in incarnate form, not in Therian form. But I will say, I get what it's supposed to be going for, but there's, again, I don't necessarily like super humanoid Pokemon, because I just find it's a little bit uncanny to me. It's like, I don't think they should be too human. You know, and I feel like Tornadus, whatever the fuck you want to pronounce his name as, is kind of like skirting that edge of just like of being just humanoid enough to be unsettling for me, but also not. So I think it'll be in the high B tier, but it's gonna be scoring low. That's not how you spell Tornadus. We're close, I promise. Save just in case. Alright. Next up. Okay, now this is a Pokemon I don't see much of. Like, I think I see the other Pokemon more than this one. Alright, this one is Thundurus. Jesus fuck. Sorry, God. Alright, Thunderous / Borutorosu is known as the Bolt Strike Pokemon. It is a dual electric flying type that is not known to evolve into or from any Pokemon. It is part of the forces of nature alongside Tornadus, Landorus, and Enamorus. It has Prankster as a regular ability with Defiant as a hidden ability, and the biology follows. In incarnate form, Thunderous is a blue muscular humanoid Pokemon, which resembles a genie. It is a male-only species with no female counterpart. On its head is a single long, sharp purple horn. Thunderous has white, zigzagging, and jutting styled hair, a spiky white mustache, and 2 pointed blue ears on either side of its head. Its eyes are yellow with beady white irises and no visible pupils. The front of Thunderous's body is covered in various irregularly shaped purple spots. Its broad chest consists of 2 joined diamond-shaped pectorals, its shoulders and elbows are adorned with Magatama shapes, and on top of its navel is a teardrop, all colored purple. It has 2 spotted muscular arms with 5 fingers on each hand. Its lower body consists of a trailing cloud with a thick, long, curling purple cable-like tail. Thunderous has 7 ball-like structures its tail goes through at intervals, like knots in a cord. They are a dark gray color, and each has a long, sharp spike on one side. Ugh. Thunderous tends to cause forest fires whenever it flies around shooting lightning. Thunderous's lightning bolts can enrich the soil of any ground it hits. Any area visited by Thunderous is marked by charred remains of areas it destroyed. Thunderous is known to be disliked and feared by people and farmers for its destructive rampages. It has a fierce rivalry with Tornadus, having fought each other since the beginning of time. Thunderous can unleash many thunderstorms along with surrounding itself with a wind shield to protect itself from harm. It summons a thunderous tempest and savagely attacks with lightning and wind. It lives in the sky, usually around the oceans. It remains in its incarnate form while residing in a region. Thunderous is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Wild Bolt Storm. And as for the stats... special attack is its highest at 125, with physical attack at 115, speed at 111, special defense at 80, HP at 79, and physical defense at 70. So, unlike Tornadus, I don't see Thunderous a lot, and I don't think I've ever seen it in VGC. I mean, now granted, I don't know whether or not it's because it's not as good as Tornadus, or what. But, yeah, this is pretty much hitting the same spot for me as Tornadus does, where it's like, it's skirting on the edge of being too humanoid to be unsettling to me, but not as well. I mean, at the very least, I think the coloring on it is a little bit better than Tornadus, if only because Tornadus looks like a sickly green, whereas Thunderous here is like, okay, it's a nice shade of blue. But unfortunately, it's gonna probably come here in the high B tier. Is that how you spell Thunderous? Yes. Oh, look at that. Okay. Yes! Okay, S tier legendary, here we go. Alright, next up, we finally have our box legendaries. And the first one is Reshiram. Alright, Reshiram, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Vast White Pokemon. It is a dual Dragon Fire type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. However, this with Zekrom and Kyurem are often collectively referred to as the Tau Trio by fans, apparently. It has the ability Turbo Blaze. This is the game mascot of Pokemon Black. And basically, this can fuse with Kyurem to form White Kyurem. Cool. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, you're gonna kill me, aren't ya? Alright, biology for Reshiram is as follows. Reshiram is a white bipedal Pokemon with draconic, avian, and mammalian traits. A long, voluminous, wispy mane streams out from the upper side of the snout and outwards from its head. The top of this mane is adorned with 2 protrusions resembling ears. Reshiram's face is fringed with spiky features, and it has a small pointed extension below the chin. Its eyes have blue irises and black pupils. There are 2 pairs of pointed teeth visible when its mouth is open, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower. Reshiram has a long and slender neck with a fluffy collar-like protrusion jutting out of 2 gray, glass-like neck bands. Its arms begin slender and arm-like, but then flare into a more wing-like appearance, sporting 4 claws resembling hands on the leading edge. There are plates at the back of Reshiram's hands that sport a similar color to its neck rings. Reshiram has a feathered or furry feature on its chest, with the lower portion protruding outwards to a point. Long feather-like protrusions jut out of its thighs. On its feet are large gray claws, 3 at the front and 1 positioned at the back, resembling high heels. Oh, that's funny. How does that work? Reshiram's tail is a massive plume and ribbon-like extensions, surrounded by 2 large bands, similar to the ones around its neck. When its emotions surge, it enters overdrive mode, and its tail lights up with a fiery glow. There's no way we went through all of that, right? Sorry. In Unova Legends, Reshiram and Zekrom were created from a single dragon Pokemon commanded by the twin heroes of Truth and Ideals when it's split into 2. Reshiram assists anyone who wants to create a world where the truth is valued, so it allied itself with the older brother, whereas Zekrom sided with the younger brother who saw ideals. The 2 dragon Pokemon battled each other, but were equally matched and unable to achieve victory, so the brothers ceased their conflict. So the brothers ceased their conflict, agreed that neither of them were right. There's literally no comma there. Okay. However, their sons inherited their ideologies and resumed their clash. The Unova region was subsequently devastated by the combined might of the fire and lightning powers of Reshiram and Zekrom before the 2 Pokemon disappeared. Reshiram will transform into the Lightstone should its body get destroyed, or when attacked by Kyurem's tendril-like appendages. It can willingly revert back to normal when awakened by a hero who believes in the truth. When Reshiram's tail flares, it sends flames into the air which burn its surroundings and are hot enough to scorch the world. I almost said scorch the floor. I'm so tired. The heat energy from the flames rises into the atmosphere and changes the global weather. Zekrom and Reshiram activate each other's tail generators when they use an enormous flame and enormous thunderbolt, respectively at the same time, powering up both attacks. While flying, Reshiram spews flames from its tail as it soars through the sky like an airplane. Myth has it that Reshiram burns down the kingdoms of people who ignore the truth and become consumed by greed. In the Pokemon movies Black and White Victini, Reshiram, and Zekrom, Reshiram is shown to be able to speak through telepathy. Reshiram is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Blue Flare by leveling up. Additionally, it and White Kyurem are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Fusion Flare by leveling up. They are also the only known Pokemon that can have Turbo Blaze as an ability. Ugh. Okay, cool. This is... okay. There's no way we went through all that, right? Sorry, I'm looking at my playlist and I'm like, I know we listened to this at the beginning of the last time. As for the stats, I almost said the strats. Special attack is its highest at 150 with both physical attack and special defense at 120, with HP and physical defense at 100 and speed at 90. Yeah. Alright, Reshiram. My dragon. My beautiful white dragon that will go to N. Because, yeah, this is the dragon that I associate with N. I don't know, I think it just fits him more than Zekrom does. Again, my opinion. But I also just really, like, it looks so, like, beautiful. It's pretty. It's not, it's majestic. That's it. That's a good word. It looks so majestic. It looks so good. But yeah, like, but as I said, like, I really associate this Pokemon with N. if you know about N's story in Black and White, at least, you know, I think him allying with a Pokemon that values truth over, you know, over anything else, I think it fits with him considering, you know, he learns that his whole cause was a fucking lie at the end of the game, but I digress. But yeah, I think I just prefer Reshiram over Zekrom. Again, my opinion, obviously. But, yeah, so S tier. This is probably going to be our only... There's not a lot of legendaries, I realized, in, Unova. I guess because they realize how much they jam-packed into both Hoenn and Sinnoh, and they're like, listen, we gotta, like, lessen it for Unova. Alright? Alright, next up is obviously the counterpart to Reshiram. Oh, that's actually interesting. The titles even are foils of each other. Because Reshiram is known as the Vast White Pokemon. Then we have Zekrom, who is known as the Deep Black Pokemon. Alright, so Zekrom, which is the same in Japanese, is a dual dragon electric type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It, along with Reshiram and Kyurem, are often collectively referred to as the Tau Trio. It has Terravolt as its ability. It can also fuse with Kyurem using whatever to become Black Kyurem. Zekrom is a black bipedal Pokemon resembling a saurian winged dragon. What the fuck is a saurian? Like Sauron? With a primarily charcoal-colored hide and pure black patches on various portions of its body. It has red sclera, white irises, and black pupils, as well as a small horn-like protrusion on the tip of its snout. Its head sports a thundercloud-like crest tipped with light blue coloration. There are 6 pairs of pointed teeth visible when its mouth is open, 2 in the upper jaw and 4 in the lower. At the base of its neck is a black stud-like feature, and atop its shoulders are similar larger features resembling armor padding. The bases of its wings also have such padding in a fanned, splayed, seemingly webbed shape with a small wing spike on one edge. The lower lengths of Zekrom's arms extend in displayed, seemingly webbed, somewhat baseball mitt-like formations, with 3 clawed, dark-colored hands on the undersides. The front portion of Zekrom's waist is black-colored, with its belly and thighs having thin striations down their length. Its knees are black, as are the foremost parts of its 3 clawed feet and spiked heels. Its tail consists of a large, round, conical and spiked formation, with a black inner portion and bands on the tip of the outside portion. When its emotions surge, Zekrom activates overdrive mode, and its tail lights up with a blue light. Unova Legends, blah 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 blah. However, Zekrom transforms into the Darkstone should its body get destroyed or when attacked by Kyurem's tendril-like appendages. It can willingly revert back to normal when awakened by a hero who believes in ideals. Zekrom flies throughout Unova while concealing itself in thunderclouds. It has a large generator in its tail that it uses to create electricity, which is powerful enough to scorch the world. Excuse me. Zekrom and Reshiram activate each other's tail generators when they use an enormous thunderbolt and an enormous flame respectively at the same time, powering up both attacks. When the inside of its tail spins in a motor-like fashion, it blasts its surroundings with several lightning blasts. It is said in mythology that Zekrom annihilates the kingdoms of people who have lost the righteousness in their hearts with its lightning. And of course in the movies, Zekrom is shown to be able to speak through telepathy. Zekrom is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Bolt Strike by leveling up. Additionally, it and Black Kyurem are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Fusion Bolt by leveling up. They are also the only known Pokemon that can have Terravolt as an ability. Okay. Stats. Physical attack is its highest at 150, with both physical defense and special attack at 120, HP and special defense both at 100, and speed at 90. So I will say this, I think it is a cool Pokemon. Like, I guess like if we were to compare, I will say that Zekrom is cooler than Reshiram. But again, nostalgia bias wins out over everything, so I definitely had the Zekrom when I played Pokemon White. You know, me representing ideals. It's like, listen, it's good to have truth, but it's also good to have ideals. But, yeah, I can't really think of much to say about it. Listen, I know there are people who associate N with Zekrom, and that's fine, but unfortunately, I'm not one of those people. I will be nice and say it belongs in the A tier, because I think it is a cool Pokemon, and obviously, you know, it manages to combine two of my favorite typings, which is Electric and Dragon, into one, and I guess we could say it's a prototype Miraidon. So, yay! We're almost done. We are almost done. We're almost done. We just gotta get there. I promise. Alright, next up is another Pokemon that has two forms that I can't show, and this is Landorus. Alright, Landorus slash Rondorosu is known as the Abundance Pokemon. It is a dual ground flying type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but alongside Tornadus, Thundurus, and Enamorus, it is part of the forces of nature. It has Sand Force as a regular ability, with Sheer Force as a hidden ability, and the biology states, in incarnate form, Landorus is an orange, muscular humanoid Pokemon which resembles a genie. It is a male-only species with no female counterpart. On its forehead are 3 sharp pink horns arranged in a slight upwards arch. Landorus has white hair shaped like a short log on top of its head, a jagged white mustache, and 2 pointed orange ears on either side of its head. Its eyes are yellow with beady white irises and no visible pupils. The front of Landorus's body is covered in dark pink spots, most of them shaped like diamonds, pebbles, and magatamas. Its broad chest consists of 2 joined diamond-shaped pectorals. Its shoulders and elbows are adorned with magatama shapes, and on top of its navel is a teardrop, all colored dark pink. It has 2 spotted muscular arms with 5 fingers on each hand. Its lower body consists of a trailing cloud with a long curling brown branch or root-like tail. Landorus's tail has various flat protrusions running its span, each spotted in dark pink on its edge surface. Landorus is considered the guardian of the fields due to helping crops grow. It had the title of God of Fields in Hisui due to it bringing life to the region alongside Enamorus. Its tail causes the soil to gain nutrition. The energy from the tail is created by combining lightning and wind. It possesses great physical strength and can create powerful sandstorms during combat. Landorus can also stop and calm Tornadus and Thundurus whenever the two fight or cause destruction, thus being referred to by the grateful people as Great Landorus. It can be summoned at Unova's abundant shrine with the presence of Tornadus and Thundurus. It lives in the sky, usually around islands surrounded by water. It can unleash many sandy whirlwinds along with surrounding itself with a wind shield to protect itself from harm. It attacks by wrapping the target in fierce winds and searingly hot sand. It remains in its incarnate form while residing in a region. Landorus is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Sand, Sear, Storm. And as for the stats, physical attack is its highest at 125, with special attack at 115, speed at 101, so 10 points below both Thundurus and Tornadus, with physical defense at 90, HP 1 point below at 89, with special defense at 80. So this is another Pokemon I do see in VGC. Granted, not as much as Tornadus, but definitely more than Thundurus, that's for sure. But as I said with both of those Pokemon, this is a little too uncomfy for me to be really comfortable with. So, unfortunately, my boy's gonna be joining its brothers here in the high V tier. I mean, again, I do like the genie designs. I just wish they weren't so human. Oh boy. Oh god. Do I have to go over the forms of this? Can I just not? Can I not? My throat is dying. Alright, I'm only gonna go over the base form of this Pokemon, which is Kyurem, because it's already been over 6 hours. My back is starting to ache. And honestly, do I really need to go over similar descriptions for all of them? Anyway, Kyurem, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Boundary Pokemon. It is a dual Dragon Ice type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. However, it can change forms through a process called absofusion that merges it with one of 2 Pokemon using DNA splicers. This also causes it to learn 2 new moves and gain a new ability, which we know is either Reshiram or Zekrom, White Kyurem, Black Kyurem, Fusion Flare, Ice Burn, Turbo Blaze, Fusion Bolt, Freeze Shock, and Terravolt. And all of these Pokemon are referred to as the Chow Trio. It has Pressure as its only ability, and the biology states, Kyurem is a gray and blue bipedal Pokemon of indefinable but seemingly draconic basis. Kyurem has a blue head and snout and has yellow eyes without pupils, a pair of pointed light bluish horns on its head, and a yellow crest on its skull that is bioluminescent. 3 pointed teeth jut out the bottom of either side of its jaws, which are frozen shut by the ice covering its head. Its long gray neck has lines running around its whole body, legs, arms, and tail. It has 2 arms, each with 2 claws, and each arm is joined by its oddly shaped blue ice wings. Each wing has 2 spikes which are bioluminescent. If its wings are broken, gray tendril-like appendages are revealed on Kyurem's back. The right side of its body seems to be damaged in some way, as the wing and horn on its head on that side are shorter. The right side of its head also has a spiked edge near its jaw hinge that is absent from its left. Its legs are somewhat slender and have 3 sharp ice-like claws on each enormous foot. Its tail opens up into 3 spikes arranged in an equidistant circle pointing backward, with the center of this formation being hollow. According to an old legend in Lacunosa Town, Kyurem is an extraterrestrial Pokemon that crash-landed on the planet inside on an icy meteor that may have been a Dragonstone, creating the giant chasm. This legend describes Kyurem as hostile towards Pokemon and humans due to the fact it supposedly devoured them if they were found outside of Lacunosa Town during the night. However, according to another old legend told by Drayden, Kyurem was created by the leftovers of the single powerful dragon Pokemon commanded by the heroes of Truth and Ideals of Unova after it split up into Reshiram and Zekrom. Ugh. Its true origin is unknown. Kyurem waits for a hero to fill in the missing parts of its body with truth or ideals. Kyurem emits extremely cold air and generates powerful freezing energy inside itself, but its body becomes frozen when the energy leaks out. Its latent power exceeds even that of Reshiram and Zekrom, but it is kept at bay by the extreme cold. To stabilize its cellular structure, Kyurem uses its ice powers to freeze its own body. It can use its tendril-like appendages to transform Reshiram and Zekrom back into their respective Dragonstones, and even fuse with them while they're in that state. In the manga, much like Reshiram and Zekrom, Kyurem is somehow capable of flying despite its frozen wings. According to the Village of Dragons elder in the movie Kyurem vs. the Sword of Justice, Kyurem is considered one of the strongest dragon-type Pokemon in the world, being powerful enough to cover Opelousas City and even the entire Unova region in ice. In the same movie, it is shown to be capable of speaking through telepathy. And Kyurem is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Glaciate by leveling up. Oh, you got me fucked up if you think I'm saying all this. Ugh. Alright, and the stats. Okay. Regular Kyurem. Okay. Both its physical attack and special attack are tied at its highest at 130, with HP at 125, with speed at 95, and physical defense and special defense at 90. Okay, Kyurem. So I don't have a lot of experience with this Pokemon. Again, this was the box mascot for Pokemon Black and White 2, which I never played. But I do think it is interesting that it is a Pokemon that, like, that has to fuse with others in order to be even more powerful. But I do remember the plot point in Black and White 2 where, it is powerful enough to, like, basically freeze Opelousas City over and can threaten to freeze the entirety of the Unova region if you don't stop it. But unfortunately, because I don't have much experience with this fucking thing, I can't really say for sure whether or not I would like it or not. I mean, to be fair, again, the concept I think is fine. The concept I think is cool. But that's all I can say about it. And this is where my inexperience begins to fail me. But I will be nice and put it in the A tier. Oh my god, I just realized. Oh, I'm so cringy. I'm so cringy. I just remembered that Kyurem had a pretty big role in my Pokemon fanfic from way back when. I'm not gonna say what it is because it's so cringy. But just know that. I just remembered that. Oh my god, I'm way too old. Alright. Here's our final Sword of Justice. And this is our third to last, but oh, for fuck's sake, you're killing me here. Alright. Next up is Keldeo, and I have to put up the second form, because it's important. My Little Pony ass. Alright, Keldeo. Known as the, that's also the same thing in Japanese, known as the Cult Pokemon. It is a dual water fighting type, that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. However, it has a second form. When it knows the move Secret Sword, it changes from ordinary form to Resolute. By the way, this is the final member of the Sword of Justice. It has the ability Justified. Oh, hi. Biology of regular Keldeo. Am I on it? Yes. Keldeo is a quadrupedal cult-like Pokemon with a cream-colored body. It has a short, rounded snout with large nostrils and blue eyes. It has a large, feathery red mane, long, dark blue, rigid eyebrow-like protrusions, and a single cream-colored horn that curves slightly. The back of its head, as well as its neck, is covered with fluffy, light blue fur. Keldeo has blue hooves Keldeo has blue hooves placed backwards, which are capable of ejecting water. Its tail is light blue with white spots and resembles an elaborate feather in a cap. My mouth is dying. Long ago, a fire started in the Moor of Icarus because of a war between the humans. In this fire, Keldeo was separated from its parents, but the three Swords of Justice, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, adopted and took care of Keldeo as one of their own. They acted as its parents, and they taught it knowledge and techniques for survival. Keldeo eventually grew and even surpassed its mentors. One day, Keldeo took off from the forest with no one knowing why. When the four met again in the Moor of Icarus, they taught Keldeo the move Secret Sword. When Keldeo left, it started crossing the world and often appeared at beautiful watersides. Keldeo possesses a remarkable speed and travels in order to further improve itself through training. Like Suicune, Keldeo can also walk across the water by ejecting water from its hooves. Its movement on the water's surface is said to be similar to skating and gliding. Keldeo is skillful at using kicking moves during battle. In Generation 5, Sacred Sword was one of its signature moves. Keldeo is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Secret Sword. We're almost there. Alright, Resolute form. The dark blue protrusions on its head become shorter and lighter in color, now resembling ears. Its horn becomes dark blue and grows larger and rigid. On the side of its head are 3 feathers colored aqua blue, green, and orange. I guess to represent the swords of justice. Resolute form Caldeo's magnificent horn is a testament to its growing strength, while the plume of feathers symbolizes the guidance and hopes of its allies. I was right! Upon being taught the move's secret sword by its former mentors, Caldeo has its resolve for battle strengthened, filling its body with power, thus transforming from its ordinary form into its resolute form. Caldeo is at its full power when in resolute form. It is thought that when Caldeo becomes resolute, its body fills with power and its agility increases further. Caldeo's jumping capabilities become fast to the point where it is hard to follow. The horn on its forehead is filled with hidden power, and can manifest a sword that can cut through anything. It is said Caldeo must endure harsh battles in order for the forehead horn to develop, which then awakens this true power. As for the stats, thank God, they don't change. Its highest stat is its special attack at 129, with speed at 108, HP at 91, with physical defense and special defense at 90, and physical attack at 72. That's interesting. Is Secret Sword considered a physical move? I don't know and I don't care. I'm tired. I'm dying right now. Again, I don't have much to say about this. I know a lot of people didn't... I know a lot of people ended up not liking Caldeo. I don't know why. I mean, to be fair, I could kind of understand why, but the design... I keep calling it a My Little Pony Pokemon. I mean, to be fair, if you ever watched My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, this looks like a This looks like, you know, a pony from that show. And this is its alicorn form. Just without the wings! But, I do remember, oh, that's right! From Super Smash Bros. Too! Because, I think it's in 4 Beyond, where it's like you can summon Caldeo as an assist, and it just prances around the field, swinging its massive sword head around and killing your opponents and all that. I honestly think it's gonna probably go here in the B tier. I didn't spell it right. It's Caldeo! You're with your buddy Terrakion! Oh my god, my PC is screaming at me. Alright, second to last Pokemon. And this one has more forms. And that is... Meloetta. That's it in Aria form. And this is in Pirouette form. Pirouette, 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 pirouette. There we are. Oh, yeah. Alright, Meloetta, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Melody Pokemon. It is in Aria form, it is a dual normal psychic type. However, in Pirouette form, it is normal fighting. It changes forms when it uses the move Relic Song during a battle, and reversed... Okay, whatever. In the anime, it's associated with the forces of nature. Regardless of the form, its only ability is Serene Grace. As for the biology, Meloetta is a Pokemon that has a feminine... Wow. Meloetta is a Pokemon that has a femininely anthropomorphic figure with musical bar-style streaks in its hair, quarter notes for its arms and hands, and pupilless eyes resembling whole notes. It has a jewel on its forehead and a black headpiece that seems to be shaped like a treble clef, which doubles as an attached microphone, such as one often used by singers. Its ovular head seems to be a third of its body's height and about half its height in width. In its Aria form, Meloetta has light blue eyes and flowing wavy hair with light blue ovals that resemble whole notes. Its midriff and eyes match the Aria form's hair. It is a gender unknown species. Okay, sure. In its Aria form, Meloetta can sing beautiful songs. According to artists in Unova, Meloetta's beautiful music and dance inspired many works of art, music, and songs. This made the Pokemon popular among both musicians and dancers. Hatsune Miku! Meloetta's melody has a special vocalization method. It really is Vocaloid! Meloetta's melody can control the feelings of those who hear it. It can make both humans and Pokemon feel happy or sad through this method. The song can also unseal ancient ruins such as the Abyssal Ruins. At one point, Meloetta can lose its signature melody and ability to dance should the world be filled with sorrow. Like many other legendary and mythical Pokemon, Meloetta is capable of flying and temporarily turning invisible. Meloetta's song can be channeled to summon and control the original 3 forces of nature Pokemon in connection with the Reveal Glass. However, this process can cause Meloetta agonizing pain in the process. Meloetta is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Relic Song, which allows it to change forms. Speaking of which... in its pirouette form, it has auburn hair that seems to be stylized in a high bun and red eyes. Its midriff and eyes match its hair. It also assumes a constant dance pose. Pirouette form Meloetta can perform graceful dances instead of singing. This form of Meloetta can captivate anyone who watches its enchanting dance steps. Pirouette form Meloetta can change back to Aria form by using its singing voice or when the battle ends. Of course, there's different stat blocks. Alright, Aria form Meloetta's highest stat is tied with special attack and special defense at 128, with HP at 100, speed at 90, and physical attack and physical defense at 77. And in pirouette form, it is reversed. Oh wait, no it's not. Physical attack and speed are its highest at 128, with HP at 100, physical defense at 90, special attack and special defense both at 77. Interesting. I would have figured it was a physical attacker, but not really. Okay. I know I was making jokes, but I honestly think this is Hatsune Miku, just without the teal pigtails. I mean, actually, to be fair, wasn't there a Project Voltage song where Miku was literally associated with Meloetta? Like, it literally was a part of her Pokemon team or something? But, regardless, I do like both of the forms. I do like both of the forms. Like, it's very interesting, because obviously you have the Aria form here, which is meant to resemble a... not an opera singer, what do they call it? Like a not a jazz singer. Like, basically, this is Meloetta's Aria form, to me, resembles what it looked like, basically like an old club singer, if that makes sense, right? And I actually just noticed, too, the hair actually looks like, sheet music, with the notes on the different lines here. And then you have pirouette form here, where it's pretty much like a ballerina. You know, very much like this is the dancer. We got the singer and the dancer here. But yeah, I do think the concept of it is pretty neat, pretty nice, pretty cool. But yeah, I also just really like the designs. Especially this one. Like, I think pirouette form has its charm, but I think Aria form is just better overall. This is probably a A-tier Pokemon. I also just like the name Meloetta. Meloetta. Also, why the fuck does it sound like I'm listening to A Date with Death again? By the way, I will speak about A Date with Death at some point in the future. I just don't know when. It depends on when I can get through these damn Pokemon. Alright. Last but not least, the last Pokemon of the entire Unova Dex, and thank God it doesn't have different forms. And it is Genesect. Okay, let me get a drink real quick. We're almost done. Alright, Genesect. It's the same in Japanese. It is known as the Paleozoic Pokemon. It is a dual bug steel type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. However, it has 4 other forms which are activated by inserting a drive in the cannon on its back. The light is visibly different depending on which one it's holding, and it also changes the type of its signature move, Techno Blast. Blast! It only has one ability, which is Download, and the biology is as follows. Genesect is a bipedal insectoid Pokemon with a metal body and a saucer-shaped head. It is primarily purple with several gray markings. It has 2 large red eyes that are capable of glowing, and a small white part that could be either its mouth or a vent. It has thin arms with overlapping segments. Each arm ends with a single pointed claw from which it can spin a sticky string to create structures. The claws are made of sharp steel. There is a gray circle on each shoulder and a gray band around its abdomen. Its segmented legs each end with a large upward curving claw. Genesect is an artificial Pokemon that was revived from a fossil and technologically enhanced by Team Plasma to create the most powerful Pokemon ever. Oh, so it's Mewtwo 2.0, huh? But worse! N had the project cancelled and the P2 laboratory closed because he felt that Pokemon, who he thought to be perfect beings, would lose their body if modified by would lose their beauty if modified by science. Excuse me. Okay. However, scientist Dudley kept working on it, angry that N denied his talent. This scientist reconstructed Genesect and installed the cannon on its back. According to a hiker in Ambret Town's fossil lab, there is a rumor that Genesect can be found in Glittering Cave. By folding up its limbs and connecting its head to the cannon on its back, Genesect assumes a disc-like form known as the high-speed flight configuration, allowing it to fly at remarkable speeds. As seen in the movie Genesect and the Legend Awakened, Genesect can breathe in outer space. In the movie, it can also produce a sticky silk-like substance that rapidly hardens into brownish stone-like substance. It uses that material to create its nest. The movie also shows that one Genesect may lead the others of its group, being even capable of controlling them to follow its orders. Genesect is known to be completely devoid of mercy towards its enemies. As depicted in the manga, Genesect is capable of cutting down an entire building in half effortlessly. Genesect is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Techno Blast. In terms of the stats, physical attack and special attack are both its highest at 120, with speed at 99, physical defense and special defense both at 95, and HP at 71. Excuse me. Alright. Don't really have much of an opinion on Genesect. I do think the concept of it is interesting. Like, it's another artificial Pokemon that can switch typings depending on what is in its back. And it's also very interesting that this is another Bug-type Pokemon that is considered good. Like, honestly, it kind of reminds me of not prototype. I mean, it is technically a prototype, but kind of more of a technologically advanced type Null / Savali. Savali? Whatever. You know what Pokemon I'm talking about. Oh, jeez. I also remember this is also an assist thing in Super Smash Bros. But again, because I don't have experience with this Pokemon, I can't say for sure whether or not I would like it or not. I mean, I do think it's a little bit freaky looking, you know, but maybe that's just because it's a bug steel. It's a robot bug. It's like Durant, honestly. Probably upper B tier. Okay. Oh, thank the Lord we're done. Oh, thank the Lord we're done. Thank you, Lord. We're so done. We're so back. Alright, I'm just gonna get rid of my Pokemon tabs while I'm at it. Alright. We finished our tier list. So, one last time, let's go from S tier to C tier. Alright, so S tier, we have Superior, Oshawott, Munna, Musharna, Audino, Lilligant, Zoroark, Joltik, Litwick, Chandelure, Cubchoo, Dino, Zweilous, Hydreigon, and Reshiram. A tier, Snivy, Servine, Duwat, Samurott, Lillipup, Blitzel, Roggenrola, Gigalith, Woobat, Swoobat, Excadrill, Leavanny, Scolipede, Whimsicott, Sandile, Krokorok, Crocodile, Cofagrigus, Garbodor, Zorua, Gothorita, Galvantula, Electros, Lampent, Axew, Beartic, Volcarona, Cobalion, Virizion, Zekrom, Kyurem, and Meloetta. High B tier, Victini, Tepig, Herdier, Stoutland, Pidove, Tranquil, Umfezon, Zebstrika, Boldor, Drillbur, Timber, Sawaddle, Swadloon, Whirlpea, Cottony, Petalil, Darumaka, Scrafty, Yamask, Tortoga, Trubbish, Mincino, Cincino, Gothitelle, Reuniclus, Ducklet, Swanna, Deerling, Sawsbuck, Amoongus, Klinklang, Fracture, Haxorus, Mienshao, Bufalon, Braviary, Vullaby, Larvesta, Terrakion, Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, Keldeo, and Genesect. Lower B tier, Pignite, Purloin, Liepard, Simisage, Pansear, Simisear, Pampor, Girder, Timpole, Palpitoad, Seismitoad, Throw, Sock, Venipede, Basculin, Maractus, Dwebble, Crustle, Scraggy, Sigilif, Caracosta, Arcan, Archeops, Gothitus, Solosis, Duosion, Vanillite, Vanillish, Vanillux, Emolga, Escavalier, Fungus, Frillish, Jellicent, Alomomola, Clink, Clang, Dynamo, Electric, LGM, Stunfisk, Mienfoo, Golett, Golett, Poniard, Bisharp, Rufflet, and Mandibuzz. C tier, Emboar, Patrat, Watchog, Pansage, Simipour, Conkeldurr, Darmanitan, Carablast, Ferrocy, Ferrothorn, Behemoth, Cryogonal, Shelmet, Excelgor, Druddigon, Heatmore, and Durant. Oh. Okay. Yay! 100 and however many Pokemon. We conquered the largest dex in Pokemon. And Jesus Christ, this B tier is chunky. It is chunky. I will say, though, the C tier actually doesn't have that many Pokemon in it. And there's a lot of A's here. Honestly, I need to take a look at my other tier list to see, like, if this is, like, pretty much how it looked. I mean, obviously, some of it is probably due to the fact that this is the largest dex of the entire Pokemon encyclopedia, but still. But, now I can get into my opinion of Unova as a whole. Now, I will say this, I'm only going to really be able to talk about my experience playing through Pokemon White, because, as I said before, I have not played the sequel games, and I probably won't, now that I know Pokemon Company's probably working on Gen 5 remakes, and who knows how they're gonna handle that. But, yeah, as I've stated before, Unova is probably my favorite of the regions, mainly because, it's probably, like, my favorite of the regions, if only because of, I mean, not only the Pokemon, but also the characters. Like, I honestly think that Pokemon Black and White is probably, like, how do I explain this? I think Pokemon Black and White is probably, like, the only Pokemon games I've played so far where, actually, not the only ones, but at the very least, the first games where the characters actually really made a bit of an impact on me. You know, like, I know, because I know that, Black and White, they're definitely considered, like, weird by Pokemon standards, at least as I know of, because of the fact that, like, it took such a different, I don't know if I would say turn from its structure. I mean, you're still going across the region to battle 8 gym leaders and then become champion. But I think it's because of the fact that, like, it places more emphasis on the story and characters as opposed to not, you know? Because Pokemon Black and White, it is more focused on... It's a bit more it has a deeper story. And obviously, it means a lot when Pokemon has a deeper story. But, you know, because it focuses on, like, the whole idea of Pokemon and humans living together and coexisting. You know, because you have Team Plasma, led by N, who believes that, no, Pokemon and humans cannot coexist because all we humans do is hurt Pokemon by subjecting them to abuse and battles. However, as soon as he comes out into the outside world, you know, the real world, and meets us and our friends and such, he begins to kind of realize that, like, oh no, everything I was taught was wrong. And he's kind of just having his whole worldview shattered each time, like, not shattered, but broken each time you meet and battle him. And then, and I really like that, you know? And not to mention, too, like, when you get to the climax, you know, where you're about ready to fight Alder, but then N's castle just shows up. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, he's the final boss. But no, wait, he's not the final boss. It's his adoptive, abusive asshole of a dad, Getsis, who's the real villain. But honestly, Black and White does have a deeper story than you'd expect. And I appreciate that, you know? I mean, and then, of course, there's the characters. I mean, you have Sharon and Bianca, where, you know, because Sharon is obviously, because I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna say that, like, oh, I think Black and White is actually the first Pokemon game to feature 2 rivals, but technically that's not true, like, unless we're counting, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, because, yes, you obviously have Brendan/May as your rival, but I think a lot of people also consider Wally as a rival as well. I could be wrong about that. But with Black and White, you do at least have Sharon and Bianca. You know, Sharon is the rival that you typically expect from Pokemon games, where, you know, his starter Pokemon is the type that is strong against yours. And how his whole arc is that, I mean, because he wants to be champion. He wants to be the strongest. He wants to basically be like Alder, but Alder has to kind of like tell him, like, boy, you need to slow down and actually really think about your Pokemon and such. Whereas Bianca is your rival, where her starter Pokemon is the type that's weak to yours. And her whole arc is learning to basically become more, I don't know if I would say independent is the right word, but she definitely has a character arc where it's like, she has to learn to stand on her own 2 feet, you know? You know, but I will say that obviously, like, I have such a heavy attachment to N. And I think it's because of the fact that N was probably the first character I really projected onto regarding, you know, my autism status, like, because I felt so seen with him. I felt, because I understood the eccentricity and idiosyncrasies of him. Like, even if it didn't match 1 for 1, I was like, no, I get it. I fucking get it. Like, I understand so much. And I honestly think N's character arc is so good. It's so good. Because, you know, over the course of the game, you learn that, I mean, you learn that he does have a good heart. Like, he does have good intentions. Like, he does care about his Pokemon and such. You know, like, he's honestly a good person. But he's been led astray by Getsis and, of course, whoever else is part of Ghetsis' inner circle, let's just say, where, you know, N has this ability to be able to speak to Pokemon. And and obviously, before he was picked up by Ghetsis, he basically was a wild child. He lived in the woods with the Pokemans and all that. But then after getting adopted by Ghetsis, you know, he is taught that humans are nothing but monsters to Pokemon. Except for him, of course, you know. And something I did note is that basically the Pokemon that N would routinely get shown were often the ones that were abused, kind of, you know, solidifying the idea that humans are awful monsters towards Pokemon. But regardless, I think it is appropriate to say that N is, like, a victim of a cult. Like, I mean, listen, maybe I'm going a little too far into saying that Team Plasma is like a cult. But with the way that they treat N as, like, as their king, and again, the fact that N is so sheltered up until the start of the game. And again, like, he was taught these warped beliefs and views that get challenged and over again over the course of the game until the end, where all of that is completely shattered, and he learns that, oh, my dad doesn't actually care for me, he fucking hates me. Like, I honestly consider that, like, oh, Black and White is basically him learning to deprogram himself from the toxicity of the cult. Because at the end, I mean, what does he do? He leaves on whichever dragon that he has to go explore the world at his own pace, like to go see the world and learn these things. And I honestly find that really, I don't know, like uplifting maybe? Not uplifting, but you get what I mean, like inspiring in a way to show that, like, yeah, things can get better. You know? And I do know that, I mean, and I will say this, I think, because I know there are some people who don't like N because of the fact, I think they feel that, like, he interrupts the story, like, he brings the story to a standstill, they interrupt him, you know, he interrupts them while they're trying to do shit, blah, 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 right? I mean, and granted, you're allowed to have your opinions and such, but I'm almost you know, but there is a part of me that does kind of, is like, you know, that feels like, oh, they're fucking with him because of his neurodivergent tendencies. Again, too much projection. Like, this is coming from 13-year-old me. I haven't been 13 in a long time. In almost 20 years. But I'm protective of this boy. I'm protective of him. Can you blame me? But yeah, I love N. I really do. And it does make me want, like, and I do know that one of the biggest, like, heartbreaks of Black and White is, and even in the sequel games, because I do know this, is that, you learn, because Black and White 2 takes place, I think 2 years after the events of Black and White 1, and you learn that, Hilda/Hilbert, which are the English names for your character in Black and White, have basically been trying to look for N all that time. Have been trying to look for him all that time. And even at the end of Black and White 2, they still don't fucking reunite. It's like, what? I mean, now granted, I know that, I think in Pokemon Masters, the gacha game, they are able to find each other again. Like, they are able to see each other again. And I think it's implied in Pokemon, not Horizons. Whatever, is it Generations? It's one of those spin-off web series that you see where, like, oh, they do reunite, but you don't see the reunion itself. You just get the implication that, like, oh, they're together again. And it's like, yay! But yeah, and then, oh my god, and then, of course, the fact that, like, I associate one of my favorite Pokemon tracks of all time, Unwavering Emotions, with him. Like, I know it's used throughout Black and White. I mean, hell, there's even one scene with Bianca and her dad that it gets used. But I often associate that with N. I don't know why. I think it's because a lot of other people associated it with N too. But yeah, I'm super protective of N. I love him as a character, and I am curious to see, like, you know, because again, Gen 5 remakes are bound to happen. I do wonder how they're gonna, like, how they're gonna incorporate, N into the Gen 5 remakes. Assuming, of course, they don't go the BDSP route and just make the Gen 5 remakes worse. So... But that also brings me into talking about Ghetsis. Listen, Ghetsis is an awful person. Great villain, though. Great villain. I think he is a scary villain, too. Like, because I don't think you really get any hints as to his true nature, or even, like, his role as the true final boss, until it literally hits you in the face, and it's like, oh, shit! Oh my god, my throat. But yeah, he is genuinely, like, terrifying. Like, he has his theme song that literally sounds like Get Sis. I mean, granted, I know there's the meme that it sounds like Dennis, which is so funny, but it is Get Sis, like, Get Sis. Like, that theme is pretty creepy. And then there's the fact that if you look at his team is designed to basically wipe the floor with N's team at the end. Like, basically, Ghetsis' team is designed to be a near-perfect counter to all of N's team, suggesting that basically... there was going to be a fight that happened between N and Ghetsis, regardless of whether or not you intervened. And apparently in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon with the Rainbow Rocket stuff, Ghetsis shows up in that, and it's basically implied that Ghetsis killed N. Which... ow! And, like, I don't like that at all. But, remember how I said that I wanted to talk a little bit about Hydreigon specifically with Ghetsis? So, a bit of implied storytelling here. So, here's the thing. Ghetsis' Hydreigon specifically is underlevel. Meaning that, because remember how I said that Zawilus has to be level 64 in order to evolve into Hydreigon? Well, Ghetsis' Hydreigon is not at that level. It is not at level 64. I don't remember what level it is specifically, but it's definitely not at 64. Moreover, it also has the move Frustration, and the way the Frustration works is basically the inverse of Return, because Return's power is based off of the level of friendship you have with your Pokemon. Frustration, however, the power for that move is determined by how little friendship you have with your Pokemon. Hydreigon's Frustration power is at max strength, meaning Hydreigon fucking hates Ghetsis. It hates its trainer. And so, with those two little tidbits of info, you can basically infer that whatever the fuck Ghetsis did to Hydreigon to make it evolve faster than it should have, and to have Frustration at max power, that should tell you right there that Ghetsis is a fucking asshole. Like, probably all of his Pokemon hate his guts, but Hydreigon is probably the most, is his biggest op. Let's just say that. Hydreigon is Ghetsis' biggest op outside of us. Like... Like, and it's crazy to think about when you read Hydreigon's, you know, Pokedex entries and see that it's like, it's known to be this very destructive, very violent Pokemon. And yet Getsis was somehow able to get that bitch into submission. Like, that should tell you right there that Getsis is not a good guy at all. And granted, he gets even crazier in Black and White too. Like, he straight up is like, demanding Kyurem to kill both you and N, because God forbid you want to be alive with him. And it's so sad too to think about that moment, because N is there trying to but like trying to get like Getsis to back down, and he calls him father. And I'm like, baby, he don't deserve the title of being your dad. We don't even know if he's your bio dad. I mean, to be fair, they look alike. But who knows if they're actually, like, biologically related. But, regardless. But yeah, I also know that, Black and White also has, like, is also pretty, like, interesting in that, like, I mean, not only in terms of version-exclusive Pokemon, but also version-exclusive places. Like, apparently, there is such a thing as White Forest and Black City, but I think if I remember right, which city is it that changes depending on the version? Is it Icarus City or Opelousas City? Because I remember there being a city where its locale changes depending on the region. In the version. I could be wrong about this. But, yeah, like, oh my gosh. But, yeah, there is something about, I don't know, but yeah, I think overall, like, Pokemon Black and White, it is definitely one of my favorite Pokemon games, or Pokemon White, that is. And I think it just holds a very special place in my heart, because, admittedly, it was the first Pokemon game that I actually finished, like, you know, I mean, granted it was on an emulator and with cheats, but I still finished it. You know, like, I still finished it, and I was able to, you know, I was really able to connect with it, you know, and I don't know how to explain it. It's just, it holds a very special place in my heart. And I do know that because of how different what's the word? I know that because of how much it differed from the norm of Pokemon, a lot of people didn't really like it, because that's just the state with, you know, because unfortunately that's the state with a lot of video game franchises, is that's like, you get to, you know, you find a formula, you stick to it for however many years, and then you decide to try something different. And so the next game in that series, you know, it's different from how it was before. But then a lot of fans don't like it, and then because of the critical backlash to it, you switch back to the regular formula, because hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? But I don't know, I just have I feel like I have a good connection with Pokemon White. It's kind of the same way I feel towards Pokemon Moon, but I'm not going to get into that until we hit Alola, maybe 2 years from now. Who knows? But yeah, I do genuinely I really do genuinely love Pokemon White. I love Unova, I love the characters, I love the music, oh my god. Going through this playlist, it makes me realize, like, damn, I actually really like a lot of music. I actually really like a lot of the places, too, like, you know, if only because, like, I also feel like Black and White pushed the DS to its limits. I mean, I'll never forget the site coming out of, what's the forest area called? I forget what the forest is called, but you get out of there and you see the bridge that gets you to Castalia City. And it's like, wow. That is, man, for a DS game, that is amazing. And it makes me really wonder, like, how they would go about remaking that on the Switch 2. And I say the Switch 2 because I know for a damn fact now that Gen 5 remakes ain't coming out on the Switch 1. But yeah, it just... But yeah, I also think the gyms are also very interesting too. I'm like, the only one that's coming to mind right now is Berg's gym, where you have to like go through like these honey walls and get switches into the fuck about with the walls and such. But yeah, it's just... Oh, excuse me, I gotta clear my throat for a moment. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's just... I don't know, it's just... It feels good to talk about it. Like, even now, like, I'm getting, like, that feeling in my heart of, like, man, what I wouldn't do to experience white for the first time all over again. But I don't know, maybe I'll get that feeling again when, you know, when I experience white eventually on the Switch 2, who knows? But, I guess in terms of how I would rank Unova amongst all the others, oh man, I think it's honestly gonna be, I think Unova is still up there, still gonna be my favorite. So I think that's gonna basically be at number 1. So, Unova is number 1, then we have Johto at number 2, number 3 is... Sinnoh, I believe. Or Hoenn? Which one did I rank? Which one did I like more, Hoenn or Sinnoh? I think Sinnoh. So number 3 is Sinnoh, number 2 is Hoenn, and then wait, I'm going backwards, fuck! Number 1 is Unova, number 2 is Johto, number 3 is Sinnoh, number 4 is Hoenn, and number 5 is Kanto. So yeah, that's the rankings, huh? Anyway. It is 3 in the morning here. I've been going for now 7 hours. Admittedly, it could have been longer with how big the Unova Dex was. But regardless, yeah. It was a lot of fun, honestly. It was a lot of fun getting to talk about Unova and my feelings towards it, along with the Pokemon. Again, it's crazy that, like, we did not have a lot of C-tier Pokemon. It's like, damn, I feel like there's a lot more there than usual, but what can I say? But, I guess this now leads into the question of what's going to be next. Well, as I said, I usually do these Pokemon tier list streams during the months of April and May because, you know, April is Autism Acceptance Month. You know, and obviously, as I talked about before, and May is my birth month. And obviously, you know, we gotta celebrate Pokemon, man. And so, this means that obviously next month we're going to be continuing on with more of this. However, we're going to be moving on to the Kalos decks. And the fun, and I've mentioned this before, it's funny how I'm going from like the largest decks to now the smallest decks. Because yeah, Kalos does not have a lot of new Pokemon. Like, I think it has less than 100. Like, I'll have to, like, make some calculations, but yeah, I think Kalos has, like, less than 100 Pokemon, because they were mainly focusing on all the new Megas that they were going to be presenting along with the Fairy types, so... Yeah. But, you may be asking, when is the first part of the Kalos stream gonna be, Irie? Well, let me check. The 10th of May. May 10th. Yep, May 10th. That's good. And it's going to be at the same time as always, which is 8 p.m. CST. Now hopefully because of how small the Kalos Dex is, this means that we're not going to be running into 6.5 to 7 hour long live streams, but you never know. I mean, hell, I feel like I didn't really ramble all that much in regards to it, but we still ended up at this juncture here, so... Okay. But yeah, so just as a reminder, I will be streaming the first half of the Kalos Dex on May 10th at 8 p.m. CST. And if I can't do that for whatever reason, I'll be sure to let everybody know. Again, I should be able to, but again, who knows? I guess other than that, thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. Like, I know there's the one person who kept going in and out, and I don't know whether it's because their internet was crap or if they were just busy, but thank you for joining and for sticking around this long. I am so sorry. And I hope to see you all again in the next stream. Oh, before I start wrapping up, the Unova playlist will be made publicly available probably tomorrow, because I'm probably going to be switching back over to this channel for my own personal stuff. But yeah, so if you're ever curious to know about what the music currently playing is, I'll have the playlist publicly available tomorrow. So yeah. But until then, thank you all for joining me. And all that's left to say is have a good night, a good couple weeks. Please be careful, stay safe. It is a rough fucking time out there. I mean, listen, I can take time spending 7 hours doing this shit, but I know there are many others who can't through various circumstances. And yeah, so just stay safe, be careful, look out for others, and find joy in whatever you can, no matter how little, because that's important if we're ever to make it in this world. But, yeah, with all that said, have a good night, everybody.